Chapter 476, Air Bubble Fish. Connecting Heaven goo inlaid itself in the air. Figures of wolves flashed past one after another in the mirror. Suddenly, the scene fixed itself on a turtleback myriad wolf king. Turtleback wolves possessed broad physique. Their whole body was dark green and they had dark blue eyes. Every turtleback wolf had shell like that of a turtle. This shell was very heavy and about 1/3 of a turtleback wolf's weight was due to it. Apart from defensive purpose, it could also store nutrition just like camels. This species had the strongest defense among the wolves, and the myriad beast wolf king that showed on Connecting Heaven goo was no doubt even more enormous, being 10 times larger than ordinary turtleback wolves. Its turtleback was towering high, the strong shell shone with bronze color, giving a feeling of abundant strength and power. The scale of the wolf group I have is close to 30,000. They can mainly be divided into 3 wolf groups: turtleback wolves, night wolves and wind wolves. There are around 10,000 wolves in each group. Besides them, there are also few poison beard wolves which were obtained from the poisonous grassland. There are also over 100 water wolves which I bought because of White Eyes Wolf. Originally, Feng Yuan had over 30,000 wolves, but after several battles, the loss accumulated and now he only had around 27,000. After he sent the old, weak and injured wolves sent to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the number of wolves left was less than 25,000. Thus, they needed to be replenished. If ordinary enslavement path goo masters wanted to replenish their beast group, they would need to organize a group to hunt, requiring much effort and time. Moreover, they could not take in too big of a beast group. Feng Yuan, however, after possessing Connecting Heaven goo, was like standing on a goo immortal's shoulder. He had one more option than ordinary goo masters, that is to purchase the beast groups in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Most blessed lands would breed wild beasts. However, when the beast population increased a lot, they would influence the ecology of the blessed lands, and the goo immortals that controlled the blessed lands would put them for sale in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Like this, not only could it reduce the pressure on the blessed land, it could also provide some revenue. Similarly, many goo immortals who wanted to nurture the blessed land and replenish the ecology would purchase some beasts to breed in their blessed lands. Thus, transactions of beast groups was extremely common in Treasure Yellow Heaven. There were many dazzling lineups of wolf groups put for sale in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Northern Plains night wolves, wind wolves, water wolves, poison beard wolves, turtleback wolves, southern borders lightning wolves, azure wolves, blood wolves, two-headed wolves, western deserts silk wolves, pearl wolves, sand wolves, tyrant wolves, eastern seas ink wolves, greed wolves, red wolves, goldback wolves, central continent's white eyes wolves, star wolves, color wolves, blood wolves. The wolves put for sale were not only common wild beasts, but also mutated beasts like white eyes wolves, tyrant wolves and greed wolves. Of course, there were no desolate beast-level wolves which had battle strength comparable to goo immortals. But Feng Yuan knew there was a desolate beast wolf in Lenya Blessed Land. Among the 3 greatest wolf groups I have, only Night Wolf group has a myriad beast king. If my wind wolves and turtleback wolves also had myriad beast kings to unite them, I would not need to control the 100 wolf kings and 1,000 wolf kings. It will greatly reduce the burden when I command them. By reducing the burden on my soul, I can then take in even more wolf groups. Feng Yuan did not intend to replace the wolf groups. That would be a superfluous move. He decided to strengthen the wolf group on him. Little Hu Immortal sent the divine sense for him and inquired the price of this turtleback myriad wolf king. The goo immortal who put it for sale called himself South Sea Turtle Immortal. He wanted 10,000 stalks of blowpipe grass. Blowpipe grass was the specialty of northern plains. Every grass looked like an erect long pipe. When wind blew, the wind would enter the small holes on the grass and produce pleasant pipe sounds. Blowpipe grass was a common material used in goo refinement. At the same time, a large expanse of blowpipe grass would slowly give birth to some sound path and wood path goo worms. Feng Yuan did not have any blowpipe grass, and although he knew their location, This season was not the time for them to grow, and they were all just seeds buried under the earth. Fang Yuan knew this situation, but did not give up and made Little Hu Immortal ask and see if he accepts Immortal Essence stones. Little Hu Immortal conveyed with her divine sense, and after communicating for a moment, she reported, "Master, he says he can sell 20,000 turtleback wolves, but he is asking for 2 Immortal Essence stones." Fang Yuan scoffed. This was a very expensive price. Immortal Essence stones were very precious. Turtleback wolves were no more than ordinary wild beasts, but transactions required the process of bargaining. After some haggling, Fang Yuan used an Immortal Essence stones to buy 30,000 turtleback wolves and 1 turtleback myriad wolf king from South Sea Turtle Immortal. After the transaction was finished, Fang Yuan bought another 18,000 wind wolves and 1 wind wolf myriad beast king. He replenished 20,000 night wolves, 5,000 poison beard wolves and 6,000 water wolves. Altogether, he spent 2.5 Immortal Essence stones. It was not over yet. The wolf groups entered Hu Immortal Blessed Land, bringing a grim ordeal to the original ecology and causing many effects. To say the least, Fang Yuan needed to provide enough food to these wolf groups, otherwise these wolves would starve to death because of insufficient food. Hu Immortal Blessed Land also had many wild beasts like rabbits, pheasants and so on, but these animals were the food sources of fox groups. Hu Immortal had cultivated large numbers of foxes in the Blessed Land. There were red foxes, gold foxes, cloud foxes, wind foxes, autumn water foxes, flowing light foxes and so on. These fox groups had suffered disastrous damage in the 6th earthly calamity, but a number were still preserved. After many years of recuperation, they would also gradually grow into a large scale and recover some of their strength. If there were insufficient food, the wolf groups and fox groups were bound to hunt each other and create an extremely severe internal friction. The losses would be more than profits. Fang Yuan bought food for these fox groups and wolf groups. Golden koi, blue jade carp, fat mudfish, which would be good. There are actually fish rows of air bubble fish. Just as Fang Yuan was about to choose one, he accidentally discovered a Gu Immortal was selling fish rows of air bubble fish. He immediately decided to buy it. However, air bubble fish's fish rows had attracted some Gu Immortal's attention, causing there to be a price competition. Fang Yuan made prompt decision and raised the price to 1 Immortal Essence stone. There are just over 20,000 fish rows. Someone is actually paying 1 Immortal Essence stone. This person is mad. Even if they are bred, there would only be around 3,000 air bubble fish. Although they are precious, but they are only worth less than 1 Immortal Essence stone. Gu Immortals transmitted divine sense containing their ridicule and contempt. Air bubble fish were difficult to incubate, with only around 30% chance of survival rate. To them, the price Fang Yuan was paying was too high. If my memory is not wrong, 2 Gu Immortals would fight over the air bubble sea at the end of this year. The intense poison would invade into the whole air bubble sea and turn it into a death zone. At that time, air bubble fish's price would sharply rise to over 10-folds. Fang Yuan sneered after obtaining these fish rows. Those able to become Gu Immortals were no doubt giants among men and great geniuses. Excluding some ignorant and incompetent second-generation immortals, most of the Gu Immortals were those with great experiences and wisdom. If Fang Yuan had not started out with such a high price, it would be extremely difficult for him to get these fish rows. In future, when the Battle of 5 Regions break out, this air bubble fish's price would increase to 100-folds of now. Air bubble fish were the specialty of Eastern Sea. They were quite peculiar, with translucent and round belly, like a round and glossy air bubble. 2 dark sesame seeds seemed to be sewed in front of the air bubble. They were its eyes. The fins and tail were very small, giving it very weak movement power. Air bubble fish were different from other fishes. Its movement style was to move by rising and falling. When they were in danger, they would often float out of the surface of the water to the air, to hide from their enemies. Some mature air bubble fish could even keep staying at the air throughout the year without needing to enter the water, eating the tiny insects in the air as their food. The greatest use of the air bubble fish was to increase the production of goo worms. The worms air bubble fish devoured would be protected and nourished in its belly, gradually evolving into a goo, then they would pierce out of the belly and fly away. Because it could increase the rate of goo worms creation, air bubble fish became a product sought out by all goo immortals during the Battle of the Five Regions. These air bubble fish needs to be slowly raised. Although they only have 30% survival rate, they just need to be carefully tended to. Dozens of years later, they would reach a scale where they can be self-sufficient. 100 years later, they would reach at least 50,000 in numbers. And same as starlight firefly goo, it will be a highly demanded good in the Battle of Five Regions. The fish rows of air bubble fish were an unexpected harvest, and could be considered a small pleasant surprise. With air bubble fish, I can't choose fat mudfish, although fat mudfish are the easiest to raise, but they will eat the fish rows of air bubble fish. They can even eat mud to fill their stomach when they are hungry. Comparatively speaking, between gold koi and blue jade carps, one eats gold as food and another eats gemstones. Both have no interest towards the fish rows of air bubble fish. Fang Yuan did not lack gold and gemstones because there was a large group of rockmen in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. These rockmen lived underground and ate soil as their food. After a long time, all kinds of gold, gemstones and so on would form on their body. However, gold has a harmful influence on the reproduction of air bubble fish and can decrease the reproduction rate. The mild gemstones, however, have no such disadvantages, so I shall choose blue jade carps. Fang Yuan pondered and finally decided upon the fish species. In his previous life of 500 years, he had also managed the Blessed Land, and because of many setbacks he had experienced then, he could now make the most sensible choices. After obtaining blue jade carps, the water wolves' food problem was solved. Fang Yuan then bought a large numbers of pink rabbit and iron shell flowers as food for night wolves, wind wolves and turtleback wolves, and because of poison beard wolves, Fang Yuan also chose some earth skin pigs. These pigs had a high reproduction rate and could eat both meat and grass. They were also put in the eastern part of the Blessed Land. Finally, Fang Yuan bought many goo worms and large numbers of goo refinement materials. He spent altogether 8 immortal essence stones and hundreds of thousands of primeval stones. At once, 8 immortal essence stones have been spent. Fang Yuan would not feel any heartache at common primeval stones, but he still cared about immortal essence stones. Previously, he had sold many remnant recipes and obtained 28 immortal essence stones. Now only 20 remained. I can still sell the remnant recipes with me, but the more they are sold, the cheaper they will get. I lack means for getting profits. As for the investment in air bubble fish and starlight firefly goo, they would only show results after 100 years. I need to use these remaining immortal essence stones carefully. Fang Yuan heaved a sigh. He handed connecting heaven goo to little Hu Immortal and let her be in charge of dealing with the residents and various other works regarding wolf groups, fish groups, iron shell flowers and air bubble fish rows. Fang Yuan entered Danghun Palace and used the materials he bought to refine goo. Chapter 477. Rank 5 Breath Concealment Goo. After 1 day and 1 night, Fang Yuan walked out of Danghun Palace with an exhausted expression. He came to Danghun Mountain. Many guts goo had been created again during this period of time, but the quantity was half of the first time. Fang Yuan pinched some of them. Most were of no use because of immortal goo Gruelmud's powers, but Fang Yuan had slaughtered Yin tribe. After collecting many souls, there were lot of guts goo. Relying on this enormous number, Fang Yuan's soul managed to advance by a lot. My current soul strength is over 5 times stronger than before. Unfortunately, there is still a large gap to 1000-man soul. Fang Yuan closed his eyes for a while before opening them again with a slightly happy expression. This progress was quite big. If it were normal goo masters, they would require 10 years or more to accumulate such results. But because of Guts Goo's help, Fang Yuan could easily accomplish this feat in less than half a day. No wonder Danghun Mountain was called one of the sacred lands of Soul Path by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Among the things in my possession, Danghun Mountain's value is only lower to Spring Autumn Cicada. No matter what, I can't let it die. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had once commented that Soul Path Gu Masters had two great sacred lands in this world. One was Danghun Mountain to strengthen the soul. Another was Luopo Valley to refine soul. Soul needed to be strengthened and also required to be refined. Fang Yuan used Gutsku to rapidly strengthen his soul, but he did not have Luopo Valley to refine his soul, thus he could only use Wolf Soul Gu instead. Wolf Soul Gu could transform a Gu Master's soul into Wolfman soul, having the effect of refining soul. Gutsku's production continued to drop. By the third time, Fang Yuan only used 1 hour to pluck them all. Most of the Gutsku had become mud paste, and relying on the small portion of intact Gutsku, Fang Yuan strengthened his soul to 6 times. Little Hu Immortal was busy with her work. The Stargate Gu was once again activated and Fang Yuan returned to Northern Plains. The moment he stepped out of the Stargate, Fang Yuan's first sight was the loyal guarding wolf group that surrounded the area. The Stargate was connected to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fang Yuan sent poison beard wolves and water wolves to the Blessed Land while bringing Wind Wolf Myriad Wolf King and Turtleback Myriad Wolf King to Northern Plains. At the same time, he replenished the 3 wolf groups, raising the scale of the wolf group to 60,000. Fang Yuan did not immediately return to Tribe. Instead he picked up a half-finished product and began to refine Gu. After spending a long while, when the first rays of sunlight shone on Crescent Lake, he obtained rank 5 breath concealment Gu. The heaven and earth of the 5 regions were different, whether it were Gu worms or Gu masters. Once they went into other regions, they would be suppressed. But different from Gu worms, human is the spirit of all living beings and had great intelligence and adaptability. As long as a few years went by, Gu masters could completely adapt to the environment and obtain the recognition of the region, no longer facing suppression. And for the Gu worms to not be suppressed, Fang Yuan refined the Gu at Northern Plains. No matter where the materials were from or whatever Gu worms were used, the moment the Gu refinement was completed, the new rank 5 breath concealment Gu was born in Northern Plains and obtained Northern Plains recognition, not suffering from the suppression. Back then, Fang Yuan had obtained rank 2 breath concealment Gu in Ziyu Mountain. By refining and ranking up this Gu worm, the rank 5 breath concealment Gu was finally formed. At rank 5, breath concealment Gu did not have any huge changes, was still like a purple exquisite tree leaf. It was just that the purple was deeper in color and even had a slight metallic luster. After using the breath concealment Gu to hide his cultivation back to rank 4 middle stage, Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. He was now at rank 5 peak stage, and even after suffering the suppression in Northern Plains, he still had rank 5 initial stage aura. If he returned to Tribe like this, it was sure to attract suspicion. At the same time, if one day, a portion of the suppression lifts and his cultivation suddenly rose, it would result in conjectures and doubts. Breath concealment Gu could prevent such an accident. Fang Yuan returned to Tribe with the wolf group. As expected, the tribesmen were shocked and pleasantly surprised. But there were many wolf groups in Northern Plains. Crescent Lake was also a place filled with spirituality and many beast groups gathered around it. It was not difficult to explain how Fang Yuan gained such a bountiful harvest. Fang Yuan placed a part of the wolf group inside the camp and another group outside, letting them move about. When he returned to the giant lizard house Gu, tribe leader Zhuang immediately came over to pay respects, bringing 2 letters with him. Congratulations to Lord for gaining a huge increase in strength after this hunt. Zhuang had 2 dark circles under his eyes. His face however had a joyous expression. Throughout this day and night, he had been cleaning up the battlefield with tribe elders, gathering the goods and dealing with those who surrendered. He was so busy that he had no time to sleep. Looking at tribe's strength expand in his hands, Zhuang was very excited, causing his respect towards Chang Shanyin to deepen by another layer. He understood clearly that without Chang Shanyin, this day would not have come for tribe. My luck was quite good and I had some gains. Fang Yuan sat on the seat and lightly nodded at Zhuang. His strength increase did not end with the wolf groups. His cultivation and soul also had huge advancement. Zhuang and the rest would be terrified if they knew. At Langya Blessed Land, Fang Yuan had used up one chance to refine Immortal Gu, and obtained Stargate Gu, thus causing his inactive chessboard to become alive again. Fang Yuan's strength progressed at an unimaginable speed every time he entered Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Everyone would find it hard to believe such rapid progress. However, it was also very reasonable when one carefully looked. Fang Yuan possessed a blessed land. He was growing using the foundation of a Gu Immortal. The difference between immortals and mortals were as different as night and day, adding in his 500 years of experience that allowed him to absorb the rapid increase in strength. He could grow smoothly without facing any issues. Fang Yuan had been risking his life, like walking on a tightrope in between cliffs, to obtain these enormous wealth that changed into deep accumulation. Finally, the accumulation was changing into explosive growth in strength. Lord, by devouring Yin tribe we have obtained a total of over 634,000 primeval stones, 1 rank 5 Gu, 27 rank 4 Gu and many rank 3, rank 2 and rank 1 Gu. Besides them, there are over 2,000 Gu refinement recipes, 300 hump wolves and many big stomach horses. Lizard house Gu numbers to thousands, hundreds of mushroom Gu, and the number of captives are over 7,000. Zhuang excitedly reported. Fang Yuan quietly listened, because he had taken down Yan tribe's higher-ups in one move, and also due to the surprise attack, Zhu tribe was able to receive huge benefits. Especially the amount of captives. It was unexpectedly over 7,000. Among them were large numbers of rank 2 and rank 1 Gu masters who wanted to surrender. After Zhu tribe incorporated them, the tribe's strength had increased by over twofold. Lord, this is the inventory list after calculating. Please take a look. You can take anything you want. Zhuang respectfully handed Fang Yuan a list. To Fang Yuan, these resources were instead not essential. He had Hu Immortal Blessed Land now. The appeal of primeval stones to him had fallen down to the abyss. The days where he had to scheme for 1 or 2 primeval stones on King Mao Mountain had already left him. He lacked immortal essence stones. The more he had the better. Unfortunately, Yan tribe did not have a Gu Immortal, so how could they have immortal essence stones? The reason why Fang Yuan assisted Zhu tribe was to have a chess piece, to act as a shield for him so that he could meddle in the heroes' assembly. If possible, he did not want to give up the identity of Chang Shanyin prematurely. The longer he managed the tribe, the more use it would have for him in the Battle of 5 Regions. According to the rules of the grassland, the half of these spoils are all mine. But these things are not suited for me, so I shall leave them with Zhu tribe. Fang Yuan gave back the list to Zhuang. Yes, Lord. Zhuang promptly replied. My wolf groups will be fed by your tribe. Account for the expenses using my share of the spoils. Fang Yuan added. Zhuang, however, shook his head and said with sincerity, Lord, the reason our tribe can have this day is all because of you. How could I, Zhuang, be a person who doesn't know favors? Feeding the wolf groups is our tribe's responsibility. There is no need for Lord to spend your wealth. I understand deeply that my abilities are not enough to manage the whole tribe. I hope Senior can guide and give me pointers in the coming days. He. Fang Yuan laughed and took a deep glance at Zhuang. This young man before him could be considered to have some experience now. Although he had only held the tribe leader position for a short time, he had experienced trials and wandered in between life and death. He took risks, and thus progressed rapidly. As the saying goes, heroes emerge in troubled times. This Gu Master world had a cruel environment and it was not easy to live. And precisely so, heroes emerged in large numbers and endlessly. Zhuang, you are pretty good. In that case, I shall become Zhu tribe's external elder. Zhuang's whole body shook before wild joy emerged in his face. He promptly kneeled on the ground. Junior is presumptuous and sincerely request Senior to become the supreme elder of Zhu tribe. Supreme elder? Fang Yuan muttered. Zhuang raised his head and looked at Fang Yuan sincerely. He knew Zhu tribe's current great situation was closely related to Chang Shanyin. That is the only way they can move stably and far, while obtaining the most benefits. If Chang Shanyin was not around, just relying on his rank 3 cultivation would not be enough to suppress the expanding Zhu tribe. Alright, I shall accept it. Fang Yuan agreed. By this point, Zhu tribe's circumstances was also part of his plan. Zhuang was only a rank 3 Gu master and had just taken the tribe leader position. Fang Yuan made Zhu tribe take over Yan tribe. It allowed him to have greater control of this person. By controlling this person, he controlled Zhu tribe. What? Yan tribe was exterminated by Zhu tribe? At another place beside Crescent Lake, Wang tribe leader listened to the news and looked at the tribe's envoy with shock. The tribe's envoy was an old rank 3 Gu master, his face filled with wrinkles, gray hair, sunken and dark eyes. He was an enslavement path expert with some reputation in northern plains, named Kaosheng. That is precisely so. Many tribes already know of this. Not long later, the news will spread to the whole northern plains. Your tribe is in a remote location and has many large beast groups in the surroundings, thus you were not able to get this news immediately. Kaosheng continued, I have come here to represent the alliance of Zhang and Pei tribe to request Wang tribe to join the alliance and punish Zhu tribe together. Chapter 478, Main Pillar. A. Hearing tribe, Zhang tribe and Pei tribe had already allied. Wang tribe leader slightly furrowed his brows. In northern plains, it was not strange for tribes to form an alliance. The struggle for the imperial court was arriving soon. The appearance of alliances also increased. I have a doubt. Zhu tribe was originally weaker than Yan tribe. How could such a small existence swallow a bigger force? Wang tribe leader questioned. Kaosheng laughed. Zhu tribe could absorb Yan tribe all because of one person. I wonder if Lord Wang tribe leader has ever heard of Chang Shanyin? Chang Shanyin? Wang tribe leader slightly frowned. This name brought a familiar feeling in the depths of his heart as if he had heard it somewhere. Soon after, his furrowed brows relaxed and an astonished look appeared on his face. Chang Shanyin. Could it be the Wolf King who had killed Hatugu? I am in admiration of tribe leader's knowledge. Kaosheng cupped his fists. Yes, it is because of this person's meddling that led to Zhu tribe's victory. Who would have expected that the hero of northern plains would still alive after all this time? No one knows what happened in all these years. He appeared with low profile and with his lone strength, made Zhu tribe, a small existence, swallow the big Yan tribe. Of course, this is also because Yan tribe's higher-ups were schemed against by Chang Shanyin and were taken down collectively. This allowed Zhu tribe to have dominance when they attacked Yan tribe camp. Kaosheng spoke with assurance. He was actually very clear of this inside story. In truth, after Yan tribe was exterminated, there were naturally some who were able to escape alive and went to Zhu tribe to request protection. With such informants, tribe was naturally very clear of the situation. Wang tribe leader's brows furrowed deeper. Back in those days, Wolf King with his lone strength could bypass realms and kill rank 5 Gu master Hatugu along with his bandit group. Such strength truly intimidates people. How can we deal with such expert with our strength? Rank 4 Gu masters were already the leaders of small mid-scale tribes. Rank 5 Gu masters were at the peak of the mortal world. Long ago, the news of Chang Shanyin killing Hatugu had created an uproar in the whole northern plains. Reputation, whether good or bad, follows closely like a shadow. Chang Shanyin's deeds had spread throughout northern plains for so many years, it was natural for Wang tribe leader to have some apprehension. Kaosheng laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, it is natural for Lord tribe leader to have worries. Wolf King was indeed an amazing character, but times have changed. Today's Wolf King is no longer as valiant as before. I would like to hear the details. Everyone knows the strength of enslavement path Gu masters is determined by their troops. Wolf King has just come back. His wolf group is no longer of the same scale as before, with not even a single mutated beast. There are only ordinary wind wolves, night wolves and turtleback wolves with him. And in the battle with Yan tribe, They already suffered huge losses. His battle strength is not so mighty, Cao Sheng continued. Moreover, Wolf King attacked Yan tribe without rhyme or reason. This is the conduct of the demonic path. Slaughtering ordinary mortals goes against Northern Plains rules. He is no longer the hero of our Northern Plains, but a demon everyone needs to hunt. The one we are punishing this time is a sinner who creates conflicts, an evildoer who invades at will. We have righteousness with us while Zhou tribe is at the side of injustice and evil. The heroes' assembly has not begun yet. The struggle for imperial court has not started yet, but they dared to openly wage a war with another tribe. This is unforgivable. Looking at the history of Northern Plains, which of the people that violated the bottom line like this has ever had a good ending? Cao Sheng's words were full of passion. Indeed, as the political advisor of Zhou tribe, his words had the power to incite people's hearts. But Wang tribe leader also was a seasoned character and not someone who could be easily influenced. His gaze flashed and said with hesitation, "Although it is so, Wolf King is after all the Wolf King. In the battle between giants, there will definitely be injuries. After the battle ends, there is bound to be enormous losses." Cao Sheng shook his head and smiled without concern. He. Wolf King might be strong, but two fists cannot defeat four hands. Zhou tribe has just absorbed Yan tribe. They have eaten too much this time and inflated very quickly. They will not be stable for a long time. As long as Wang tribe joins us, why would our four tribes alliance be afraid of a puny Zhou tribe? Wang tribe leader muttered irresolutely for a while and said, "I am not afraid of Zhou tribe. But Wolf King is the Wolf King. He mysteriously disappeared for so many years. Who knows what happened? He might have even had fortuitous encounter. He definitely has some plan in making his appearance now. Such a character is sure to have trump cards that he has not shown yet." Cao Sheng scoffed. Reputation usually comes from exaggeration. Wang tribe leader, why should we puff up the enemy and lower our morale? Why are you so afraid of the Wolf King? He is already past his prime. Even if he has trump cards, he is no more than an enslavement path Gu master in the end. Since he is an enslavement path Gu master, we have ways to deal with him. Truthfully speaking, our tribe also has enslavement path Gu masters. Our tribe's Forest Soldier Corps, which has made its name in Northern Plains, it can completely face Chang Shanyin. Besides them, Zhang tribe has the renowned Lightning Spear battle formation, while Pei tribe leader Lord Pei Yanf is a famous expert in Northern Plains and has already advanced to rank 4 peak stage. Even if Wolf King has much more troops, Lord Pei Yanf can move past the troops and directly attack and kill the Wolf King. It was common knowledge that enslavement path Gu masters feared beheading the leader tactics. As long as this tactic succeeded, even a huge army of millions would immediately fall into chaos and flee in disorder. Wang tribe leader, however, was still hesitating, and evaded it, saying he needed a few days to consider as it was a serious matter. Disappointment flashed past Cao Sheng's eyes. This is a serious matter. It makes sense for Wang tribe leader to consider it carefully. However, this matter cannot be delayed. If we allow the Zhou tribe to recover their senses and digest the spoils of the war, our losses when we fight will be much more larger. Please take note of this, Lord tribe leader. Wang tribe leader nodded. At most 3 days. During this period, you can stay in our tribe and receive our warmest welcome. Cao Sheng could only take the initiative to say his farewell after hearing these words. When he had just left the hall, a person entered. This person was thin with a yellowish face. There were 3 strands of beard on his chin and a pair of sharp and bright eyes. He was Wang tribe leader's competent assistant, Wang tribe elder Wang Dadao, an experienced strategist. Lord tribe leader, are we really going to agree to Zhou tribe and join this alliance? Wang Dadao asked with some worries. Of course not, you don't need to worry. Wang tribe leader laughed. Wang Dadao let out a breath of relief. Tribe leader is wise to not be bewitched by others. The power struggle for imperial court is arriving, and years of battle will follow it. Preserving strength is our main priority. The thoughts of Pei and Sheng tribe, these 3 mid-scale tribes, are very clear. Yan tribe is in laws of Liu tribe. Yan Kui'er is Liu tribe young master's fiancé. They are thinking of becoming dogs of Liu tribe, to curry favor with Lord Liu Wenwu, but they want to involve my tribe to share the risks. Yes. Wang tribe leader nodded. Our Wang tribe is a large-scale tribe. We need to make our moves very carefully. The struggle for the imperial court is like a battle of dragons and snakes. In the end, who can become the final winner? We need to observe carefully and choose the side we are siding with. Every 10 years in Northern Plains, there would be a terrifying and shocking blizzard. Only by entering the imperial court could one have protection to not be affected by the blizzard. But the quota in imperial court was limited. There were too many that wanted to enter, thus they would go through bitter battle, and after eliminating the weak, the master of the imperial court would be decided. Wang tribe might be a large-scale tribe but was classified as those tribes with superficial foundation, having no intents to vie for the throne. They only wanted to side with the correct force and become the one with the greatest contribution, thus entering the imperial court and avoiding the disaster. If we can't enter the imperial court, our tribe will definitely suffer disastrous damage during the blizzard. We will fall from our current large-scale force to mid-scale, small-scale or even complete extermination with a high probability. But if we can enter imperial court, through the support of the resources of imperial court, we can recuperate, and if our luck is good, we can have the qualifications to vie for the next rulership of imperial court. Wang Dadao said with a grave expression. This matter concerned the survival and prosperity of the whole Wang tribe. Every Wang tribesman was cautious and careful. Then, how should we deal with Kaosheng? Wang tribe leader asked. Wang Dadao stroked his beard and said after a while, we should properly entertain this person, and 3 days later, we can tactfully decline their alliance invitation. At the same time, we will send a letter to Zhou tribe behind their back, to express our goodwill to the Wolf King and tell them of this matter. Let them fight each other while we will watch safely from the sideline. If there is an opportunity, we can have no worries in benefiting from their conflict. Ha ha ha, your words deeply resonates with my heart. Wang tribe leader could not help laughing heartily. Gazing at the letter in his hand, Zhou tribe leader Zhuguang had a worried expression. All the Zhou tribe elders beside him were also silent. The atmosphere had become so heavy in the main tent that it was almost suffocating. Pei and Sheng tribe have allied to combine their strength and pass judgment to our tribe. They are wantonly attracting more allies now. Wang tribe leader has sent this information secretly. I am afraid not long later, the allied army would make their move. Elders, do you have any good plans? Zhuguang asked. This matter is not looking good. Our tribe has just absorbed Yan tribe. Although our morale is high, we have yet to digest the spoils of the war. If the enemy invades us, it is hard to say if the Yan tribe captives we have won't rise up in rebellion. At that time, with both external and internal threats, our tribe won't be far from extermination. Then should we retreat? Retreat? Where? We have a camp now and can defend our positions. But if we retreat, there will be nothing to protect us. Do we just wait for those tribes to surround us then? The elders started discussing. Zhuguang looked at them with a disappointed gaze. The elders were just making random comments with no one giving reasonable suggestion. This instead caused the atmosphere in the tent to become more repressing and was vaguely shaking up their battle will. Alright, no need to say any more. He raised his hand and put an end to the discussion. I won't hide this from you. Few days ago, Lord Wolf King Chang Shanyin has agreed to become our tribe's supreme elder. We need to invite him to discuss this matter. Zhuguang revealed the news. He had kept this news hidden. Now that he said it out, it was like a cardiac stimulant that caused the elders to feel a rush of morale. Lord Wolf King has become our tribe's supreme elder? Great, great. This is a cause for celebration. With Lord Wolf King with us, we have a chance of survival. The suppressing atmosphere in the tent was immediately swept clean and the fallen morale rapidly soared. This was the effect of an expert. In times of crisis, they were the main pillar that could hold up the sky and earth. Seeing this, Zhuguang realized why only Gu masters with high cultivation could become the ones in power in tribes. Chapter 479, Good weather to kill. Fang Yuan was invited into tribe's main tent. Oh, 3 tribes are lying to deal with us? Fang Yuan heard this and his eyes shone, asking, which 3? An elder immediately replied, reporting to Lord Supreme Elder, it is Pei tribe, tribe, and Sheng tribe. Pausing for a second, this elder continued, Pei tribe's Pei Yanf has rank 4 peak stage cultivation. He is a fierce general famous in northern plains. Although tribe is only a middle-sized tribe, it has 2 enslavement path gu masters. As for Sheng tribe, although they were created not too long ago, their lightning spear battle formation is nothing to be trifled with. Fang Yuan nodded. He had heard a familiar name. That was Pei Yanf. This person was truly a fierce general in northern plains. After joining Liu and Wu, he became Liu tribe's 3rd general. In the future battles, he often fought his way into enemy formations alone, assaulting and disrupting their battle formations. As he charged through unstoppably, he aimed for the leader's head. As for B tribe and Sheng tribe, although Fang Yuan had no memories of them, it did not obstruct him from estimating their strength. Either of these 2 tribes were equal to J tribe back in Hongyan Valley. B tribe had 2 enslavement path gu masters. This meant that they could resist Fang Yuan's wolf group head-on. As for Sheng tribe, it seemed that they grew to power using the lightning spear battle formation. This was Sheng tribe's trump card. It could not be underestimated. However, I need large numbers of souls to feed Danghun Mountain and strengthen my own soul. The alliance of the 3 tribes will allow me to kill many people, right? He. Thinking so, Fang Yuan's lips curled into a cold smile. Right now, the 3 tribes have allied. The situation is precarious. Uncle Chang Shan Yin, what should tribe do? Zhiguang was yearning for an answer. Fang Yuan raised his brows, his words oozing with killing intent. What can we do? Since they want to kill us anyway, we will strike first and attack them immediately. You have to know, the best defense is offense. What? Attack? Hearing this, tribe higher-ups were shocked. In their earlier discussions, some people suggested retreating, some suggested defending, but no one had suggested attacking. This idea was too aggressive and risky. After all, the power of the 3 allied tribes greatly surpassed tribe. Now that tribe had just assimilated Yin tribe's captives, they had internal woes as well. Is it too crazy to just attack them now? The elders looked at each other, sensing each other's worry from their expressions. But because of Fang Yuan's attitude, they did not dare to speak out. At once, everyone went silent. Zhiguang hesitated for a while, before meekly saying, Uncle Chang Shan Yin, the enemy is strong while we are weak, but we are going to strike first and give up on defending the camp? Fang Yuan snorted, if you are thinking like this, so are our enemies. Precisely so, we have to initiate the attack and catch them off guard. Tonight, we shall gather our forces and assault them in the dark. Which tribe is the closest to us? The closest is B tribe, following by Sheng tribe and then Pei tribe who are the furthest. Zhiguang replied. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. Very good, then we shall wipe out B tribe first, before slaughtering Sheng tribe and then find a chance to finish off Pei tribe. This battle will be tragic, be mentally prepared. But we cannot make progress without sacrifices. After we devour the 3 tribes, our tribe will strengthen even further. The tribe elders looked at each other, tongue-tied, shocked by Fang Yuan's ambition. With tribe's current situation, he still wanted to devour the allied enemies who were 2 to 3 times stronger than them. This was unimaginable. Seeing the hesitant gang, Fang Yuan waved his hand. Then that will be the plan, go and prepare for it. Yes. The higher-ups replied. That night, the night winds blew and the moon was high in the sky. Tribe camp opened its gates as the wolves ran out like a flowing river. Countless gu masters were mixed in with them, as they charged forward with strong killing intent. What a good weather, this is a perfect weather to kill people. Fang Yuan sat on a mutated beast as he laughed. This mutated beast was that White Eyes wolf. It was an infant earlier, but after Fang Yuan used the time path gu worm to accelerate its growth, it rapidly aged. Now, this White Eyes wolf was several times its original size. Having a body of white snow-like fur, its body shape was slim and smooth like water, only slightly smaller than a hump wolf, but its current battle strength was only comparable to an ordinary 100-wolf king. There were no wild goo inside its body. Time was needed for a wild goo to live in a beast king. During a beast king's long period of growth, multiple wild goo worms would come to seek refuge with them. But this White Eyes wolf grew too fast. It lacked the foundation built with time, and because it was always by Feng Yuan's side, there were no goo on it. Because of that, Feng Yuan used it as his steed and let it accompany him. Sometimes, using its vision, he could scout areas quickly. The army moved quickly towards Btribe. Btribe camp was situation on a mound. There were originally many trees on the mound, but now they were all removed and a tall wall was erected all around Btribe camp. On the wall, there were observational towers that were giving off a bright light, lighting up the dark camp. On the surface of the wall, there were wooden spikes and several Btribe Goo masters were standing at set intervals, giving off a strong impregnable aura. Lord, are we really attacking? The army stealthily got closer as Zhuang observed the wall. His heart jumped as he had the urge to retreat. Feng Yuan laughed. We will definitely win. What does Lord Supreme Elder mean? An elder did not understand and asked. Feng Yuan pointed at the wall, precise because of the sturdy wall. These Btribe Goo masters are complacent, sending only a few Goo masters to guard it. The fact that we could get too near to them is proof of this. Furthermore, this light is too bright. It shows Btribe's intention to scare off the weak. Such a false bravado, while attempting to show that they were a stronghold, revealed all their little secrets. Hearing this, tribesmen were assured. Feng Yuan instructed again. Later, I will send the wolves to crush the wall. You will send the Yan tribe captives to charge and lead the way, while Tribe Goo masters watch them. If anyone tries to rebel or run away, kill them on the spot. His icy cold voice made everyone shudder. The moment he said that, before waiting for the elders to react, Feng Yuan waved his hand as 2 myriad wolf kings led their wolf groups and rushed out. In a few breaths' time, they got into the lighted area. Wolves, why are there so many wolves? Tribe Goo masters rubbed their eyes, finding it unbelievable. Enemy assault, enemy assault. Some people reacted and shouted loudly, using their goo worms to send signals. Block them, reinforcements are coming. The Goo masters shouted with all their strength, but Feng Yuan's attack was ferocious and overwhelming. It was like 2 iron fists that had been storing energy for a day. The battle strength of a myriad wolf king was not to be underestimated. Often, a rank 4 Goo master and multiple rank 3 experts were needed to deal with 1-2 myriad wolf kings. Under Feng Yuan's manipulation, unleashed their strongest attacks without hesitation. Bam, bam, bam. Every impact was soul-shaking. The study wall swayed in the wind like a flimsy paper, especially the turtleback myriad wolf king. It had a thick skin and a strong body. It caused the most damage to the wall. Tribe Goo masters were busy retaliating, but their scattered attacks were blocked by the myriad wolf king's defensive goo. When tribe's reinforcements arrived in a hurry, they saw the collapse of an entire segment of the wall. 2 myriad wolf kings led their endless wolf armies as they charged into the camp. Night wolf myriad beast king, turtleback myriad wolf king. Tribe leader saw this sight and he was shocked out of his wits. These were 2 types of wolves. As wild wolf groups, they will never work together. This situation only meant one thing. There was someone controlling them. Who was the culprit? Tribe leader did not need to think twice before a name appeared in his heart. Wolf King Chang Shanyin. Chang Shanyin. Tribe leader gritted his teeth and fire almost spewed out of his eyes. But his fury could not stop the attack of the wolf group. So be it if they were ordinary wolves, but under Feng Yuan's control, strength and knowledge became the best companions. Tribe tried resisting, and formed many defensive formations, but the wolf group charged without worry for casualties. It was an all-out attack. The Tribe Goo masters behind the wolf group were like spectators. Rank 4, Grass Puppet Goo. Tribe leader injected his primeval essence into the grass below his feet. The grass grew to the size of a person, turning into a grass puppet. holding a green leaf-long sword. This was the Grass Sword elite soldier. Large numbers of Grass Sword elite soldiers charged towards the wolf group. The Grass Sword elite soldiers successfully resisted the wolf group's attack. They formed a formation near the main tent and blocked the wolves like a green monolith. But this situation was only temporary. When tribe leader's primeval essence was used up, the Grass Sword elite soldiers were out of steam and the monolith became smaller, submerged by the wolves. Retreat. We will retreat to Zhang tribe. As long we are alive, tribe will have the hopes of returning one day. Tribe leader saw that the defeat was set in stone and resolutely decided to retreat. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan rode the white-eyed wolf as he looked at the escaping tribesmen, laughing loudly. Lord, we won. Zhuang said excitedly. We've only won the first out of 3 battles. Leave some people behind to clean up the battlefield. We will chase them. Fang Yuan waved and the tens of thousands of wolves howled and changed directions towards Zhang tribe. They are chasing us. The tribe Gu masters who were escaping saw such a grand army and were scared till their souls trembled. No wait, Chang Shanyin's next target is Zhang tribe. Someone understood. Not only did he take down our tribe, he also wants to take down Zhang tribe? Someone furiously screamed. Tribe leader, what do we do? My primeval essence is almost used up. Soon, they will catch up. Someone shouted frantically. Tribe leader hesitated for a moment. He did not have much primeval essence left. He could only change directions and enter the forest near him. Fang Yuan led the army and ignored these people, charging straight for Zhang tribe. He did not chase us, he went to Zhang tribe after all. Tribe's higher-ups breathed roughly, standing in the forest. They watched the stampede of over 10,000 wolves. Tribe leader's expression was solemn, the veins on his fists were about to burst, the hatred in his heart and the flames of fury almost incinerated him, but there was nothing he could do. Chapter 480, Go die, go die. Prepare the lightning spears. Zhang tribe leader shouted furiously as he went to the front line. After crushing tribe, Fang Yuan led his army without stopping towards Zhang tribe camp. A bitter battle erupted instantly. Fang Yuan commanded 2 myriad beast kings to attack together, breaking through Zhang tribe's 2 defensive lines in moments. However, at the 3rd line, they were finally stopped. The ones who stopped the wolf tide was Zhang tribe's renowned trump card, the Lightning Spear Corps. These rank 2 Gu masters stood in a row on the walls, emitting strong elite aura, forging a wall made of flesh and blood. Hearing the tribe leaders shout, these Gu masters immediately pushed forward their right hand and poured their primeval essence into the lightning imprint on their right palm. This was the imprint of the Lightning Spear Gu. Next, tribesmen saw lightning emitting out of these Gu masters' palms before forming into silverish blue-colored spears. These spears were 4 feet long and were completely condensed from lightning. Lightning flickered and emitted a soft sizzling sound. Shoot! Zhang tribe leader shouted. Whoosh! In an instant, 580 lightning spears flew together and drew a dense arc in the sky. The shining lightning illuminated the battlefield for a moment. The blue light shone on everyone's faces. The difference was Zhuang and his group had ashen expressions, while Zhang tribe leader had a proud smile. Lightning spears rained down upon the charging wolf group. Even though turtleback wolves had strong shells, they were still pierced by the lightning spears, let alone the wind wolves and night wolves who were weak in defense. The volley of lightning spears showed an extraordinary might, instantly clearing up a large area of the battlefield. The densely packed wolf group also became thinner. Over 500 wolves fell, dead. The offense of the wolf group had slowed down. Ha ha ha, look, this is our tribe's Lightning Spear Corps. With such strong troops, who dares to look down on our tribe? This is the strongest blood and flesh wall of our tribe. What could happen to us even if there were more wolves? Zhang tribe's Gu masters shouted in excitement at this sight, their morale increasing rapidly. In contrast, tribesmen had grave expressions. Chang Shanyin. Zhang tribe leader used sound amplification Gu to amplify his voice, suppressing all the chaotic noises of the battlefield. You invaded my tribe without rhyme or reason. The heroes' assembly has not started yet, but you are recklessly starting a war with no care for law and order. Your brutal massacre will be punished by all the tribes of Northern Plains. You have not made a great mistake yet, you still have a chance at redemption. Retreat quickly, otherwise, I shall let the world know of your evil nature. You and the tribe behind you shall be called rats by all Northern Plainsmen. Zhang tribe leader berated and warned. Lord Supreme Elder. Tribe's elders looked towards Fang Yuan with hesitation on their faces. Fang Yuan's mad war campaign was indeed violating the rules. Although the three tribes allied to deal with tribe, they had yet to act. Just relying on the evidence gathered by tribe, they could not prove anything. Northern Plains Gu masters liked to battle, but they did not battle recklessly, and everything was based on proper reasons. The more sensible and grand the reasons were, the better it was. Moreover, the struggle for the imperial court had not begun yet, so the tribes were mutually restraining each other. Back when tribe was at Hongyan Valley, Man tribe clearly had more strength than tribe, but they still did not make a direct move. Instead, they used schemes to create a wolf tide. This was because Man tribe did not have a proper reason to swallow tribe. This was the rule of the righteous path, the game rule between the tribes of Northern Plains. Fang Yuan leading tribe to invade the three tribes alliance was clearly breaking this rule. They were attacking without appropriate reasons, which meant their actions lacked righteousness. Tribe's invasive conduct, which reeked of demonic nature, would cause them to be isolated. Other tribes might be vigilant towards them or even attack them. Thus, tribe's higher-ups were worried. But because of Chang Shanyin's strength and prestige, they did not openly oppose him. Right now, the wolf group's offense was obstructed and the tribesmen were starting to show the first signs of worries. Fang Yuan sat indifferently on the mutated beast White Eyes Wolf, gazing at those Gu masters on the wall. The lightning spear core are indeed extraordinary. His gaze continued to flash as he saw the ingenuity behind this. In the entire lightning spear core, there were over 500 offensive Gu masters, but the truly important characters were the 100 or so support Gu masters who were hiding in the corner and were strictly defended. These Gu masters used their Gu worms to strengthen the power of the lightning spears or condense the force of the lightning spears into an even stronger attack. Fang Yuan then looked at the Night Wolf Myriad Beast King as well as Turtleback Myriad Wolf King. These two Wolf Kings were obstructed by Zhang tribe leader personally along with the lightning spear core combined strength, so they had no choice but to retreat. Their bodies were riddled with wounds. Turtleback Myriad Wolf King was slightly better, but the Night Wolf Myriad Beast King's defense Gu was killed. Its entire body was covered with blood and some wounds were so deep, one could even see the bone. Even though Fang Yuan used wolf smoke Gu to heal most of these wounds, the Night Wolf Myriad Beast King's strength had dropped by a level. Retreat? Does retreating mean that the others won't pursue? Fang Yuan sneered. Retreating was the fastest way to die. Only by advancing without stopping, charging forward, defeating the three-tribe alliance, annihilating the survivors, could the bad influence of breaking Northern Plains rules be reduced to the minimum. Right now, tribe was like a drawn bow. There was no other option but to press on. Tribe's higher-ups were short-sighted, so they could not see the situation clearly. But Fang Yuan, with his 500 years of experience, naturally was a seasoned veteran and could clearly see the situation. Everyone, we are at the most crucial moment now. Tribesmen, charge forward, fight to the death. Whoever dares to retreat a step shall be killed without question. Fang Yuan shouted coldly while actively mobilizing all the remaining forces with him. Howl. Wind Wolf Myriad Beast King lead the Wind Wolf group and rushed to the battlefield. Fang Yuan had been intentionally hiding this Myriad Wolf King outside. He had not brought it to tribe camp and did not use it even when attacking tribe. The third Myriad Wolf King. Tribe and Zhang tribe's Gu masters changed expression at the sight of this Wind Wolf King. Tribe's higher-ups revealed joy, while Zhang tribe's Gu masters felt like a heavy stone had landed on their hearts. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with cruel killing intent. He waved his hand and the three Wolf Kings rushed forward together. Seeing three Myriad Wolf Kings charge together, Zhang tribe leader's expression paled and furiously attacked. Killer move, Thunderbird. The primeval sea level in his aperture violently dropped as 3 goo worms were activated together, forming an enormous lightning bird in the air. The giant bird flew towards the turtleback myriad wolf king and obstructed it. Lightning spear core, shoot together. Zhang tribe leader hastily shouted. Hundreds of lightning spears were shot to the sky. Support goo masters acted together, converging the flying lightning spears together. In the blink of an eye, the lightning spears combined to form into a lightning snake. Eagle Claw Goo. A rank 3 elder suddenly activated his goo at the lightning snake. The lightning snake immediately grew out 2 sharp and steel-like claws. Rhino Horn Goo. Another Zhang tribe elder activated his goo. A sharp golden horn grew out of the lightning snake's head. Silver Scales Goo. Another elder added bright silver-colored, firm scale armor on the lightning snake's body. This completely armed lightning spear made a circle in the air, looking like a divine dragon descending into the world. Next, it charged down valiantly towards the Wind Wolf Myriad Beast King. This move again. Fang Yuan's eyes twitched. Previously, the Night Wolf Myriad Beast King had been obstructed by this killer move and suffered serious injuries. This was the killer move. Gold and Silver Lightning Dragon. Goo masters nurtured, used and refined goo. Each aspect was a deep field of study. There was the killer move in the aspect of using goo. Some goo master experts would exquisitely activate many goo worms' abilities consecutively in a very short period and fuse them into an even stronger attack. This was a killer move. Normal killer moves were activated by one goo master, like Zhang tribe leader's killer move Thunderbird. The Gold and Silver Lightning Dragon, however, was a killer move formed from the cooperation of hundreds of goo masters. It condensed the strength of hundreds of goo masters as well as rank 3 experts into an extremely terrifying attack. As it was obstructed by Gold and Silver Lightning Dragon, the Wind Wolf Myriad Beast King had no hopes of advancing further temporarily. However, Fang Yuan was not discouraged. He still had a Myriad Wolf King. Night Wolf Myriad Beast King began a crazed assault under his control. Block it, hold it back even if you die. Tribesmen, our parents, wives, children, brothers and sisters are behind us. We absolutely cannot lose. This Myriad Beast King no longer has its defense goo. We still have hope. Zhang tribe's goo masters raised their morale and attacked fiercely. Countless attacks shone brilliantly like fireworks as they landed on the Night Wolf Myriad Beast King's body. This Night Wolf Myriad Beast King's defense goo had already died. The attacks easily caused its flesh to lacerate, causing it to howl bitterly in pain. The intense pain agitated the Night Wolf Myriad Beast King. Its eyes reddened, its killing intent burst out and its offense became fiercer. Damn it! Seeing the Night Wolf Myriad Beast King kill the Lightning Spear Core, destroying Zhang tribe's most precious trump card, Zhang tribe leader almost spurted out blood in anger. However, he could not go to stop it, as right now, he was using all his strength to pin down Turtleback Myriad Wolf King. To protect their home and family, Zhang tribe's goo masters burst out with much greater strength. Die Beast! A rank 3 elder dashed out without a thought for his safety and flew towards the Night Wolf Myriad Beast King's eyes, fiercely piercing forwarding with his hands. The Night Wolf King had no time to dodge and its eyes were pierced. Amidst the incomparable pain, it opened its mouth and bit this rank 3 elder apart. The rank 3 elder's body was split into 2, but he had a smile on his face before dying. He used his final trace of primeval essence to inflict heavy injuries on the Night Wolf King. Such a situation was not rare. To block the Night Wolf King, many Zhang tribe's goo masters chose to sacrifice themselves and protect their home. Truly brave warriors. Fang Yuan praised while laughing coldly. In his mind, Fang Yuan sensed the Night Wolf King's intense desire to retreat, but he did not allow that and forcibly made it continue attacking. Lightning Spear Core suffered serious losses in the intense fight with the Night Wolf King. Not even 10% survived. With there being no decent resistance, tribe's goo masters charged out and created an opening rapidly. The scales of victory tilted towards Fang Yuan. Time passed. gold and silver lightning dragon dissipated in the air and the Wind Wolf King became free. Under Fang Yuan's control, it started killing Zhang tribe elders. Next, the wolf group charged inside Zhang tribe camp like a tide, mercilessly killing the old, the weak, women and children. Wretched screams, despairing shouts and shrieks resounded throughout the battlefield. Die, go and die, the more deaths there are, the more souls I can obtain. Fang Yuan looked expressionlessly at this living hell, as he secretly used his storage goo. Chapter 481, Bkao Chuan. In a distant dark corner, close to 10 people were gazing at the battlefield. They were the higher-ups of tribe who had escaped. Zhang tribe is done for. Tribe leader Bkao Chuan sighed. Who would have thought Chang Shanyin had a third myriad wolf king? An elder exclaimed in shock, expressing everyone's inner thoughts. They had never expected Fang Yuan to be hiding his strength. In the attack against B clan, this myriad wolf king had been hidden all along and never made its appearance. With 3 myriad wolf kings, it is normal for Zhang tribe, a mid-scale tribe, to be defeated even if they have the lightning spear core. However, Chang Shanyin is really sinister. He could actually wait so patiently to this degree. Such temperament is terrifying. So what? Zhang tribe leader killed Night Wolf Myriad Beast King before his death. Now, Chang Shanyin only has 2 Myriad Wolf Kings left. Some of the remnant tribe elders sighed with sorrow while some sneered. Capturing a Myriad Beast King was not an easy matter. Fang Yuan's loss appeared to be very disastrous to them, but in fact, replenishing the Myriad Wolf King was only a thought away for Fang Yuan, who could connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven. This Chang Shanyin is crazy and cruel. He could have made the Night Wolf Myriad Beast King retreat temporarily, but he kept on pushing it firmly, leading to its death. An elder said with a chill in his heart. The tribe leader narrowed his eyes, recalling the battlefield that was vivid in his mind. If he had not pushed this strongly, they might not have been able to settle the battle so quickly. The tribe is unable to sustain a battle of attrition when attacking a large group with their small group. Chang Shanyin's move was very wise. It is a pity Zhang tribe leader also died. He was a rank 4 upper stage expert, if he could have lived. Tribe elders sighed. The reason for this was also because Zhang tribe leader was overly fond of battles, using all his strength to fight with the enemy. After a long battle, his primeval essence was greatly consumed, but when he wanted to escape, his path was cut off by Night Wolf Myriad Beast King and in the end, did not manage to escape. And Zhang tribe's lightning spear core were almost completely exterminated with only 2 to 3 small fry remaining. These 2 matters were fatal strikes to Zhang tribe's morale. Their tribe leader sacrificed himself and the core was exterminated. Zhang tribe lost resistance and was utterly destroyed. Tribesmen charged into the camp and unfolded an unrestrained massacre. Zhang tribe showed no intent to battle and did their best to escape. Cries of agony and pleading could be heard endlessly. There even appeared scenes where a rank 1 Gu master chased after 2 to 3 rank 2 Gu masters. It was not that these rank 2 Gu masters did not want to fight, but their primeval essence had been severely consumed in the battle with the wolf group. Without primeval essence, a Gu master's battle strength would fall to the abyss. The remnant tribesmen fell into silence as they saw Zhang tribe's miserable state. They could not help thinking back to the scene where their own camp was attacked. Every one of them gnashed their teeth and clenched their fists, their heart filled with fury and also a bleak feeling. Chaos was descending. Every 10 years in northern plains, a disastrous blizzard would appear, causing great unrest where heroes rose and vied for supremacy. At that time, the unrest would spread to the entire northern plains. This situation was no more than a prelude of it. Human lives would be cheap as grass as tribes wandered around without a home. Small or mid-scale tribes would be like duckweed, being involuntarily swept up by the whirlpool of the battle. They could be crushed if they were in the slightest bit careless. Even large-scale tribes had to be extremely cautious and careful. Only those super tribes who had Gu immortals and possessed blessed lands had the foundation to remain standing for ages. Lord Tribe Leader, our primeval essence is already recovered. Originally, we wanted to rescue Zhang tribe, but they are already defeated now. Why don't we go back and take down the tribesmen at our camp and save our tribesmen? At this moment, an elder suggested. Right, Chang Shanyin's appetite is too big. He broke through our camp, then went on to destroy Chang tribe. According to his crazy momentum, he might even be going to P tribe. We need to take the opportunity to go back and kill them. The peopled tribe left behind there might be more in number, but they are all rank 1 and rank 2 Gu masters, with only one rank 3 elder. The elders could not help being agitated as they looked at their tribe leader. Although they had fewer numbers, all of them had rank 3 cultivation while their tribe leader was at rank 4 realm. With such strength they had a huge chance to go back and save their tribe. However, the young tribe leader shook his head and resolutely refused. We cannot. Although tribe left behind very few people and we can go to seize back our camp, but what happens after that? We are too few in numbers. Information about our return will definitely leak. After Chang Shanyin obtains the news and if he returns, would we be able to defend? Can we escape safely with our tribesmen? The group of elders went mute. Cao Chuan was correct. When they had been defending before, they were at full strength, yet they were still broken by the wolf tide, let alone now. Let them become captives. Relax. You saw that after the battle ended, tribe bound the tribesmen and did not kill them. They want to expand their strength. HMPH. Their appetite is too big. Cao Chuan snorted and continued. We will leave our tribesmen with them for the moment. In a short period of time, this will cause their rations to be consumed and they will have to use more manpower and divide more energy. An elder's eyes suddenly brightened. Then why don't we directly attack their nest? Tribe is only a mid-sized tribe now and they have brought out almost all their forces. Their camp definitely has poor defenses right now. We will kill and loot, empty their rations and increase the burden on them, and let them have a taste of being attacked. Good idea. Right. This is a good way. I will definitely let tribe taste the pain of being homeless. The elders discussed in excitement. Fools. Tribe leader slammed the suggestion and looked at everyone with a chilly and sharp gaze. Do you all have pig brains? If we destroy their rations, the ones who would suffer would be our tribesmen. You think they won't kill the captives to reduce the consumption? If someone recognized us, what will we do if they kill the captives to vent their anger? Cao Chuan let out a breath of turbid air, his eyes shining with wisdom as he said in a heavy voice. True revenge is not indulging in quick pleasure. Attacking tribe camp is a small thing, we can't hurt their foundation with it. Only by killing Chang Shanyin, removing tribe's main source of power, can we overturn the situation. We need to fight. These words enlightened all the elders. Lord Tribe Leader is wise. With Lord Tribe Leader with us, our tribe has hope. We will listen to tribe leader's arrangements. The elders looked at tribe leader with respect and admiration. Tribe leader Cao Chuan was also an outstanding person. He had been pushed aside by his siblings when he was young, the most unlikely candidate to the young master position. He took less actions, disguised his strength and showed a low cultivation, thus he would be taunted and ridiculed by his siblings in banquets and gatherings. Cao Chuan was an expert at enduring silently. He restrained himself from making a move. His brothers had internal conflicts while he silently accumulated his strength. When the old tribe leader was critically ill, he finally got the opportunity. The old tribe leader was injured because of a backlash from a goo worm and required a specific goo to heal. However, the tribe found that this goo was residing in a spirit rhino myriad beast king. The spirit rhino beast group had about 80,000 in numbers. The tribe could do nothing and gave up all hope, but Cao Chuan infiltrated the beast group's dwelling by himself. After several days of observation, he discovered this spirit rhino myriad beast king would occasionally leave his group to roll and play in a mud swamp. After it played to its fill, it would sleep soundly. The mud was as smelly as dung and many maggots lived in it. Cao Chuan buried himself in the mud for 7 days and 7 nights without moving. Hard work paid off. The spirit rhino myriad beast king finally came again to play. However, spirit rhino myriad beast king was huge and when it rolled about, it stepped on Cao Chuan's leg. crushing it immediately. Cao Chuan silently endured the pain and did not even let out a groan. When the Myriad Beast King played to its fill and was sleeping soundly, he quietly stole that wild goo worm from the Myriad Beast King's body. Cao Chuan obtained the wild goo worm, and he narrowly escaped this dangerous place, moving without stopping, hopping back to the tribe with his one leg and saved the old tribe leader. The whole tribe was in an uproar. Cao Chuan's actions contained shocking filial piety, outstanding courage and meticulous planning, causing the whole tribe to look at him in a new light. His siblings were also extremely surprised when he revealed his rank 3 peak stage cultivation. After the old tribe leader survived, he emotionally shed tears. The number of times I have cried in my life can be counted by my fingers. Today, I am crying not because I managed to escape from death's door, but because I have a son like this. As a father, I am moved by his filial piety, and as the tribe leader, I am happy for the future of my tribe. On the spot, Cao Chuan was appointed as young tribe leader. Cao Chuan did not conceal himself anymore. He started to deal with all the tribe affairs and fought for everyone's approval. On another hand, he suppressed his siblings and fortified his position, not giving any opportunity to his competitors. In the end, he became the tribe leader and made vigorous efforts to gradually expand tribe. After repeatedly overcoming several difficulties, he had finally walked to this day. Although Cao Chuan was only about 30 or so, he had established deep prestige within the tribe and was trusted by all the elders. Lord Supreme Elder, Lord Tribe Leader and Elders, we have already finished controlling Zheng Tribe camp and have gained a lot of resources. The elder who was in charge of cleaning the battlefield reported excitedly. From our initial estimations, we have obtained at least 8 million primeval stones. We have obtained thousands of goo worms with 100 rank 3 goo among them. There is also a goo house secret room which we are opening right now. Listening to such spoils of war, tribesmen had extreme joy in their face. The gains from Zheng tribe was much more than from tribe. Zheng tribe was a mid-sized tribe, but was a tribe with deep foundation. Even though there were much losses in the battle, the resources that were preserved were still enormous. Lord Supreme Elder, Lord Tribe Leader, what should be our next course of action? This elder asked after he finished reporting. All the tribesmen looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan said expressionlessly, continue attacking. Our next target, Pei Tribe. Chapter 482, Pei Yanf. The night wind whistled and the wolf group howled. Pei Tribe and Tribe were fighting an intense battle around the walls. Flames, golden light, lightning, vines, all kinds of attacks converged to become a scene of brilliant fireworks, lifting the veil of the night. Kill, break the walls, then we can destroy the Pei Tribe. Fight them, kill these tribe thieves. The two sides roared with all their might to boost up their morale. Thick blood smell was lingering around the battlefield. Large numbers of cut limbs and bodies were everywhere. The normally respected goo masters had lives as cheap as grass here. Of course, there were even more corpses of wolves. Seeing the turtleback Myriad Wolf King being repelled back again, Fang Yuan sighed to himself. Because they had charged through and Zheng tribe one after another, information was inevitably leaked. When Fang Yuan led tribesmen to attack Pei Tribe, the other side had already made tight defensive preparations. After losing the Night Wolf Myriad Beast King, Fang Yuan only had 2 Myriad Wolf Kings left, Turtleback Myriad Wolf King and Wind Wolf Myriad Wolf King. Originally, the attacks from both kings would pose threat to Pei Tribe's defensive formations, but because of one person, Fang Yuan could only send 1 Myriad Beast King to attack. This person was Pei Tribe leader Pei Yanf. He was the focus point of this battlefield, being in even more limelight than Fang Yuan's 2 Myriad Beast Kings. Pei Yanf was 8 feet tall with a stately appearance. His eyes were sharp and full of power, his back wide and his waist thin. Right now, he was charging through the wolf group, sweeping everything in his path and revealing the demeanor of an unparalleled general. The characteristic that was the most focused on was his black eyebrows that shone with a dark luster. The eyebrows were thick in the middle and sharp in their 2 ends with the tip raised slightly. like a swallow's wings. This was not a natural characteristic but the imprint of 2 rank 4 swallow wings goo. It was precisely because of this person rampaging around the battlefield with no one able to hold him down that Fang Yuan had to make 1 myriad Wolf King stay for protection to defend against Pei Yan's sudden attack. With this, only Turtleback Myriad Wolf King went to battle in the front line, causing the charge towards Pei tribe to decrease by a lot. One tribe elder let out a bitter scream before death. Following his scream, his head flew to the air, cut by Pei Yanf. Another elder died under Pei Yanf's hands. The tribesman's eyes twitched at this scene. Pei Yanf did not directly attack Fang Yuan, but instead rampaged in the wolf group and had already killed 3 tribes elders. With this way, he was not entangled by the Myriad Wolf King and had his hands free. He was also indirectly restricting Wind Wolf Myriad Wolf King from fighting. One could see his wisdom along with his bravery. Is there anyone else? Pei Yan fused Swallow Wings Goo to fly in the air and shouted majestically. His voice suppressed the wolf howls and spread clearly to all parts of the battlefield. The tribe was silent while Pei tribe's Goo master's morale was greatly increased. Truly a fierce general. Fang Yuan lightly praised. Pei Yan possessed extremely strong flying techniques, being an expert in low-altitude flying. Although he was not at master level, he was not too far from it. He was a Metal Path Goo master. His attacks were very sharp and ordinary Goo masters would find it hard to block them, and he also possessed outstanding movement ability. He was moving all over the battlefield with a very fast speed, like a celestial horse going wherever it wanted. Usually, those that were stronger than him did not have a movement ability like his, while those that could catch up to him did not have a battle strength that could match his. Several times Fang Yuan tried to mobilize Wind Wolf Myriad Beast King towards the front line but Pei Yan would detour and charge towards him. The tribesmen were unable to block him, so Fang Yuan could only make Wind Wolf King return. This Wind Wolf Myriad Beast King was slightly stronger than Pei Yan, but it was a wild beast after all and did not have enough intelligence. Even if it was controlled by Fang Yuan, its flexibility could not match with Pei Yan. I have very few Myriad Beast Kings, it is getting so difficult just to deal with one Pei Yan. The wolf group's scale is also not big. A truly mature beast group would have at least 100,000 beasts. The current 3 enslavement masters of Northern Plains, Ma Zun, Yang Po Ying and Zhang Baoya, have beast groups of hundreds of thousands of beasts. They even have a small group of mutated beasts as their trump card. Fang Yuan's mind was on expanding the beast group as he observed the battlefield. His beast group might have had taken shape, but its strength had clearly weakened after repeatedly fighting 3 battles. Most of all, the main battle strength was not powerful enough. The ones that truly decided the war in the Goo Master world were still the high-rank Goo Masters. Fang Yuan pondered while mobilizing 1,000 Wolf Kings and 100 Wolf Kings to lead the wolf group to form a wave of concentrated attack towards the Pei tribe camp. The wolves howled and charged forward aggressively like a tsunami, causing the Goo Masters on the walls to tense up and hurriedly mobilize everything. The attack this time is really fierce. Bring the reserve troops here quickly to defend. Earthpath Goo Masters, restore the walls fast. Hold on, we must hold on, don't stint on your primeval essence. Boom boom boom. Large amount of flames shot down and exploded towards the wolf group. Golden spears and arrows flew like dense school of fish, striking down on the wolf group, causing massive casualties. Several elders joined hands and created 2-3 small-scale tornado that sent the wolves flying 50-60 feet high. The wolves fell to their death. Let's attack. The tribesmen also started their offense. Ghost Flame Goo. 2-3 balls of eerie blue ghost fire smashed towards the wall, hitting a group of Goo Masters. The Goo Masters' whole bodies were covered with the chilly ghost fire. They let out the most tragic shouts. The ghost fire did not injure their body, but directly burned their souls. Such pain was extremely intense. Fist Stone Goo. An enormous stone that looked like a clenched fist whisked through the sky, producing a rumbling sound like that of a lion or tiger. Then it heavily smashed on the wall. A deep crater immediately formed on the wall and the cracks quickly spread towards all directions. The goo masters on the wall could not maintain their balance and fell down. Lightning net goo. A large net formed from lightning current flew towards the sky and fell down towards a part of the wall. The goo masters on that part of the wall were paralyzed by the lightning. Some stubbornly resisted with their defensive goo, while some were scorched like coal, dead. The fierce explosions caused huge numbers of casualties within a short period of time, and also quickly consumed the goo masters' primeval essence. Thus, after a while, they had to stop. Pei tribes and tribes goo masters stopped attacking and retreated. Some directly sat down on their spot and grasped every second to recover their primeval essence. Now is the time. Fang Yuan's eyes brightened as he saw this while sitting on the white eye wolf. When the two sides were gasping for breath, he made his move. Wolf smoke goo. Wolf smoke surged, covering the battlefield and quickly healing the wolf group's wounds and recovering their battle strength. Wolf howl goo. Fang Yuan let out a long howl towards the sky, and after the mournful howl, the wolf group also roared, their battle strength raising rapidly. Another portion of wolf group rushed to the battlefield, joining with the remaining wolf group in the battlefield, forming a new wave of attack. This offensive was directed towards a specific part of the wall. This part was already on the verge of collapse after being smashed by the giant fist stone. Howl. The turtleback myriad wolf king also rushed forward. The goo masters on the wall struggled to stand up and used all kinds of attacks, but turtleback myriad wolf king forcibly resisted the attack and smashed the wall into pieces. The wall collapsed. A hole appeared in the defensive line. Countless wolves rushed through the hole and started killing Pei tribe's goo masters. Pei Yanf immediately activated Swallow Wings Goo to quickly go back. Rank 4 Golden Coat Goo. His whole body shone with a golden light which then dimmed down and formed an armor. Rank 4 Swallow Wings Goo. Another pair of swallow wings grew out from his back, and with 2 pair of wings, his speed was doubled. Rank 4 Rainbow Transformation Goo. Clap. He put his 2 palms together and raised them above his head, his whole body like a straight pencil, then like a golden arrow, he made an arc through the air. With the activation of the Rainbow Transformation Goo, his 2 pairs of wings and his whole body gradually turned into a golden halo. 3 Rank 4 Goo activated together to form into a killer move. Pei Yanf's killer move, Golden Rainbow Strike. Like a rainbow, his whole body turned into a golden meteor, letting out dazzling light like a fragment of the sun, forcing people to narrow their eyes. Golden Rainbow carved out a stunning arc through the air before instantly striking Turtleback Myriad Wolf King. Under Fang Yuan's control, in the moment of imminent crisis, Turtleback Myriad Wolf King turned its body and faced Pei Yanf with its shell. Boom! The golden rainbow struck the turtleback, producing a huge sound and also giving off infinite golden light. For a moment, the goo masters on the battlefield had no choice but to close their eyes, but even so, the dazzling light caused their eyes to tear up. The golden rays of light dimmed down, and the goo masters slowly opened their blurred eyes. The turtleback myriad wolf king's shell was unexpectedly pierced through by Pei Yanf, creating a hole from where one could see the right side of the wolf king from its left. The turtleback myriad wolf king let out a mournful howl. With such injuries, its battle strength had fallen to the bottom. Meanwhile, Pei Yanf's expression paled as he hovered in the air. Many shocked sounds echoed at this moment. Tribe's goo masters looked stifled, while Pei tribe's morale soared, shouting the might of their tribe leader. Lord, Pei Yanf has battled intensely for so long and now has used his killer move to injure Myriad Wolf King. His primeval essence should be exhausted. Now is the time to go in for the kill. Zhiguang excitedly shouted. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes. Zhiguang was right. Pei Yanf had battled for so long, he should not have much primeval essence left. Fang Yuan naturally knew this clearly, but with his 500 years of memories, Fang Yuan knew Pei Yanf had a mysterious goo called Do or Die Goo. This goo was a rank 5 goo that could provide the goo master with large amounts of primeval essence instantly, but its after effect was a decrease in their cultivation stage. Of course, Just this point was not enough for Fang Yuan to give up. But, is there any bad news from our camp, Zhang tribe camp and tribe camp? Fang Yuan asked. Zhu Guang promptly replied, not yet. Fang Yuan immediately knew something was up and sneered, before sending the command, our tribe's battle strength has fallen and Pei tribe has suffered even more casualties. We shall retreat. Chapter 483, Safely Retreat. Cao Chuan had been observing the development of the battle situation. Beside him, there were 11 Gu masters. Other than the tribe elders, there were also several Zhang tribe elders. They are all summoned by Cao Chuan. Their only motive was to kill Chang Shanyin, to reverse the outcome of this battle. Zhang tribe is nothing but scattered sand. We do not have to worry about them. The only problem is Wolf King Chang Shanyin. As long as we kill him, victory is ours. We can still win. Cao Chuan's eyes shone brilliantly as he observed the battle while raising the morale of the people around him. Zhang tribe elders were all convinced by him. Tribe leader is right, but when do we attack? Cao Chuan squinted his eyes. We have to wait. Wolf King is very vigilant. He only sent the Turtleback Myriad Wolf King to lead the attack, while the Wind Wolf Myriad Beast King was always near him. He has ample defensive forces around him. Although we are strong, there is only one chance for us to attack him. Once we fail, we can only force our way through. By then, we would be in a hopeless situation, being surrounded by the wolf group. There will be little chance of killing Chang Shanyin. At this moment, the most intense clash happened on the battlefield. All sorts of attacks, in all shapes and colors, filled the battlefield. The loud sound of explosions occurred continually. Seeing this, everyone's hearts shuddered. In such a battlefield, even a rank 3 Gu master was cannon fodder. Only rank 4 or 5 Gu masters were the main force. Lord, now is the best time to attack, an elder suggested. No hurry. Cao Chuan waved his hand. After the attack persisted and eventually ended, an elder could not stand it anymore. Lord Tribe Leader, now is the time. While Tribe Gu masters are recovering their primeval essence, we can charge in and catch them unguarded. No, our target is only Chang Shanyin. Although they had an intense battle, the number of wolves near Chang Shanyin had increased in numbers instead. Cao Chuan rejected solemnly. Next, Fang Yuan struck and made good use of his timing to destroy a portion of the defensive wall. This was a crucial development. Pei tribe's defenses were finally broken. Large number of wolves charged in as the Turtleback Myriad Wolf King also arrived. This is bad. Once the defensive line is broken, the wolf group would carry out a full frontal assault. Pei tribe would not be able to handle it. This is an emergency. Lord, we have to attack. If not, Pei tribe is finished. If we strike now, we can still salvage this situation. No. Cao Chuan stood up. His eyes were flashing as he was filled with joy. The long-awaited chance had arrived. As long as Pei tribe's defenses were broken, Chang Shanyin would need to mobilize the wolf group and attack Pei tribe camp. This way, his defenses would be greatly weakened. It would give Cao Chuan a good chance to kill him. If we strike now, it would only alert Chang Shanyin and he would recall his wolves, causing the battle to turn into a stalemate again. After we expose ourselves, we would lose the precious chance to kill him. Our 3 tribes are allied. Why was Pei tribe's losses so much less than ours? The Wolf King is so vigilant. He is not easy to deal with. Only with Pei tribe as the bait, allowing him to taste the sweetness of victory, can we kill him at the moment when he lets his guard down. In an instant, Cao Chuan's brain worked intensely as he had several thoughts. But he could not say that out loud. Instead he said, wait a bit longer, we cannot be anxious. Believe in Pei Yanf. He is a famous general in Northern Plains. Do you think he is so weak? The rank 3 Gu masters heard this and stopped their charging momentum. Cao Chuan had just said that when Pei Yanf unleashed his killer move, Golden Rainbow Strike, the intense explosion forced everyone to raise their arms to shield their eyes from the bright light. After the light dispersed, Turtleback Myriad Wolf King suffered heavy injuries while Pei Yanf floated above the rubbles of the defensive wall. His expression was pale. So strong. With just one strike, he heavily injured the Myriad Beast King. This is Pei Yanf's famous killer move. It is truly formidable. Tribe leader is amazing. He understood the battlefield so well. I have learned much. The elders expressed their amazement at Pei Yanf's battle strength, while praising Bkaochuan's judgment. Bkaochuan's lips twitched. He would rather see Pei Yanf fail in guarding his camp. There is still hope. We have to wait a bit longer. Pei Yanf definitely used up a lot of his primeval essence for such a strong move. Looking at his expression, he must be at his wit's end. As long as Wind Wolf King is near Changshan Yin, he is near invincible. Pei Tribe still had the lower hand. If the wolf group attacks Pei Tribe camp again, I will continue my plan from earlier. If Pei Yanf has the advantage, I will make use of the opportunity and cooperate with him, dealing the fatal blow to Changshan Yin. Sparks were flying in Bkaochuan's head. He blinked as he modified his plan. I have a chance. There is still hope. I cannot fluster at this moment. I have to calm down and endure. As long as we kill Changshan Yin, not only will we turn this around, I will also gain fame. After I become Liu Wenwu's subordinate, I can gain important roles and fight for more opportunities for my tribe. Bkaochuan cheered for himself in his heart. But at this moment, his pupils shrunk as he swore, "Oh my God, what the FCK?" The elders sent him a peculiar gaze. All along, even though the battle was tense, Bkaochuan was extremely confident and had the situation in his grasp. Why was he losing his nerves now? Bkaochuan could not care less about the gazes. He stared at the battlefield as he spoke out uncontrollably. Why is this Changshan Yin retreating now of all times? The Wolf King was in an advantageous situation. Although the turtleback Myriad Wolf King was heavily injured, it was not dead. He still had another Wind Wolf Myriad Beast King. In contrast, Pei Yanf was at his wit's end. Most importantly, Pei Tribe camp's defenses were broken. As long as he attacked following this weakness, Pei Tribe's pressure in defending would be many times of before. Most likely, they would not able to hold on. Once the wolf group invades Pei Tribe camp, Bkaochuan would have the chance to attack, dealing Wolf King the fatal blow from behind. But now, he was retreating? Why was Changshan Yin retreating? Bkaochuan had no time to think about this already. He was extremely nervous now. His confident face started to show some anxiety. Wolf King still had much strength now. Once he retreated, the assault that he had painstakingly waited for would be ruined. The worst thing was, Tribe Camp and Shang Tribe Camp were in Tribe's control. Once the wolves retreated, they would bring all these captives and resources away. Bkaochuan would lose his tribe completely. Without even a tribe, only left with several elders, Bkaochuan's tribe leader status would become the biggest laughingstock. Just look at the current situation. Once he goes to Liu Wenwu, he would definitely not receive an important position. No, I cannot let Changshan Yin retreat so easily. Once he leaves, we have no hopes of succeeding. Bkaochuan screamed in his heart. He stood up abruptly, shouting, "Everyone, we cannot wait any longer. Changshan Yin is out of steam. They are trying to retreat. Now is the time we attack and kill the Wolf King. Everyone, it is time to take back our tribe." The elders near him could see the battle situation too. Bkaochuan's words made them energized as their battle intent surged. "Kill Changshan Yin. Don't think of leaving. Wolf King, fight me one-on-one if you have the guts." A group of rank 3 Gu masters left their hiding spot and started attacking Tribe's army from the back under Bkaochuan's lead. HMPH, they appeared as expected. Fang Yuan foresaw this. He did not fluster upon seeing these people. He understood clearly, Bkaochuan and Gang did not go back to reinforce their tribes. Thus there were only two possibilities. One was that they were attacking Tribe's main camp to exact revenge. The other was that they were reinforcing Pei Tribe. Since the three tribes and their camps were intact, these people were definitely hiding nearby. If Fang Yuan continued attacking Pei Tribe camp and fought with Pei Yanf with all his strength, during the crucial moment, he would definitely face an assassination. Thus, retreating was the wisest choice. But these people were really good at waiting. They appeared now after I forced them. It seems they have deep motives. Fang Yuan rode on the white-eyed wolf as he thought calmly. Tribesmen were anxious. Cao Chuan and the other 11 people were experts. They were unstoppable in their attack. It brought a huge mental pressure to the tribesmen. Lord Supreme Elder, what do we do? Zhiguang asked. Why are you panicking? Listen to my command and retreat. Fang Yuan laughed coldly. Retreating in the battlefield was extremely risky. Often, when retreating, enemies would chase after them and cause them to fail in getting away. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had participated in many battles. He knew that these wolves were good for covering them when retreating. He had the ability to face pressure from two sides and escape. He moved the turtleback myriad wolf king near him and recalled his wolf group, making the 100 wolf kings. 1,000 wolf kings gather towards the center of the army. As for those ordinary wild wolves, they were left behind to expend the enemy's primeval essence. As expected, after a moment, Cao Chuan and Gang lost their momentum, starting to use the primeval essence in their apertures sparingly. Damn it, do we just watch Chang Shanyin retreat like this? Cao Chuan bit his lips. His eyes had turned red from killing. He was extremely indignant in his heart. Pei Yanf, why are you not attacking? If we cannot take the Wolf King's life today, how will we have the face to participate in the Heroes' Assembly? Cao Chuan screamed. Pei Yanf snorted. He was not a brute. He knew that Cao Chuan's sudden assault was after he threw Pei tribe under the bus. He wanted to use them as bait. But Wolf King Chang Shanyin could not be let off. During this battle, tribe fought 3 tribes at one go. If they retreated successfully, they would shoot to fame, and these 3 tribes would become their stepping stones. Moreover, Pei tribe suffered huge losses. How could he not take revenge for such deep hatred? Thinking of this, Pei Yanf resolved himself. Rank 5, do or die Gu. Swish swish swish. Pei Yanf's heart felt hollow as large amounts of primeval essence appeared from thin air, filling up his dry aperture. Chang Shanyin, hand over your life. He howled, rushing over. Tribesmen were flustered. Fang Yuan laughed, asking around, who is this? Zhiguang admired Fang Yuan's calmness and the anxiety in his heart vanished, answering solemnly, tribe leader Cao Chuan. Cao Chuan. Pei Yanf. He. Heroes emerge in chaotic times. Very good, very good. Fang Yuan praised them loudly as his voice resounded in the air. Next, he jumped down from the white-eyed wolf, changing his steed to a hump wolf. White-eyed wolf took a few quick steps, standing together with Wind Wolf Myriad Beast King and Turtleback Myriad Wolf King. That is. Cao Chuan's momentum froze, his pupils shrunk. Pei Yanf's expression was grim. He was extremely bitter. White-eyed wolf was a mutated beast with strength equaling a Myriad Beast King. Earlier, they were too focused on Fang Yuan, thus ignoring his white-eyed wolf. Now that the white-eyed wolf stood out, its identity was immediately exposed. Damn it! Pei Yanf gritted his teeth, stopping his attack helplessly. If Fang Yuan only had the Wind Wolf Myriad Beast King left, that would be fine, but with a white-eyed wolf, he had enough strength to resist their attacks and even fight back. Pei Yanf did not dare to take the risk and place Pei tribe in danger again. He chose to give up. On the other end, Cao Chuan had no choice but to stop his steps. He looked at the army retreating. He not only felt dejection in his heart but also a strong chill. Wolf King Chang Shanyin, just how many trump cards do you have? If only he knew. Chapter 484, Influence. The noisy night winds gradually stopped. Thick mist started to form near the wild grass on the ground. Tribe army retreated along Crescent Lake, moving slowly. Having successfully retreated, these people still had battle intent left in them. Even though they did not take down Pei tribe in the end, they had made a name for themselves in this battle. Tribesmen were excitedly talking about it. This battle was amazing. That dogshit 3-tribe alliance. They dared to find trouble with us tribe. They were simply courting death. HMPH, what Shang tribe, or Pei tribe, they were merely so. Now, tribe and Shang tribe camps have been taken down by us, and Pei tribe suffered huge losses. After this battle tonight, Tribe is going to become famous throughout Northern Plains. Using the strength of one tribe to challenge three, such an accomplishment and bravery made the tribe Gu Masters feel proud and confident of themselves. It was all thanks to Lord Wolf King Chang Shan Yin. A Gu Master exclaimed. The words immediately caused a huge commotion. That is right. If not for the wolves charging ahead and paving the way for us, we would definitely suffer great losses and face many casualties. This is the power of an enslavement path Gu Master. No wonder so many tribes want to nurture one or two enslavement path Gu Masters even if they had to curb their spending. Lord Wolf King is our tribe's supreme elder. We are one family. It is really our honor to have Lord Wolf King by our side. After this battle, Fang Yuan's prestige and tribe rose to an absurd level. Fang Yuan rode the White Eyes Wolf again, as tribe leader, and the band of elders accompanied him. As the supreme elder, Fang Yuan had the authority to forcefully remove the tribe leader Zhuang. Of course, Zhuang was an obedient chess piece. Fang Yuan had no intention to remove him. The Grand Army first returned to Zhang tribe camp. The Gu Masters left behind had already gathered the resources and placed them on the 30 Blue Farm slug transportation troops. These slugs were known as mucus Gu worms. They were like snails without shells. They were rank 3 with a body larger than elephants. They were blue and had blue water crystals growing on their bodies. These Blue Farm slug Gu were easy to use. They expended little primeval essence and Gu Masters only needed to stuff the items into their bodies. Blue Farm slug Gu did not have any attacking capabilities. After swallowing the items, their bodies would expand. These 30 Blue Farm slug Gu were now 5 times their original size. Even a Myriad Beast King was not half of their size. But even so, there was still a small portion of the resources in Zhang tribe that could not be carried, and could only be left behind in the camp. The elder that stayed behind handed over the list of gains after calculation. Fang Yuan browsed through it. The profits were huge. We are rich. Zhuang saw this and was elated. This is a huge fortune, and we obtained so many captives as well. Our tribe can quickly become a large-sized tribe. We have to be alert these few days. We have to strengthen our defenses, and prevent the surrounding tribes from buying our goods. But what do we do with the Gu Masters who surrendered? According to the norm, they will become slave Gu Masters. But we do not have so many slavery Gu. Tribesmen started to feel a headache. Tribe was only a middle-sized tribe. They had a weak foundation. If they were a large tribe, they would be able to better digest these gains. They left behind a group of people to defend the place, and instructed them to retreat. Of Pei tribe's army came over, to preserve their strength. Tribe's army brought the 30 Blue Farm slug Gu and large numbers of captives and continued on their journey. When they reached tribe camp, the troops stopped. When they set off again, the size of the group had expanded by several times again. When they finally reached their tribe camp, the returning warriors received a warm welcome from all the tribesmen. The cheers were extremely loud as the first rays of dawn shone on their faces. In contrast, those captives were all either numb or in despair. It was like the two sides lived in different worlds. Fang Yuan lightly let out a breath of turbid air. On the way back, he was afraid of Pei tribe's assault. It seems that Pei Yanf was concerned with his tribe's safety and wanted to preserve his forces. Thus he did not attack. Otherwise, we will face much greater obstacles on the way. Of course, the main reason for this was because I showed them the White Eyes Wolf, displaying a facade that it had the strength of a Myriad Beast King. But the truth was, Fang Yuan's White Eyes Wolf had grown because of Third Watch Gu. There was not a single wild Gu worm on it. This was the world of Gu. Without a single wild Gu, White Eyes Wolf could not even defeat 1,000 Beast King. If they really fought, White Eyes Wolf was only a giant wild wolf. But if Pei Yanf and Cao Chuan were not deterred and continued attacking, Fang Yuan would be in trouble. He had already exerted 120% of his wolf group's strength. In terms of strength path, he had just started, having only 30 June of strength. In terms of soul, he had not reached 1,000-man soul yet. My current strength is still too weak. After 3 battles in one night, I can vividly feel all my weaknesses. Now that they were safe, Fang Yuan looked at the wolf group. The 60,000 wolf group had suffered great losses, only less than half survived. But his greatest loss was his myriad beast kings. Fang Yuan had 3 myriad beast kings, but after this battle, Night Wolf Myriad Beast King died in battle, and Turtleback Myriad Wolf King suffered heavy injuries. Although it has started receiving treatment, it was still unconscious. Wind Wolf Myriad Beast King was full of injuries. It had lost a lot of the goo worms on it and its battle strength fell greatly. But Fang Yuan felt no regrets. Compared to his gains, these losses were nothing. Not to say his immense loot from the 2 camps, Fang Yuan had achieved all his goals from this battle. Taking the initiative to attack and fighting 3 tribes alone, the name of Wolf King Chang Shanyin would spread in northern plains again, becoming a widely known topic. This was a testament to Fang Yuan's strength. It would be a great help to his future plans of participating in the Heroes' Assembly and dealing with Taibei Yunsheng. Furthermore, these dead wolves served a great purpose. Their souls were kept by Fang Yuan and were used to fertilize Danghun Mountain. After this battle, I have created a name for myself, as well as displaying my ferocity. I'm sure this will deter the nearby forces. With this, tribe can recuperate and regroup, while I can also take some time to expand my wolf group and cultivate my wolfman soul, at the same time, preparing my rank 5 enslavement path goo worms. Lying on his bed, Fang Yuan's thoughts spanned out and slowly faded. Outside the goo house, the cheers were getting louder as the tribesmen celebrated like no tomorrow. Fang Yuan gradually closed his eyes. He felt tired. 3 battles in one night. Controlling so many wolves to participate in intense battle, it expended his mental energy, a form of fatigue originating from his soul spread throughout his body. Just when he was sleeping soundly, a great commotion had expanded all over Crescent Lake. In the morning, almost every tribe leader nearby or their strategist received the information regarding this battle. There were suspicious people, threatened people, fearful people, or furious people. But regardless of their feelings, at once, tribe and Wolf King Chang Shanyin became the hottest topic of every tribe. I thought he was just a cat, but he turned out to be a leopard. Wang tribe leader was staring intently at the paper describing this battle. After a long while, he sighed as he was filled with lamentation. He wanted to watch from the sidelines. If the situation permitted it, he would reap some rewards from this conflict. But to think that tribe challenged 3 tribes in one night under Fang Yuan's lead, dealing a huge blow to Pei tribe. Tribe leader Cao Chuan became a vagabond, and Pei Yanf, a fierce general in northern plains, lost a small realm of his cultivation. He is simply too daring and ferocious. He is overly ruthless. Even Wang tribe leader's strategist Wang Didao looked at this information and exclaimed as his expression changed. Tribe attacked without warning, striking first and catching the 3 tribes unguarded. 2 were destroyed while 1 was half ruined. This is overstepping the line. They broke our unspoken rule. Aren't they afraid of being blamed by all of us? Wang Didao said furiously. Tribe's rampant invasion made him feel uneasy. At this time, the Goo Master outside brought in another letter. This was a letter from tribe. It was sent to all the forces near Crescent Lake. The letter was written by Zhuang personally. It detailed how the 3 tribes had ill intentions. In order for tribe to defend itself, they had to retaliate. The letter talked about Yan tribe and all the reasons and justifications they had, including Chang Shanyin's grudges from many years ago. The truth is, back then, Chang Shanyin was a victim. This was why he had to face Hatugu and the bandits alone. Now that he is back, he wants to exact revenge on his tribe. Meanwhile, Chang tribe was already part of young Master Liu Wenwu's forces. Yan tribe was Liu Wenwu's family-in-law, but they did not know about his grudges and asked Chang Shanyin for help. This is how everything started. Wang Didao looked at this letter and his expression was uncertain. He became more furious. Chang Shanyin is involving the innocent with his personal grudges. What kind of Northern Plains hero is this? Wang tribe leader was calm. He got to the point immediately. But this way, tribe has a reason to attack. Although this reason is so forced, They can at least cover themselves with a proper explanation. Tribe has Chang Shanyin's protection. After defeating 3 tribes, their strength would definitely increase and they would expand. There is little hope of the other tribes gathering to deal with Chang Shanyin after seeing the sorry states of these 3 tribes. Wang Dadao nodded. Then what do we do next? Wolf King's actions were too quick. Now that it had already happened, we cannot interfere anymore. Sigh. I underestimated the Wolf King. Wang tribe leader sighed. At this time, someone outside informed him that tribe leader Bkao Chuan has brought his band of elders to meet Wang tribe leader. Bkao Chuan, why is he here? Wang tribe leader frowned. Wang Dadao reminded him, Lord tribe leader, did you forget? Tribe had sent an elder to invite us to join his alliance earlier. That elder is still staying with us. Wang tribe leader patted his forehead. Oh, I nearly forgot. I said I would host him for 3 days. Today is the 3rd day. No way. I should not meet this Bkao Chuan. Go and meet him. Tell him I have an important gu to refine today. I cannot leave my closed cultivation. Bkao Sheng had been well treated by Wang tribe these few days, but he did not forget his mission. During this time, he had requested to meet with Wang tribe leader several times but was rejected. Seeing Bkao Chuan, he was very surprised. Lord tribe leader, and all the other elders, why are you here personally? Before he got a reply, Bkao Sheng said with an expression of guilt, everyone, I have disappointed you. That Wang tribe leader keeps rejecting my offer, not agreeing to join the alliance. But no worry, with the strength of our 3 tribes, we can easily deal with tribe. Tribe elders heard this and some of their eyebrows trembled, while the others' expressions turned grim. Bkao Chuan felt bitter in his heart. At once, he did not know what to say, or how to explain the situation to this elder. Chapter 485, Plotting Against the Land Spirit. 8 days later, at night, the stars shone in the sky as the night winds blew. Fang Yuan rode on the white-eyed wolf's back, ready to move out. Zhiguang stood by his side, reporting the situation of the last few days. During these last 8 days, large numbers of small to mid-sized tribes have started on their journey to attend the Heroes' Assembly. Right now, only several large-sized tribes are left in Crescent Lake. Bkao Chuan, Pei Yanf and the others were the first to leave. Fang Yuan adjusted his posture. Earlier when we took the initiative to challenge the 3 tribes, it made many tribes apprehensive. Since the Heroes' Assembly was nearing, it is normal that they decided to leave. But for those large tribes, they have a lot of stuff to settle due to their many enterprises. Thus, they usually attend the second half of the Heroes' Assembly. Supreme Elder is wise, that is indeed so. Zhiguang started bootlicking. Fang Yuan chuckled. Crescent Lake's aquatic plants are beautiful. We will stay here for the time being. We should be internalizing our gains from the battles now instead of traveling. Yes, Lord. Zhiguang heaved a sigh of relief. They had such intentions in their earlier discussions. The tribe was now like a fat man who had eaten too much. They could not walk. These 8 days, they had been expanding the campground day and night, recruiting those captives. After calculating their resources, the strength of the tribe was growing day by day. Those water wolves, are they still there? Fang Yuan asked. Yes. I sent investigative gu masters there many times to check them out. These water wolves amount to about 5,000. At night, they will enter that water den to rest. Lord, do you really not need guards? Fang Yuan snorted, replying arrogantly, any place with wolves will have me Chang Shanyin. Why would I need guards? Zhiguang could hear his unhappiness, thus he quickly bowed and gave way. I wish Lord Supreme Elder all the best in your recruitment of the water wolves. You will have to be careful of the matters in the tribe. Without me around, you have to take note of those gu masters who surrendered. Yes, Lord. Fang Yuan left behind the Wind Wolf King, bringing the weakened Turtleback Myriad Wolf King and 18,000 wolves, leaving the campsite and starting on their hunt. He first followed the map that tribe investigators had drawn. Getting close to the water den, water wolves lived in the water. They ate fish as food. Often, when they were hungry, they would also come ashore to eat some rabbits or rats. With the arrival of the wolf group, These water wolves were immediately alerted to defend their homes. The water wolves formed into a tight formation as they left the water den, staring at Feng Yuan vigilantly. Feng Yuan expressionlessly sat on his white-eyed wolf's back. He waved with his hand and countless wild wolves howled as they attacked the water wolves. The water wolves resisted as the two sides engaged in fierce combat. Wolf howl gu, wolf smoke gu. Feng Yuan made his move from the back several times, firmly grasping control of the battle in his hands. His wolf group was larger to begin with. Soon, they started killing water wolves. More than 1,000 water wolf corpses were left on the ground, as Feng Yuan used wolf enslavement gu to subdue more than 2,000 of them. The remaining 1,000 escaped to the deep parts of Crescent Lake. Feng Yuan did not chase them. Instead, he destroyed this water den and obtained several hundred water wolf cubs. Next, he went to the next location. After destroying several wolf dens, by night time, Feng Yuan subdued over 6,000 water wolves, 2,000 turtleback wolves, and 1,000 night wolves. Crescent Lake had the most water wolves, but there were also some turtleback wolves, night wolves, and wind wolves. But the wind wolves were too fast, they were hard to catch. They often retreated at the slightest danger. Feng Yuan targeted a pack of wind wolves, but they escaped quickly amidst battle. Wolf groups were very crafty. In order to capture them, Feng Yuan had to pay a price as well. If the cost was too high, and was greater than the benefits, he would give up on them. Some large water wolf groups had myriad wolf kings. Feng Yuan did not dare to attack them abruptly. But this time, his expedition of hunting wolves was only a cover. Now that he had acted enough, he searched for a secluded spot and surrounded himself with wolves. Next, he activated Moving Perspective Cup Gu and contacted Little Hu Immortal. Little Hu Immortal got the news and immediately summoned a group of Starlight Firefly Gu, using the Starlight and Green Grape Immortal Essence to activate Stargate Gu. Stargate Gu came in pairs. Using the power of Black Heaven, they could traverse regions. Feng Yuan waited for a while, seeing the starlight in the night sky descending and gathering on his Stargate Gu. The Stargate Gu was like a blue gemstone as it flew towards the sky. When it reached midair, the starlight exploded as a door was formed. This time, Feng Yuan did not enter the Stargate anxiously. Instead, he sent the weak and heavily injured turtleback Myriad Wolf King in first, as well as large numbers of injured wolves. The large number of wolves entered the Stargate like flowing river water, disappearing. This way, Feng Yuan only had strong and elite wolves left with him. This greatly reduced his pressure of feeding them. As for those injured wolves, they would reproduce and grow in the Blessed Land, giving birth to healthy cubs. As time in Hu Immortal Blessed Land was faster, they would grow quickly and become Feng Yuan's new source of wolves. After sending these wolves into Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Feng Yuan also entered the door. Master, you asked me to check on connecting Heaven Gu daily. I was very obedient and did as you said. That Langya Old Immortal really appeared again and bought lots of materials in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Little Hu Immortal was very happy upon seeing Feng Yuan, hugging his leg as she used her face to rub it, talking about the things that happened while Feng Yuan was gone. Oh, is that so? What did he buy? Feng Yuan heard this and was energized, quickly asking. Little Hu Immortal took out a piece of paper from her pocket and handed it to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan looked and browsed through it. These Gu worms and materials were very familiar. They were used to refine second aperture Gu. What did this mean? Langya Old Immortal was Langya Land Spirit. He was going to refine second aperture Gu, thus, he definitely survived the second wave of attacks and had the urge to refine second aperture Gu. At the same time, that divine travel Gu was definitely in his hands. Otherwise, why would he purchase ingredients so urgently right after the second wave of attacks? Langya Land Spirit was plotted against by Old Man Yan Shi. He should be defending Langya Blessed Land now. Although this land spirit is intelligent, he is rigid, and does not possess the ability to scheme. What am I waiting for? Feng Yuan thought of this and his heart was palpitating. He immediately left Hu Immortal Blessed Land, returning to Northern Plains Crescent Lake. Next, He led the wolf group as he charged to that stone forest without rest. Using Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's entry point again, he entered Lanya Blessed Land. There were many new changes to Lanya Blessed Land. The 12 cloud buildings were attacked, there were much rubble and broken structures, scars from burning flames, lightning strikes, or results of frost. These were traces of a huge battle, especially outside the buildings. On the pure white cloud soil, they were tainted with blood traces. A deer-like desolate beast with the size of a mountain was lying on the cloud soil, dead. Even though it lost its life, the skin was still shiny and smooth, glowing with a rainbow-like luster. It gave off a holy feeling. "Why are you here?" Lanya Land Spirit welcomed Feng Yuan grumpily. "What happened?" Feng Yuan did not answer him. Instead he asked and expressed his shock. "HMPH, a bunch of daring scoundrels. They set their claws on this blessed land. They have all been killed." Lanya Land Spirit's expression was grim as his killing intent surged. Feng Yuan curiously looked at the land spirit. "Isn't Lanya Blessed Land very secretive? How did they get in? Unless you opened the doors yourself." "Get lost. Am I so stupid?" The land spirit howled. "These goddamn scoundrels plotted against me. They did something to the stuff I bought. I originally bought Divine Travel Goo to refine Second Aperture Goo, but during the refinement process, a passage formed and these little rats came in." The land spirit called them rats, but as Feng Yuan looked at the state of the 12 cloud buildings, he could guess the intensity of the battle. But Lanya Blessed Land was, after all, Longhair Ancestors' old home. As the #1 refinement immortal of all time, someone who was on equal status with 2 venerables, he definitely had deep foundations and many trump cards. The second wave of attacks could not take down this steep foundation so easily. At least, Feng Yuan knew there were 12 desolate beasts in Lanya Blessed Land. Now only one had died. However, Old Man Yanxi was still alive. The second wave of attacks was not the last, but the beginning. "The show has just begun." Feng Yuan laughed. "I guessed right. You're that Lanya old immortal. You bought Divine Travel Goo in Treasure Yellow Heaven. It seems you managed to protect Divine Travel Goo." Lanya Land Spirit laughed smugly. "Of course, otherwise, that 9-color spirit deer would not have died." Suddenly, his expression changed, as he thought of something, staring vigilantly at Feng Yuan. "Why are you here, lad?" Feng Yuan bowed to the land spirit, replying as a matter of fact, "What else? I am obviously here to ask you to refine the Second Aperture Goo for me." "What?" Land spirit shouted, staring at Feng Yuan furiously, his eyes about to spew fire. Longhair Ancestor had failed to refine an important immortal goo for Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable back then, thus he made a promise to refine 9 goo worms for him without any costs, regardless of mortal or immortal goo. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable used 6 chances to receive 6 immortal goo. With 3 chances left, he sealed it into his inheritances to leave it to a fated person. In Feng Yuan's previous life, this chance was taken by Ma Hongyun. But now, Feng Yuan came here earlier and snatched this immortal opportunity. Earlier, he had used one of the chances to ask Lanya Land Spirit to refine Stargate Goo. Now that he was here again, he was going to use the second chance to refine Second Aperture Goo. Lanya Land Spirit was formed from Longhair Ancestors' obsessions. He could not reject such a request. But in order to protect Divine Travel Goo, he had paid a huge choice. Seeing that the Second Aperture Goo was about to be successfully refined, the result was that Feng Yuan came to take it from him. Lanya Land Spirit was furious as he stared angrily, using a grim tone to ask Feng Yuan, "Don't tell me you are the mastermind who planned the attack on my blessed land?" Feng Yuan rubbed his nose, saying innocently, "Do you think that I, immortal, could mobilize those goo immortals? I only knew you had the Second Aperture Goo's recipe after you bought Divine Travel Goo, and now that you bought a second set of materials, I came over." Lanya Blessed Land gritted his teeth angrily, pointing at Feng Yuan. "You humans are all devious and scheming. I killed those goo immortal, but to think that it was all for naught. I still ended up being scammed by you, this little lad." Feng Yuan laughed heartily. "This is not a scam, but a promise that you gave thieving heaven demon Venerable back then. So, are you going to refine the second aperture goo for me now? Land Spirit was angry and wanted to chop Feng Yuan into a million pieces, but he had no choice but to refine the goo for him. Chapter 486, 2 Immortal Goo obtained. I want to see you refine the goo personally. Feng Yuan had a thought as he asked the question to probe the Land Spirit. The refinement process of goo masters were secretive. If someone saw them, the recipe might leak out or even expose the goo master's unique methods. Of course, this was one of the agreements. Lang Yi Land Spirit agreed immediately, out of Feng Yuan's expectations. Feng Yuan raised his brows, having a slight understanding. Back then, when Long-Hair Ancestor failed in refining Space Escape Goo, he wasted all of the materials that Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had collected for his entire life. Among them, many goo materials were extremely rare and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable only managed to get them out of pure luck. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was a rank 9 Demon Venerable. To repay his losses, as well as saving his reputation, Long-Hair Ancestor agreed to refine goo for him. Allowing Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable to view the entire refinement process, was not only to expose the recipe to pay back the Demon Venerable, it also proved his innocence. You saw the whole process. If the refinement fails, it has nothing to do with me. But now right, there were no such concerns left. Land spirits were formed from the blessed land's heavenly power, the obsessions of the goo immortals before death. They did not have vile thoughts, they were candid and straightforward. However, Lang Yi Land Spirit was formed from the number 1 refinement immortal, Long-Hair Ancestor. Even though he lost most of his memories, he retained most of Long-Hair Ancestor's refinement talent and attainments. Observing the Land Spirit refining goo was a huge benefit to Feng Yuan. I had refined second aperture goo before. This time, I will observe the Land Spirit's techniques and gain some experience to improve myself. Maybe I would get to see a trace of Long-Hair Ancestor's glamour back in ancient times. Feng Yuan was looking forward to this goo refinement. Lang Yi Land Spirit waved his hand and teleported him to a huge hall. This hall was really big, the diameter of it was at least 10 li. There were all sorts of equipment. There were green copper cauldrons, red steel furnaces, rainbow water tanks, and even cave houses. When goo masters refine goo, they need the help of their equipment as well. The equipment in this hall was like a comprehensive exhibition. It was a huge eye-opener to Feng Yuan. Although he had 500 years of experience due to rebirth, he spent about 300 years wandering and fighting his way up to the top. He only managed to hold his own and freely roam the world to achieve his grand aspirations in his last 200 years. During that period, although he explored many other goo paths, he had to resist the earthly calamities as well as manage his forces. All while gathering his immortal goo refinement materials, he was very busy and overwhelmed. Although his foundation in refinement path could surpass the mortal realm, among goo immortals, he was only second or third rate. There was no comparison to a legend like Long-Hair Ancestor. This is my Earth Grade Room C Goo Refinement Hall. Lang Yi Land Spirit introduced, as Feng Yuan's expression changed upon hearing it. The Land Spirit would not lie. Such a grand hall was only one of the many goo refinement halls in Lang Yi Blessed Land. Earth Grade Room C. How many of such halls did this blessed land have? At this moment, the Land Spirit waved. At an instant, a few thousand hairy men appeared in the hall. These hairy men were teleported over with a stunned expression, but they soon kneeled on the ground, shouting, "The hairy men greets Lang Yi Old Immortal." They spoke at the same time, as their voices echoed in the hall. Lang Yi Land Spirit's face showed some affection as he said, "Children, you may get up." He then waved his hand, and sent the goo refinement materials over to them. "Today, we are refining an immortal goo. Use the goo recipe that I gave you to do it." The hairy men were obviously experienced in such matters. Upon hearing that they were refining an immortal goo, the hairy men were stirred as they showed an excited expression. But immediately after, they calmed down and started researching the recipe in their hands before starting the goo refinement. Several thousand hairy men refining goo at once, This was not the first time Fang Yuan had seen this. Among the variant men, hairy men were most skilled at refining goo. They were born with the talent for it. According to the records and back in the immemorial era, the hairy men started to refine goo, even tying up Renzu's first son, Verdant Great Son, attempting to use him to refine eternal goo. Hairy men refine goo using their talent and inspiration. They worked casually and did not have the trace of tool work left by human goo masters. At goo immortal stage, having already surpassed mortals, to aid them in refining goo, they would raise a number of hairy men. In Fang Yuan's previous life, he had kept some of them in his blessed land as well. But that was Blood Sea blessed land. The environment was harsh and many batches of hairy men died, causing his interest in raising them to disappear. After Fang Yuan became a goo immortal, he had gathered a large number of hairy men to refine goo in bulk for his demonic sect. Precisely because of his own experiences, he could tell that the hairy men here were not ordinary. These hairy men were simply too well raised. Look at their hair and skin, they were clear and shiny, their eyes had spirit and their faces were energetic. It showed that they lived in a good environment and had never been tortured by Lang Yulan's spirit. Most importantly, these hairy men were very agile and moved quickly. Each of them were great experts in goo refinement. During the goo refinement process, a few old hairy men even gave their suggestions to tweak the recipe. Looking at their casual movements, Fang Yuan's heart was pounding. Such a group of hairy men, if they were sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven, they would be the elite of elite slaves. There would be at least 21 meters of treasure light. Those goo immortals would fight for them. These hairy men had shocking attainments. Most of them were refinement masters. Several of the old hairy men who could suggest the tweaking of the recipe were already refinement grandmasters. Right now, Fang Yuan was still barely a refinement master. With such skilled subordinates, the refinement process was faster than Fang Yuan's refinement on Sancha Mountain by more than 10 times. These hairy men made the half-done product and handed it over to the old hairy men for inspection before giving it to Lang Yulan's spirit. Lang Yulan's spirit quickly collected the half-done products, and after checking them, destroyed a few pieces and made the hairy men refine them again. After several tries, Lang Yulan's spirit was finally satisfied and started doing it himself, easily getting the half-done product of second aperture goo. This was the same as the half-done version that Fang Yuan had right now, but Fang Yuan knew that the one in Lang Yulan's spirit's hands was way higher in quality. Eventually, Lang Yulan's spirit took out divine travel goo. This divine travel goo's surface was damaged. It was filled with injuries and Fang Yuan's heart jumped upon seeing that. Lad, it is still not too late to change your mind. Lang Yulan's spirit stopped his actions, urging Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan frowned. After thinking through it, he laughed. No, please continue. Scheming fellow, I couldn't hide it from you. Lang Yulan's spirit cursed, pinching his nose as he teleported several goo worms over along with some precious materials. Fang Yuan stared with wide-opened eyes. He only recognized 2 of them. They were precious items that increased the chances of success in goo refinement. If they were placed in Treasure Yellow Heaven, the treasure light would hit 18 meters. Lang Yulan's spirit's every movement attracted countless gazes. The hairy men were watching in awe as their bodies shivered. Their eyes were full of extreme reverence. Fang Yuan watched with great anticipation. When Lang Yulan's spirit refined the goo, it moved as smooth as water. There were no unnecessary movements or any atmosphere of panic. Lang Yulan's spirit displayed exemplary control. Fang Yuan gained a lot of insights. Although he wanted to continue watching like this, Fang Yuan bit his lips and forced himself to snap out of it, starting to execute his plan. He sat down cross-legged, and took out 2 goo that he had prepared prior to this. One was Clear Mind goo, the other was Awaken Cloud goo. These 2 goo were rank 4. After Fang Yuan injected primeval essence into them, they started working. Clear Mind goo turned into a breeze, entering his brain. The cotton-like awakened cloud goo turned into a small white cloud and floated about Fang Yuan's head. Fang Yuan stared at the light lump that Lang Yilan's spirit was manipulating while bringing out 4 top-quality wines. With connecting heaven goo to enter treasure yellow heaven, it was easy for him to gather top-quality wines. For this moment, he prepared at least 14 different wines. Sensing Fang Yuan's movement, Lang Yilan's spirit snorted in displeasure, but did not do anything to him. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly in relief, ignoring the piercing light that made his tears flow. He stared at the light lump intently. Finally, he saw divine travel goo turn into flowing water as it mixed with the other materials. Fang Yuan quickly took out the wine vats and gulped the liquor. At the same time, an intense feeling of tipsiness assaulted him. Fang Yuan quickly activated Clear Mind Goo, forcing himself awake as clarity was restored in his mind. At the same time, Awakened Cloud Goo rumbled and ensured that his mind was at its peak condition. After drinking 4 wines, Fang Yuan was still clear-headed, but he realized that nothing had happened yet. The light was still transforming. It had expanded by many times already since the start. It was larger than an elephant. It seems that divine travel goo has not disappeared yet. Immortal goo are unique. I have to continue drinking. Fang Yuan took out another vat and unsealed it, gulping the content. The light lump shrunk, as a Lang Yilan spirit's expression became more serious as it held the light lump. A moment later, after Fang Yuan drank the 8th wine, his vision was already turning blurry. At this moment, in Lang Yilan's spirit's hand, the light lump expanded and shrunk in intervals. After 3 to 5 times, it settled, becoming second aperture goo. The moment second aperture goo was formed, Fang Yuan's body shuddered as all the drunkenness in his body gathered like the merging of rivers into the sea, condensing into one point. Out of nowhere, a divine opportunity descended as the Tao mark formed, causing this point to explode into one goo. Divine Travel Goo, Second Aperture Goo, Divine Travel Goo. 2 Immortal Goo obtained at the same time. Fang Yuan became completely sober as he stood up excitedly, laughing heartily. A truly profound scheme. Lang Yilan's spirit looked at Fang Yuan with an expression of fatigue. Its body was also turning hollow and weak. Fang Yuan was the person who obtained Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance. Although Lang Yilan's spirit wanted divine travel goo, it could not attack Fang Yuan. The hairy men stared at Fang Yuan with furious, disdainful eyes. This vile human dared to plot against our beloved and supreme Lord Lang Yi Old Immortal. Fang Yuan paid these hairy men no heed. He stopped his laughter as he bowed to Lang Yilan's spirit. It was just a petty scheme. It is nowhere near graceful. Today, I had a true eye-opener, and had benefited a lot. I am shameful of my actions, but I am respectful towards you. I am willing to become your disciple. Chapter 487, Immortal Goo Transaction. Screw off. If accept you as my disciple, I reckon one day I will die from anger. My children are the best, giving me no worries. Now get lost. I don't want to see you. Lang Yilan's spirit kept on waving his hand, refusing Fang Yuan's request to be his disciple without hesitation. He could have obtained the second aperture goo, but Fang Yuan plotted against him and made him offer the successfully refined second aperture goo readily along with losing the divine travel goo. Fang Yuan chuckled, not minding the land spirit's refusal. Land spirits were formed from the obsessions of the goo immortals. They were simple and biased. Their refusal now meant they would still refuse in the future. Such a pity. I originally intended to give divine travel goo to you as our apprenticeship gift. HMPH. The people I don't like the most are crafty people like you. The hairy men are still the best. I will tell you the truth. I have already taken 18 hairy men as my disciples. In the future as well, I will only take hairy men as my disciples. Alright, give me the second aperture goo. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand. Lang Yilan's spirit's expression turned sluggish and glanced at the immortal goo on his hand with reluctance. This was the goo he wanted to refine and now he had succeeded, but he had to give it up without even getting cozy with it. But the agreement back then had formed a type of will that became a part of the land spirit. He was unable to violate it, and also did not intend to violate it. Kid, I will remember you. Lang Yilan's spirit growled and stuffed the second aperture goo in Fang Yuan's hand. This second aperture goo looked like a beetle with two sharp ends and a fat middle body. The beetle was the size of a young man's fist. It was like blue jade, and felt soft and cool to the touch. There was a golden eye on its plump back. The golden eye flashed with lightning and had ample spirituality. This is the goo I took the risks for at Sancha Mountain and wanted to refine by all means. I hadn't expected I would obtain this in this way. Fang Yuan sighed, but did not use it hurriedly and stored it in his pouch first. Under the cooperation of Lang Yilan's spirit, this second aperture goo was already Fang Yuan's object. But he was still not a goo immortal and did not have green grape immortal essence, so he could not activate it now. You already have the immortal goo, you can leave now if you don't want to use your final chance. Lang Yilan's spirit wanted to make him leave. Fang Yuan, however, took out divine travel goo and waved it in front of Lang Yilan's spirit with a smile. You don't want this immortal goo? Lang Yilan's spirit's brows raised. What? You want to sell it? He had connecting heaven goo and could connect to treasure yellow heaven to buy all kinds of goo refinement materials. Even the human apertures required to refine second aperture goo could be obtained by buying enslaved goo masters and killing them. Second aperture goo was an expendable goo, it would disappear after Fang Yuan used it. Lang Yilan's spirit could completely refine another. Of course, the precondition was that he needed to have divine travel goo. Without divine travel goo, he would never be able to refine second aperture goo. Fang Yuan, however, did not directly answer and instead asked, "Tell me, if I use another second aperture goo, can I have a third aperture?" HMPH, keep on dreaming. Lang Yilan's spirit immediately scoffed. This is the second aperture goo, not the third aperture goo. You want to form a third aperture? Then go refine the recipe for third aperture goo. Fang Yuan nodded and said sincerely, I also thought so. The land spirit would not deceive him just because it wanted the divine travel goo. At the same time, he also knew second aperture goo's recipe, so he had already deduced this. He asked this just to confirm it. With this, the divine travel goo and the semi-finished second aperture goo with Fang Yuan had lost their use. Fang Yuan already possessed a second aperture goo. He was a lone force and did not have any trusted aid to support, so he did not need another second aperture goo. Moreover, when he observed the land spirit's goo refinement process just before, he knew the final step was extremely dangerous. The light ball's inflation and contractions required extremely strong control, which required at least 1,000 man soul to maintain. How could immortal goo be so easy to refine? Fortunately, back at Sancha Mountain, Fang Yuan did not set his heart in refining the second aperture goo after rebirth. Otherwise, with his strength back then, he would absolutely have had a terrible ending. Just the backlash could put him on the brink of death. Of course, he could also sell them at Treasure Yellow Heaven. But if he did so, he would attract Old Man Yanshi's attention and expose many of his trump cards. At the same time, the things he got might be tampered with by other goo immortals. Transacting with Lang Yilan's spirit was different. At least, the land spirit would not give him shoddy goods, and also had robust financial resources, so he could buy divine travel goo to refine goo. Last but not least, Fang Yuan could also avoid revealing himself, thus it was very secure. Land spirit, take a look at what this is. Fang Yuan thought for a while before directly taking out the semi-finished second aperture goo that he had personally refined. This semi-finished product had a vague appearance like a semi-finished pottery, with no hints of life. It was like a piece of gray stone that was carved into a beetle. Its big belly looked elegant with sharp head and tail, but no antennas or legs. Although its appearance was similar to the real second aperture goo, they clearly could not be compared because of qualitative difference. Lang Yilan's spirit's eyes could not help but brighten when he saw this semi-finished product. To think you had actually reached such a stage. But the most difficult step in refining second aperture goo is the final step. The steps before it, can be refined by the refinement path Gu masters at master level. The land spirit's tone carried a trace of joy. Fang Yuan had divine travel Gu and also the semi-finished product. If he could get them both, then only the final step would be remaining to refine second aperture Gu. To Langya land spirit, this temptation was hard to resist. Speak, what do you want? Langya land spirit removed his burning gaze and looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan looked at the divine travel Gu on his right hand and immediately said, immortal Gu are priceless, so of course I want to exchange it with another immortal Gu. This is the old rule in transacting immortal Gu. Langya land spirit's expression immediately fell. Although it is the old rule, it is not suitable for our situation. First of all, divine travel Gu is not practical and can only be used as an escape means as a last resort. In case it teleported the Gu master to the depths of a volcano or to the depths of the earth, it would simply be finding one's doom. Secondly, I will be using divine travel Gu to refine Gu. But what use can second aperture Gu be for a land spirit like me? Fang Yuan was happy. The land spirit's gaze was fixed on the divine travel Gu when he was haggling over the price. Although he sounded unyielding, his expression betrayed his thoughts. Land spirit, you are too stingy. I know Langya blessed land has many immortal Gu. Divine travel Gu is a rank 6 immortal Gu. I won't be greedy and only want to exchange it for a rank 6 immortal Gu. The land spirit shook his head repeatedly and said many things. But Fang Yuan did not loosen up. The land spirit gradually felt anxious and fury filled his expression. He looked like he wanted to eat Fang Yuan alive. When Fang Yuan saw that the time was right, he said, let's do this then. I shall take a step back and exchange for one of your expendable type rank 6 immortal Gu. When I have used this immortal Gu, you can then refine it again, right? The land spirit's expressions relaxed. Fang Yuan taking the step back first gave him a satisfying feeling of victory. He snorted few times and raised his head, looking arrogantly at Fang Yuan. Alright, we shall do it like that. He then spread out his hands and brought 5 immortal Gu out of nowhere. Langya blessed land's foundation is really strong. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. He was suddenly stupefied when he looked at them. I want this immortal Gu. Fang Yuan's expression was slightly strange as he pointed to one immortal Gu among them. This immortal Gu was none other than immortal Gu Gruel Mud, the perpetrator in causing Danghun Mountain to slowly die. He had not thought Langya land spirit would refine it. The two sides quickly completed the transaction. Fang Yuan obtained the immortal Gu Gruel Mud. He did not put it in his aperture, but stored it in his pouch for the moment. I used all my mental and physical efforts for this semi-finished product. You will be saving great expenses by getting it. We are both familiar with each other now. I will sell it to you cheap. I only need 1,000 hairy men. I won't be greedy. You can give me those old hairy men that refined the Gu just before as well. Bullshit. The land spirit was fuming with anger. You think I am a 3-year-old kid? Those hairy men are at least of master level in Gu refinement. The treasure light, if they are put in treasure yellow heaven, will be at least 70 feet high. Fang Yuan snickered. He really coveted these hairy men. These hairy men would be of enormous help to him. Alright, I don't want 1,000, 800 will do. Bullshit 800, all these hairy men are my children. I won't sell a single one. Langya land spirit roared in anger. All things have a price. We can still discuss. Not for sale means not for sale. If you mention this again, you can take your semi-finished product with you. I am not buying it. Fang Yuan was inwardly shocked at Langya land spirit's firm attitude. He had dropped down the price to the bottom and Langya land spirit would clearly have profited. But he still did not agree to sell the hairy men. It seems he really had emotional attachments to the hairy men. This situation was not strange. Many Gu immortals raised variant humans in their blessed land like raising pets. They would see their growth and even expend many efforts in raising them, and when they died, the Gu immortals would also shed tears because of heartache. Of course, this situation would never happen to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan felt a pity at not being able to buy these hairy men, so he changed his request. Since it is so, then I want to exchange for wolf enslavement Gu's recipes. There were large numbers of recipes in Langya Blessed Land. After gathering them from ancient times until now, one could even say they were as vast as the sea. It was impossible for it to not have common recipes like that of wolf enslavement Gu. Fang Yuan had been wanting to purchase these recipes all along, but ever since he discovered the existence of Old Man Yan Shi, he had been restraining his actions in Yellow Treasure Heaven. Wisdom Path Gu masters were experts at deductions, but deductions need a foundation and require large amounts of information. With these information as the base, they could then deduce and predict the outcome. If Fang Yuan wantonly bought wolf enslavement Gu recipes from Yellow Treasure Heaven, it was hard to guarantee that Old Man Yan Shi would not be able to deduce something. Take them. These are the recipes for rank 1 to rank 5 wolf enslavement Gu. Lang Yilan's spirit handed a large stack of recipes to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan skimmed over them and saw that there were 8 types of recipes just for the rank 5 wolf enslavement Gu recipe. They used different materials and different procedures to obtain the similar Gu worm, and there were even more types of rank 1 to rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu recipes. This transaction is worth it. Fang Yuan was inwardly happy. Transaction is finished, you can leave now. Lang Yilan's spirit impatiently waved his hand. Fang Yuan, however, smiled. No hurry, no hurry. I still have a transaction you will definitely be interested in. HMPH, young man, don't talk big. There are not many things that can interest this old man in this world. Lang Yilan's spirit stroked his beard and said with pride, what I am transacting this time is information. This information is about the time I will use the second aperture Gu. Lang Yilan's spirit's expression turned sluggish and looked dazedly at Fang Yuan, his brows deeply furrowed, and looked at Fang Yuan with intense disdain and hatred. How can you be so despicable and shameless? Aren't there any limits to the degradation of your morals? Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Could it be you are not interested in this information? Lang Yilan's spirit immediately felt like he had been raped, and he still had to bear the humiliation to apologize to the criminal. Could he not be interested? The second aperture Gu was an immortal Gu, and immortal Gu were unique. If Fang Yuan never used it, then he would forever be unable to refine another second aperture Gu. How do you want to sell it? The land spirit endured the impulse to beat up Fang Yuan and asked, swallowing his anger. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes, sharp rays of light flickering in them. I won't take advantage of you, so I want to exchange information for information. I want to know all the information about the 88 True Yang building in Imperial Court Blessed Land. 88 True Yang building? You actually know that this immortal Gu house has something to do with me? The land spirit was shocked. Chapter 488, Ma Ying Ji, thud thud thud. A series of hurried sounds came from afar. Soon, a group of Gu masters riding Terror Claw horses came to the swamp. Terror Claw horses had bloodshot eyes with fangs and were carnivorous. They did not have any hair on its body. The skin was tight and their muscles were clearly visible, giving a feeling of strength that could not be underestimated. The most peculiar point was that they did not have horse hooves, but instead had 4 long sharp claws. There were also webbings connecting the claws, so Terror Claw horse were not only suitable for climbing but could also move freely at swamps. Lord Elders, they have passed through here towards that direction. An investigative Gu master's eyes flickered with red light as he scanned all around and reported. A young Gu master at the side immediately frowned and anxiously said, not good, uncle. If we continue along this way, we will reach Rock's Pool over there. Once they cross Rock's Pool, they will be out of Warm Pond Valley. It will be difficult to kill them then. Relax. King has been struck by your dad's poison Gu and is in imminent crisis. Moreover, he is bringing his child with him. The further he moves with his ghost cloud, the more the poison will worsen. He won't be able to run far. Let's continue our chase. The elders laughed and waved their hand, continuing the chase. After they chased into the sparse woods, the swamp they had been standing at suddenly surged and a yellowish silkworm drilled out. The silkworm was broken from the inside and 2 people walked out, a middle-aged Gu master and a child. The two looked in a very miserable state and gasped for breath as they dropped to the ground. We finally deceived them. The middle-aged Gu master, King, had a purple hue all over his face. The poison had spread deep. His movement Gu, the swift ghost cloud Gu, had been tampered with. King had been feeling something wrong when they were chased all the way. Thus he immediately gave up the swift ghost cloud Gu and let it fly away. After that, he took his son and hid within the swamp. But with this, he lost his movement ability and his body was also poisoned. There was no longer any hope to escape. Chang, you despicable person. For the clan leader position, you actually secretly poisoned me, your own cousin. Damn it, you abomination. King got more angry the more he thought about it. Under this desperation and with fury filling his heart, he suddenly spurted out a mouthful of green blood. Father, are you okay? You need to hang on. The child started weeping when he saw the blood and threw himself into King's chest. Son. King's despairing eyes showed a trace of hope and resolution. He lovingly looked at his only heir and rubbed the small head. Little K, father can't go on. Chang has plotted deeply. I can only deceive him this one time. Not long later, he will definitely find something wrong and return back. Leave quickly, father will hold off these people for you. Go along that small path I told you of, and perhaps you can survive on. No, father, I want to leave with you. Let's run together. Father, I beg you. The son, K, wept in grief. King was feeling very anxious. So he roused his spirits and grabbed Kai's shoulders. Little K, don't cry. Northern Plains men can shed blood but not tears. You need to have confidence. In your body flows giant sun immortal venerable's bloodline. You are a member of the Huangjin family. The bloodline in you is thick and rarely seen. You have the qualifications to enter 88th Truyang building. Cough, cough. Green blood continued to seep out from King's mouth and nose. Little K, take care of yourself. If you have a chance in the future to enter Imperial Court Blessed Land, go to 88th Truyang building and obtain the Grace Ancestor Giant Sun left behind for the later generations. Only then can you avenge me. Father, leave, it will be too late if you delay any longer. King pushed his son. Kai took back several steps, helplessly looking at his father with tears-filled face. Leave quickly. King growled. Kai wiped away his tears before tears immediately fell down. He fiercely gnashed his teeth, turned around and ran. Son, father has done his best, as long as you can escape the evil clutches. King sat on the ground and looked at Kai's receding figure, but soon his eyes gradually widened. Fool, stop. King could not help straightening up his upper body and shouting at his son. Father. Kai had only run a few steps before he heard King's shout. He gazed back with doubt. Veins popped out of King's forehead as he shouted, "You idiot, I told you to run towards northwest direction. Why are you running towards southeast? Are you thinking of going back to the tribe camp to look for your own death?" Kai quickly changed direction. But King soon shouted again, "You dunce, that is southwest direction." Kai quickly changed direction again, moving towards the correct path, and only then did King let out a breath of turbid air. Sigh. The middle-aged Gu master helplessly sighed. His son had thick bloodline, but was somewhat of an idiot and moreover had a really poor sense of direction. Could he truly escape to see the day? Thinking of Chang's deep conspiracy, King did not have big hope, but he had done what he could do. Now it all depended on the heavens. After a while, like King expected, Chang returned with a gloomy face, leading 3 Gu masters on their terror claw horse. King, HMPH, you were sure enough hiding here. Chang's voice was gloomy and hoarse, his gaze as sharp as a knife, not concealing the dense killing intent within. To think I would die by a vile character like you. King scoffed with disdain. Right now, his body was already paralyzed and could not budge. Chang snickered coldly, and said with an expression like that of a cat playing with a mouse, "I won't kill you so quickly." King, aren't you noble and aloof? Wait till I capture your son. I will let you witness your son being tortured and killed. He. King couldn't keep his calm anymore and stared furiously. Chang, you are his senior. To think you actually can be so vicious. HMPH, when you cut grass, if you don't root it out, then it can grow again when the spring wind arrives. Men, bring King to me. Chang ordered. The Gu masters beside him immediately moved and bound King tightly, then using a hemp rope, they dragged him on the ground. King, get a good taste of the mud. Chase, we must find that kid and kill him. Chang laughed loudly, full of satisfaction. Chang was thinking, since King was caught, catching that stupid kid would be an easy matter. But reality was different. Chang came to the rocks pool, but he did not find anyone besides his men. FCK, this kid didn't run towards here. Speak, where did he go? Chang asked in a chilly voice. King had been dragged all the way. His body was badly battered and had already lost his consciousness. Chang kicked him awake, but he only got King's ridiculing gaze. Chang laughed sinisterly. You think I won't know if you don't speak? Saying so, his eyes let out a weird light that shone on King's body. King's body shuddered, his soul immediately receiving heavy injuries. Soul Search Gu. Chang stretched out his bony right hand and grabbed King's head before closing his eyes and agitating his primeval essence. King's body shuddered and started foaming. The two Gu masters at the site kept quiet in fear. In an instant, Chang opened his eyes. His face had paled and his gaze was blurred. This rank 3 Soul Search Gu could search a portion of the memories stored in the soul, but it had a lot of restrictions. First, the memories it obtained would be very disordered, and secondly, it could not be frequently used, otherwise it could confuse the soul and make one have blurred consciousness, thus could be extremely harmful to oneself. Chang had grievances with King for a long time and also knew Kai had a thick bloodline. He could only be at ease when he personally killed the kid. Thus, he did not stint on using Soul Search Gu, so there was a hidden path nearby. HMPH. Chang smiled proudly. He was fortunately able to search the memories he wanted. He turned around his horse and immediately moved towards that hidden path, but when they arrived at this place, he could not find any traces of a person. How can this be? That kid is still not of age and has not opened his aperture yet. Is only a mortal. It is impossible for him to hide from my investigative Gu. Could it be the memories I plundered is only a part of the crucial point? Chang scouted once more and saw the narrow road in the bushes. His face became very cloudy. Woo-woo. Right at this time, a deep and powerful bugle horn sounded from outside the Warm Pond Valley. Chang and the rest immediately paled. Lord Elders, please go back to reinforce the troops. Ma tribe has brought a huge army, starting a war without any notice. The tribe is a state of emergency. A Gu master hurried over on a flying bird with the information. What? Chang was extremely surprised. Just as the tribe's internal disorder had started, Ma tribe came to invade. This timing was too coincidental. If there is no tribe, then what meaning would there be in taking the tribe's tribe leader position? Defend to death. We must defend. Warm Pond Valley is easy to defend and hard to attack. Ma tribe's army retreat isn't impossible. Right, I still have hope. Thinking of this, Chang immediately threw Kai off his mind, then hurriedly rushed to the tribe camp. However, Ma tribe's invasion had been planned in advance. They took advantage of tribe's internal disorder and ambushed. Tribe might have the advantage of occupying Warm Pond Valley, but they finally could not resist Ma tribe's strong and huge wave of soldiers. Right as Fang Yuan entered Lenya Blessed Land, a great event occurred in Northern Plains. A large-scale force of the Huangjin family, tribe that were occupying Warm Pond Valley, was exterminated. No doubt this news would create a huge influence in the whole Northern Plains. On a slope, Ma tribe's higher-ups were observing the ruined tribe camp from their war horses. These people were circling around a young man, like the stars surrounding the moon. Seeing batch after batch of goods being stored in the carts and groups of captives being escorted away, Ma tribe's higher-ups had a joyous expression. One rank 3 Gu Master Elder cupped his fists towards the young man in the center. Congratulations to young Master. It was all because of young Master's plan to drive a discord and create internal disorder in tribe that we could so easily capture Warm Pond Valley, swallow tribe and establish great merits for the tribe. This young man was Ma tribe's young tribe leader Ma Yingji. He had a wide back with thin waist, sharp brows and bright eyes, a heroic spirit and a cultivation of rank 4 middle stage. He was an enslavement path Gu master with some fame, also called Little Ma Zun. Chapter 489, The Debate about Chang Shanyin. They won, but Ma Yingji did not show any arrogance. Instead he said, Warm Pond Valley is easy to defend and hard to attack, possessing large areas of warm pools. The Great Blizzard is about to come and this place is a naturally protected place. By obtaining it, my tribe has a base of operations. We can advance while attacking or defend if we retreat. But the thing I am even more happy about is obtaining over 200,000 Terror Claw horses. With these horses, Uncle can greatly raise his horse group's scale and increase my Ma tribe's supreme might in the coming Heroes Assembly. His uncle was none other than one of the current 3 great enslavement masters, Ma Zun. When Ma Zun was mentioned, all the Ma tribe's Gu masters showed admiration. Before we left, Uncle had told me, it was not easy for our Ma tribe to become a large-scale tribe. Only after several hundred years of accumulation, efforts and extraordinary fortune, were we able to reach this state. But as the tribe grows, defending this foundation is becoming more difficult. Even by striking Warm Pond Valley, we have only obtained a base to preserve the fire. The only way to preserve the whole tribe is to advance a step further, that is to enter the Imperial Court. Ma Yingji looked at everyone before continuing. Imperial Court blessed land is Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's grace left to his descendants, especially that 88 True Yang building, which has the inheritance of the Immortal Venerable. Uncle said my bloodline has already fulfilled the criteria to enter 88 True Yang building. If I can obtain Immortal Venerable's inheritance and later become a Gu Immortal, our Ma tribe will become the new super tribe of Northern Plains. Super tribe. This phrase immediately caused the Ma tribesman to show a spellbound look. Young tribe leader, you are a once-in-a-100 years genius of our tribe. Our tribe's future lies on your shoulders. Lord Ma Zun might be taciturn, but he really cares about the tribe in his heart and has a far foresight. Being able to witness everything and fight with young tribe leader is my lifetime's glory. Young tribe leader, lead us to brilliance. Ma tribe's Gu masters cheered excitedly. Ma Yingji smiled. In truth, Ma Zun had never said anything like this, and these words were all his own fabrication. Borrowing Ma Zun's prestige, Ma Yingji added light and color to his name. Just think, even Ma Zun looked so highly of him, so the others would have to be blind to not support him. Ma Yingji was also not worried that Ma Zun would tear apart this name after he knew of this. Ma Zun was an eccentric. He spoke extremely few times even as a child. His silence almost made his parents think he was a mute. Ma Zun loved horses and was jokingly called horse maniac and horse fool by the tribesmen when he was young. He had a reclusive nature and never married in his life. He only loved horses and would live with them all year round, with not even a slightest bit of interest and concern towards worldly powers and affairs. Ma Yingji's gaze brightened like stars. All of you are the pillars of my Ma tribe, with many outstanding points that are worth for me, Ma Yingji, to learn. I am still young. Ma tribe cannot be supported by me alone. In the future, I hope to rely on everyone's help. What is young tribe leader saying? Young lord's words make us blush with shame. Over these years, young tribe leader's performance has deeply entered our hearts. We will definitely follow you. The group of Ma tribesmen quickly agreed. Ma Yingji continued. Although Uncle Ma Zun has entrusted his hope on me, we still need to look at destiny to obtain the Immortal Venerable's inheritance in 88 True Yang building. But even if I can get it, there are many inheritances left all over the Imperial Court blessed land besides the True Yang building. Thus, all the tribes who have had entered the Imperial Court throughout history, had a huge raise in their strength. Every time I think about this, I cannot help feeling excited." The tribesmen laughed heartily. "Not just excitement, even my saliva drips out every time I think of it." "Ha ha, young tribe leader does not need to have too much pressure. If we lose, we can come back again. Our Ma tribesmen are warriors who will never surrender." Imperial Court Blessed Land was similar to Tianti Mountain in that Gu masters often left behind their inheritances. Northern Plains had a very cruel environment, with there being a great blizzard every 10 years. The snowy disaster engulfing the entire northern plains. The blizzard would cut through everything like knives. Many inheritances set up in the wild would be destroyed. Thus, setting up inheritances in Imperial Court Blessed Land had gradually turned into a tradition of northern plains. Imperial Court Blessed Land had many other inheritances besides the 88 True Yang Building's immortal venerable inheritance, waiting for their fated person. Of course, this fated person had to first enter Imperial Court Blessed Land to be able to receive the fortuitous destiny. Being able to evade the blizzard and live safely, along with the inheritances spread everywhere, was the reason why the struggle for Imperial Court would cause intense contests between all the tribes of the grassland. This contest involved the whole northern plains and was of an extremely large scale. Small-scale tribes wanted to survive, mid-scale tribes wanted to advance, and large-scale tribes wanted to defend their foundation. Not only righteous paths, but even demonic path Gu masters wanted to enter the blessed land and seize the Gu master inheritances. For this struggle, the Heroes' Assembly came into existence and slowly took form till it became a firm tradition of Northern Plains people. As the Great Blizzard approached, all the famous regions of Northern Plains would hold a Heroes' Assembly at the same time. "We have annihilated F tribe this time. It will bring us great benefits in our progress in Tianchuan's Heroes' Assembly. As long as we can subjugate Qing tribe, our Ma tribe will have a strong lead." Right, only by winning the Heroes' Assembly can we attract more experts and make many tribes attached to us. This is the first step of the Great Battle of Northern Plains, and also the most important step. We are looking to enter Imperial Court Blessed Land, so we need to survey other regions too. Yutian's, Mengkayu's and Kaofu's Heroes' Assembly, all need to be observed closely. Just as Ma tribe's higher-ups were passionately discussing, a messenger Gu master rushed in and delivered the newest intel to Ma Yingji. Ma Yingji's face turned gloomy as he read the intel and shortly after, handed this intel to the group beside him. Everyone read it one after another, letting out small exclamations, gasps or conjectures from time to time. Dongfang tribe has already subjugated Zhao tribe. With this, they are the ruler of Kaofu's Heroes' Assembly. In Mengkayu region, Nuer tribe has actually sent Nuer too. Their momentum is very terrifying. I am afraid Lua tribe won't be able to hold them off. There is also an uproar in Yutian's Heroes' Assembly. The Wolf King of before, Chang Shanyin, actually appeared. This Chang Shanyin is really fierce. He actually led tribe and challenged 3 tribes, even defeating Pei Yanf. In Yutian region, Hai tribes Hai Lulan and Liu tribes Liu Wenwu are the elites. Now that the Wolf King has appeared, this will definitely have a big influence. It is very difficult to say what will happen in Yutian's Heroes' Assembly. Soon, everyone's discussion focused on Feng Yuan. Chang Shanyin's identity had already spread for many years in Northern Plains. Now, suddenly, he resurrected and was causing a stir. The tribe was only an ordinary mid-scale tribe, but with Chang Shanyin's meddling, they were able to forcibly challenge 3 tribes and even defeat an expert like Pei Yanf. Especially when they made inquiries and found tribe's newly appointed tribe leader was only a rank 3 young Gu master, their evaluation of Chang Shanyin raised by several layers. Every 10 years, heroes emerge and vie for supremacy with monsters and freaks emerging from every corners. It is only that this time, such a great character jumped out. Young tribe leader, if this Wolf King Chang Shanyin and our tribe's Lord Mazan fought, who would win? Everyone could not help having some worries. Ma Yingji slightly furrowed his brows. If it was other paths Gu masters, it would be alright. But this Chang Shanyin was an enslavement path Gu master. an expert in fighting 10,000 with one. He could change the situation alone with his huge troops. You have all read the intel. Enslavement paths Master's strength depends on the scale of their beast group. Chang Shanyin has reappeared only recently, so the beasts he has are only some ordinary turtleback wolves, night wolves and wind wolves, and also has only 3 myriad beast kings. One has died and another is heavily injured. How can he compare to my uncle Ma Zun? Ma Yingji coldly snorted and continued to raise the morale. Uncle Ma Zun has a horse group with 300,000 horses. Adding on these terror claw horses, the scale will expand to 500,000. Besides this, he also has a horse emperor, 9 myriad beast kings and 5 mutated horses. Now say yourself, can the Wolf King be mentioned on equal terms with him? The surrounding Gu masters took a sharp breath, shocked and happy. I didn't think Lord Ma Zun's strength would be so big. The insignificant Wolf King is like a baby when compared to Lord Ma Zun. 500,000, such huge scale. It is enough to annihilate 7 or 8 mid-scale tribes. Ma Yingji changed the subject. But Wolf King Chang Shanyin still cannot be underestimated. My tribe is going to become the master of Imperial Court. We will run into this person sooner or later. More importantly, in case he joins the Heroes Assembly and attaches himself to a Huangjin family, he will definitely receive huge assistance. Large number of Gu masters will help him to subdue wolf groups and urge him forward. The joy on everyone's faces gradually dimmed down. This young Gu master heaved a deep sigh and continued, "We have swallowed F tribe. This is only the first step of our journey. Next, we will be facing even more strong opponents. We need to unite together. Only then can we defeat them and enter the Imperial Court." Yes. Young tribe leader is right. Young tribe leader is wise and powerful. I am in great admiration. With the leadership of the tribe leader and young tribe leader, our Ma tribe will definitely rule the northern plains. Everyone was unconsciously battered by Ma Yingji's few words and became even more aligned towards Ma Yingji. This Ma tribe's young tribe leader let out a pleased smile in his heart. On the surface, he showed a light and confident expression. "Father, you died such a miserable death." Right at this time, a tragic cry sounded from the foot of the hill. This sound attracted the Ma tribesman's gaze. Ma Yingji looked at the battlefield where corpses strewed the battlefield. A child had thrown himself on a corpse that was filled with scars and cried very grievingly. "Brat, get lost. You are already my Ma tribe's slave." An adult man at the side beat up the child and dragged him forcibly. But this kid struggled with all his might and bit at the adult man's wrist. The adult man screamed, loosening his hand. The kid scampered along the way and again threw himself at that corpse, crying bitterly. Sigh. Ma Yingji let out a sincere sigh. This misery and suffering is not what I wish for, but in these troubled times, who can live well by themselves? If you don't die, then I die. Human power is so insignificant. I will do everything I can to protect our tribe to not let the children of my Ma tribe suffer such a fate. Young tribe leader is benevolent. The surrounding Gu masters also sighed. Ma Yingji pointed down, this kid is a loyal and filial person, but is facing this difficulty because of me. One of you, go stop him and bring him here. He will become my personal servant from now on. Yes, Lord. His attendants answered. They did not dissuade it as adopting servants was a tradition in northern plains. Moreover, what threat can a 13-year-old kid who had not awakened his aperture possess to their lord? Young tribe leader? Kid, get up. A higher-up of Ma tribe stopped the adult man from beating the kid and grabbed the kid's neck. The kid struggled fiercely. No, I want to be with my father. Kid, your father is already dead. Your luck is good today. My tribe's young leader has noticed you and is taking you in as his personal servant. The Ma tribe's higher-up said with a gentle voice. But the kid did not listen and only kept on crying, Father, Father. Suddenly, he stopped and looked sluggishly at his father's corpse. Ah, you are not my father. My father's skin is darker than yours and his nose bridge is higher than yours. He also has some white hair. The kid talked to himself in shock, before furiously kicking the corpse and started crying again. Father, where are you? Dark lines appeared all over every Ma tribesman's forehead. Chapter 490, Second Aperture. While the chaotic situations converged in northern plains, the transaction in Lenya Blessed Land also reached the end. You want the information of 88th True Yang Building? It is not impossible. Lang Yilan's spirit muttered before looking at Fang Yuan with a sharp gaze. Lang Yilan's spirit's obsession was related to Space Escape Gu and Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Moreover, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had already passed away, and Lang Yilan's spirit was also not the long-hair ancestor himself, but a different living entity. When the Immortal Gu house was refined, only Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was there as the bystander. How could you know such a secret? Lang Yilan's spirit asked. Fang Yuan smiled. In his previous life, Ma Hongyun entered the 88th True Yang Building and obtained the inheritance of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Later, Ma Hongyun was defeated and was chased until he mistakenly entered Lenya Blessed Land and obtained the destiny left behind by Demon Venerable stealing heaven. Lang Yilan's spirit saw his tracks and while discussing, spoke of this secret. Ma Hongyun became a Gu immortal later on, turning into a cornerstone of the northern plains, a great hero who resisted the invasion of the central continent. In an intense conversation once, he spoke of this secret which then spread out to the world. Naturally, Fang Yuan would not admit this fact in front of Lang Yilan's spirit. I have inherited the inheritance of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, and have many clues regarding Giant Sun Immortal Venerable as well. The reason I know of this secret is from calculations and deductions, Fang Yuan answered with a slight arrogant smile appearing on his face. Lang Yilan's spirit looked at Fang Yuan's expression and suddenly realized something as he asked, "Are you?" "Yes, Junior has some attainments in Wisdom Path." Fang Yuan casually lied with an extremely honest expression. Lang Yilan's spirit sighed. The gaze he looked at Fang Yuan carried a complicated expression. Wisdom Path appeared long ago, tracing back its origins. It was created 3 million years ago in ancient times by an almighty rank 9. This person was a rarely seen female venerable. She was called by the world as Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. She controlled Heavenly Court as the second-generation Immortal King. It was rumored that she had once held Wisdom Gu itself and created the Wisdom Path. Before her death, she deduced heavenly secrets and made 3 arrangements for the 3 millions years after that. After her death, 3 demon venerables appeared successively in human race, each charging their way to the heavenly court, but were blocked by these 3 arrangements in the end. Being able to calculate the appearance of 3 venerables, one could see some grandeur of Wisdom Path from this. Kid, you are actually able to deduce to this degree. It seems you have indeed obtained the essence of Wisdom Path. After learning Fang Yuan was a Wisdom Path Gu master, the land spirit's tone unexpectedly became milder. To this age, there were extremely few true inheritors of Wisdom Path, but even then no one would have contempt for Wisdom Path Gu masters. Wisdom Path Gu masters were good at scheming and deductions, and many of their enemies would not even know how they died. Moreover, since ancient times, Refinement Path was closely connected to Wisdom Path. To comprehend the world and deduce Gu refinement recipes, Gu masters would need to use many methods of Wisdom Path. Many Gu refinement masters and grandmasters would request help from Wisdom Path Gu masters when they met a bottleneck in creating recipes. Lang Yilan's spirit was disgusted with Fang Yuan's slyness, but when he knew Fang Yuan had extraordinary achievements in Wisdom Path, his attitude became gentler. Lang Yilan's spirit liked refining Gu, and naturally also liked researching and innovating Gu recipes. In this process, he would naturally encounter many obstacles which would be hard to resolve with just his wisdom. Maybe I will have to request his help to deduce recipes in the future? This thought emerged in Lang Yilan's spirit's mind. As the saying goes, one can be austere if he has no selfish desires. Since Lang Yilan's spirit had some request for Fang Yuan, his attitude naturally turned better. He summoned a rank 4 East Window Goo and held it. This goo was a rank 4 goo under information path. It was like a ladybug, but its carapace was square-shaped like a window frame and was especially used to store information. Lang Yilan's spirit poured his thoughts within it and loosened his hand only after a while. East Window Goo opened up its window-like carapace and flew, making a circle in the air before flying towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sent out his thoughts and checked it. His face immediately revealed joy. This is the information you wanted. Now, it is your turn. Lang Yilan's spirit reminded. Fang Yuan chuckled. Since second aperture goo has formed, I also am somewhat impatient to use such a good thing. I will send you the news before I use it. Slow down. Lang Yilan's spirit showed its cleverness. How would I know till when you are going to delay it? You are a wisdom path goo master. You are the top in scheming. Are you still thinking of using this to cheat me again? We have not transacted this East Window Goo yet, hee. With my one thought, the East Window Goo on your hand will self-destruct. Fang Yuan frowned. Could it be you don't trust me? Lang Yilan's spirit had suspicions all over his face. HMPH. Just the fact alone that you are the inheritor of Demon Venerable Stealing Heaven. I can't trust you. You are so crafty and also have wisdom path methods. Once you exit the blessed land, can I still be able to chase you? In case you delay and take the chance to extort again, what would I do? Then how about you tell me what should we do? Fang Yuan impatiently said. Of course, now, use this second aperture goo right in front of me, only then can I be at ease. Lang Yilan's spirit stroked his grizzled beard, pleased at thinking of such a good idea. Fang Yuan grinned. Hey, I am only a mere rank 5 now. How can I use this immortal goo without immortal essence? Wait till I go out of the blessed land and ask for Grandpa to help me. Your grandfather can help you, but I can't. Don't speak rubbish. Lend the second aperture goo to me, I will personally do it. This. Fang Yuan tried to make an excuse. The land spirit saw this and felt that Fang Yuan had really wanted to trick him. Thus his attitude became more firm. Fang Yuan looked like he had no choice and reluctantly let Lang Yilan's spirit help. Lang Yilan's spirit received the second aperture goo and poured immortal essence in it before throwing it to Fang Yuan. This second aperture goo turned into a bin-sized green light and flew into Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan's whole body shook intensely. The bin-sized green light first poured into Fang Yuan's navel area, but in there, it was rejected by Fang Yuan's aperture and could only hop over to the center of Fang Yuan's chest. Then an explosion sounded like the thunder from the sky. The bin-sized green light exploded and formed into a new aperture that looked both real and virtual. Second aperture. This is second aperture? Fang Yuan felt his chest and mumbled to himself in a daze. Nonsense. What is it if not the second aperture? Lang Yilan's spirit rolled his eyes. Second aperture has great advantages to cultivators like you, providing even greater advantage when you become goo immortal. But, if you are still thinking of having the third aperture goo, that is impossible. You would have to deduce and infer this whole new third aperture goo's recipe. Fang Yuan returned to his senses and looked profoundly at Lang Yilan's spirit. The other intentionally raised this topic. No doubt it meant that he wanted to cooperate and deduce the goo recipe. Lang Yilan's spirit's face reddened when he saw Fang Yuan's evident gaze. Fang Yuan laughed and said his goodbye to Lang Yilan's spirit. We will talk of this later, I will take my leave now. Get lost, get lost. Lang Yilan's spirit repeatedly waved his hand. Only when Fang Yuan had completely left did Lang Yilan's spirit let out a breath of relief. A trace of humiliation appearing on his face for having his intentions seen through. This sly kid. But when he thought of Fang Yuan's last words which showed the intent of cooperating, Lang Yilan's spirit's eyes flickered brightly. He stroked his beard and could not help falling in daydream. He had dozens and dozens more of incomplete goo recipes. Since that kid could deduce such secrets, he definitely has extraordinary achievements in Wisdom Path. With his help, I will be able to make some breakthrough in most of these goo recipes, and 13 of them could even be perfected. But just 2 people's cooperation is far from enough to complete the remaining 7 goo recipes, but I need to be vigilant when I interact with this kid in the future to avoid being schemed by him. Fortunately, I was cautious today and made him use second aperture goo on the spot, otherwise I might have been blackmailed by him again. Something does not feel right. I wasted immortal essence to activate the second aperture goo. After exiting Langya Blessed Land, Feng Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land through Stargate Goo. Under his management, Hu Immortal Blessed Land already showed many good changes. In the beautiful western part of the Blessed Land, large numbers of wolf groups and small numbers of fox groups were coexisting with each other. Wolf group's arrival might have disrupted the easy life of the fox group, but they did not disastrous casualties. The credit for all this went to the large numbers of iron shell flowers planted on the ground. Countless pink rabbits lived in this sea of iron shell flowers. Pink rabbits could be easily multiplied and became the main source of food of wolf groups and fox groups. At the eastern part, dreamy starlight pervaded the area, covering all the lakes with starry gauze. The wide expanse of dark clouds were planted with star fragment grass. The star fragment grass grew rapidly, and while they could only occupy the central area of the dark clouds at first, now they had already spread to the edges of the clouds. Fairy Yao Guang's planting methods are really good. Star fragment grass are the food of starlight fireflies, and at the same time their growth is rapidly increased with the help of the starlight fireflies. Feng Yuan repeatedly nodded his head. It was precisely because of the exchange for the starlight firefly group's breeding insights from Star Lord Wan Xiang, Fairy Yao Guang and others, that he could avoid many detours and obtain quite a bit of gains. It is only that although the starlight firefly group is also expanding, but the number of starlight firefly goo are instead decreasing. These days, I have been repeatedly using Stargate Goo. The consumption of the starlight firefly goo is much higher than the rate of their creation. Feng Yuan then turned his gaze towards the lakes on the ground. These lakes were created by him drawing in the water in reverse to quench the fire. Now, many water wolves were living around these lakes. These water wolves made their nests beside the lakes, eating the blue jade crucian carps in the lakes and sometimes going ashore to devour the earth skin pigs who came to drink water. Blue jade crucian carps and earth skin pigs were both animals Feng Yuan purchased before. Now, large groups of them had adapted to the new environment under Little Hu Immortal's control and became a part of the Hu Immortal Blessed Land's food chain. Especially the earth skin pigs. Its reproducing ability was stronger than even pink rabbits and could eat almost anything, including mud. The pig group's scale was gradually expanding. If not for water wolves and poison-beard wolves, the number of earth skin pigs would have been 30 to 40% higher. Chapter 491, Expansion of the Wolf Group. What Feng Yuan was most concerned about was air bubble fishes' situation. The lakes where air bubble fishes were placed on was carefully selected by Little Hu Immortal. Above these 3 lakes were the starry clouds where there was the most dense amount of star fragment grasses and also large numbers of starlight fireflies. The air bubble fishes grew on these lakes where there were no water wolf groups, and even the numbers of blue crucian carps were very few. These 3 lakes were personally protected by Little Hu Immortal to let as much precious air bubble fish grow smoothly from the fish rows and mature. Now, there were many newly hatched fishes moving about these lakes. These baby fishes were similar to goldfish with round bellies, small and pointed head and tail. However, it was not brightly colored as a goldfish and was mostly milky white. It also did not have the wavy fins and tail. Their tails were small and exquisite. Moreover, their swimming method was different from other fish species. These baby air bubble fishes were moving while bobbing up and down. If there is no big change, at around the end of this year, Eastern Sea's Air Bubble Sea will be poisoned because of a fight between Goo Immortals. The price of air bubble fish in Treasure Yellow Heaven will greatly increase, but I don't have enough air bubble fishes for my own use, let alone sell them in a short period of time. Feng Yuan pondered whether it was the starlight firefly goo or air bubble fish. They were both long-term investments. It would require at least 100 years for him to start receiving the profits. Regarding the knowledge in breeding air bubble fish, Feng Yuan did not buy it from outside. With his know-hows from his past life, he could increase the reproduction rate of the air bubble fishes by 30%. That is to say, he was at forefront among Gu immortals at this. Feng Yuan was satisfied from this inspection. He praised little Hu immortal, causing her to feel extremely happy. Her face reddened and her snow-white tail excitedly wagged. However, Danghun Mountain was still in a worsening condition. Standing on Danghun Mountain, Feng Yuan could sense a kind of dying aura. This caused Feng Yuan's mood to become grave. Danghun Mountain was the most valuable thing in the whole Hu immortal blessed land. Starlight Firefly Gu or air bubble fish could never be able to compare to it. Feng Yuan returned to Danghun Palace and summoned little Hu immortal, activating connecting heaven Gu to link up with treasure yellow heaven. Just as they connected, several divine scents were transmitted. Are you selling gruel mud or not? I will add a pair of whole earth Gu on top of Gu recipe. Although my remnant recipe only has a treasure light of 65 feet, but I can give some hairy men as complimentary. Everything can be discussed. These divine senses were all regarding the transaction for gruel mud. Feng Yuan had put large amounts of gruel mud for sale before, directly requesting Immortal Gu gruel mud's recipe as the exchange. As this concerned Immortal Gu, this transaction had attracted many attention. Although gruel mud is one of the necessary materials to refine the Immortal Gu, but the Gu recipe's value is no doubt many times higher than gruel mud. These Gu recipes they want to exchange for have already reached the highest price. Feng Yuan took a glance and knew the time for the transaction was ripe. The prices everyone gave had reached the maximum amount possible with little difference between them. Feng Yuan looked at the prices but took a fancy upon one side. The other was called Immortal Mud Feet. His Immortal Gruel Mud Remnant recipe had a 65 feet high treasure light. This level of treasure light was a bit lower than the other competing bidders, but the message he left showed he could add some hairy men to complement for this difference. Normally, Gu immortals raised hairy men to help them in refining Gu. With the help of a large number of hairy men, Gu immortals would not lack rank 5 Gu, but they would have to keep on trying for Immortal Gu. Treasure Yellow Heaven transacted slaves and hairy men were one of the most popular among them, with price that was often higher than slaves of other races. Rockman could not even be mentioned together with them. Feng Yuan had already intended to buy some hairy men back at Langya Blessed Land. Thus, he had been excited when he saw those hairy men at Langya Blessed Land. Unfortunately, Langya Land's spirit did not yield in selling them, and Feng Yuan could do nothing about it. Now, he required a large number of wolf enslavement Gu. He already obtained rank 1 to rank 5 wolf enslavement Gu recipes from Langya Land Spirit. He only lacked these hairy men to help him refine them. If it was only him and little Hu Immortal who refined the Gu, they might not be able to refine the amount he required even in 2-3 months. Immediately, little Hu Immortal conveyed the divine sense. Immortal Mudfeet also happened to be present, immediately replying, I am willing to add in 10,000 hairy men. But Feng Yuan was disappointed when he looked at the goods. Although you are giving a lot of hairy men, they are all young ones and won't be a big help in refining Gu. What I need is the old hairy men. Old hairy men? Then the quantity will be decreased. Immortal Mudfeet pondered before replying. In these years, the hairy men's population in his blessed land had reached an excess, so he was trying to get rid of a batch and was thus selling them cheaply. After a round of haggling, Immortal Mudfeet finally agreed to sell over 3,000 old hairy men and over 7,000 young hairy men to Feng Yuan. For this, Feng Yuan had to add in half an immortal essence stone. The transaction was finished. Feng Yuan checked the remnant recipe of Immortal Gu Gruel Mud. The recipe was indeed damaged with only 60% of the contents in it, and the contents in it should moreover have been tampered by Immortal Mudfeet many times, which required Feng Yuan to comb through them for the real contents. This was not surprising. Immortal Gu recipe was very precious, and if it was him who sold them, he would also tamper it like this. Although the treasure light would decrease after the tampering, The competition between Goo Immortals was precisely like this. With this remnant recipe, I have a foundation to deduce the complete recipe for Immortal Goo Gruel Mud in future. It will be much easier than deducing it with no foundation. More importantly, Immortal Goo Gruel Mud is with me. As long as I don't use it, no one will be able to refine the goo. I can still keep on selling the gruel mud and profit. But he could not bring the Immortal Goo Gruel Mud to Hu Immortal Blessed Land for the moment. After Feng Yuan left Lengya Blessed Land, he used many methods to cover the Immortal Goo's aura and bury it. This was something he had no other way to deal with. Before he became a Goo Immortal, he could only deal with it like this. Most of the Goo Immortals who purchased these gruel mud wanted to refine Immortal Goo. Unfortunately, it was impossible for them to reach their objective. Feng Yuan continued to put gruel mud for sale while checking the wolf groups. Wolves possessed very strong reproductive ability, and most of the blessed lands would get rid of the surplus every once in a while. Thus, there were many Goo Immortals selling wolf groups in Treasure Yellow Heaven. The wolf group suffered a huge loss in the battle with the three tribes. I need to replenish the number of myriad beast kings. Someone is actually selling Wolf Emperor. Feng Yuan was pleasantly surprised. The structure of beast groups was quite simple. They were separately classified into ordinary beasts, 100 beast king, 1000 Beast King and Myriad Beast King. Above Myriad Beast King was Beast Emperor. Rank 5 Wild Goo resided in the Beast Emperor's body. They had the battle strength of a rank 5 and could control Myriad Beast Kings. Yingming and Bahuang, whom Feng Yuan used in the Three Kings Blessed Land, were Dog Emperors. These two Dog Emperors were able to help him to hold off the attacks of rank 5 Goo Masters. Unfortunately, Feng Yuan was later occupied with escaping for his life and could not attend to them. He did not know if they were killed in the battle or were taken in by others. Normally speaking, very few Goo Immortals would sell Beast Emperors, as the Beast Emperors were a reflection of the Blessed Land's strength. Feng Yuan looked at the particulars and realized the reason. It turned out that this was an old Beast Emperor with wounds all over its body. The wild Goo on it were badly damaged with only 2-3 remaining. It seems a new Wolf Emperor appeared in the Night Wolf group and fought with the old Wolf Emperor. This old wolf should have been killed by the young Wolf Emperor, but the Goo Immortal moved at the crucial time and put this old Wolf Emperor for sale. Feng Yuan guessed the reason correctly. But even so, this old Wolf Emperor still got 3 bidders. Divine Sense kept on exchanging, and finally, Feng Yuan used 2 Immortal Essence Stones to buy this old Night Wolf Emperor along with over 18,000 Night Wolves. Then, Feng Yuan continued to buy 30,000 Turtleback Wolves and 10,000 Wind Wolves. Among them, there were 2 Turtleback Myriad Wolf Kings and 1 Wind Wolf Myriad Wolf King. Adding in the previous wolf group, Feng Yuan's wolf group reached 100,000. This is the benefits of having a blessed land. I can stand on the shoulders of Goo Immortals and casually transact beast groups, instantly recovering their size, and also would not have to worry about feeding or logistics problem. But 100,000 is still few. Ma Zun, Yang Po Ying and Zhang Baoya, these enslavement pathmasters have beast groups of at least 400,000 beasts, especially Zhang Baoya, who had over 650,000 beasts in his prime. The Heroes' Assembly was to begin, where heroes rose and vied for supremacy. Feng Yuan knew he was unable to avoid competing with these people with his identity as Chang Shanyin, so he had to expand his wolf group further. Feng Yuan started to buy again, buying 10,000 water wolves, which contained 1 water wolf Myriad Beast King and 6,000 wolf kings. Then he carefully pondered for a while and finally decided on Vermilion Flame Wolves. He bought 80,000 Vermilion Flame Wolves from different Goo Immortals. In Northern Plains, Vermilion Flame Wolves were quite rare compared to Turtleback Wolves, Wind Wolves and Night Wolves. Vermilion Flame Wolf had red fur all over its body which shone like fire. They attacked fierce and quick and had flame path Goo worms on them. They could very easily destroy the grassland and create an inferno. If one could use this superiority properly, they could cause enormous casualties to the enemy. Feng Yuan's plan was to have a wolf group of 100,000 Vermilion Flame Wolves. He only got 80,000 after buying from everyone, so the task of buying the remaining 20,000 was given to Little Who Immortal. 6 Vermilion Flame Myriad Wolf Kings, 1 Water Wolf Myriad Beast King, 3 Turtleback Myriad Wolf Kings, 2 Wind Wolf Myriad Beast Kings, 1 Mutated Beast White Eye Wolf and 1 Night Wolf Beast Emperor. Feng Yuan surmised his wolf group's battle strength had increased by tenfold at once. If it were common Gu masters without the methods of Gu immortals, they needed the help of a large tribe to reach this stage, and even then would require 6-7 years of searching all over the northern plains. There were all sizes of wolf groups in northern plains. The small wolf groups often only had few hundreds and were not good enough. The large wolf groups had tens of thousands in numbers and were difficult to take down. Capturing wolf groups required careful planning, or it was better to not do it. A bitter victory would not work, and only by getting a decisive victory could one get the most harvests. Feng Yuan's current leap to success seemed easy, but actually could be concluded as a Gu Immortal's methods. Chapter 492, Getting Another Mutated Wolf. This way, the wolf group's numbers have hit 200,000. But this is still not enough. Feng Yuan's eyes were shining with contemplation. I do not need to gather ordinary wolves. By the time, someone will naturally bring them to me. Now, I need to prioritize on my upper-level battle strength. Although there were beast emperors on sale in Treasure Yellow Heaven occasionally, they would be quickly bought by Gu immortals after appearing for a short time. Feng Yuan knew that it was not realistic if he wanted to buy a few more wolf emperors. Thus, he placed his attention on mutated beasts. Every mature mutated beast had battle strength equivalent to a myriad beast king. Any first-rate enslavement path Gu master would have a troop of mutated beasts as their trump card and ultimate force. For example, Southern Borders King Quan had a mastiff group, Zhang Baoya had the mountain drilling rat group, Yang Po Ying had the thunder eagle group, and Ma Zun had the Pegasus group. There were many wolf-type mutated beasts. At this moment, 4 types were sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven. The first was Blood Forest Wolf. This wolf had a huge body, almost like a mound. An adult standing beside it would look like a fox standing beside an elephant. The Blood Forest Wolf had blood-red fur, and the fur looked dry like wormwood. On each of their backs, there was a white forest. These trees are actually the Blood Forest Wolf's bones. They protrude from the back and grow vertically upwards. The white bone trees have blood-red leaves growing on them. As the trees grow closely to each other, it looked like a blood forest. After a blood forest wolf gives birth, it would send the cub into the blood forest on its back, and the huge space would allow the child to live comfortable. The blood fruits on the trees would provide nutrients for the cub. Blood forest wolf were like mobile fortresses. Although they were not fast, they had overwhelming strength. This was something not even myriad beast kings could do. The second type was Sharkfin Wolf. This was both a land and aquatic mutated beast. It looks like an elephant, but there were smooth and shiny crocodile scales on its body. At the same time, there are sharp deep blue fins on the side of their bodies. On their backs, there are rows of fins that resembles a shark's. These fins form a line extending from the wolf's head to its tail. Sharkfin wolves had the greatest defense among mutated wolves. At the same time, they could fight underwater. The third was Frenzy Wolf. The Frenzy Wolf has a silver and gray body. It has 3 eyes and a body that was not large, around the same size as Thousand Beast Kings. But those who looked down on it due to its size would often pay a terrible price. Once the Frenzy Wolf battles, it goes into a berserk state. It moves extremely fast and would not stop until the enemy is dead. Especially after its third eye opens, its battle strength will surge by 5 times. Once the 3 eyes are open at once, regardless of the battle results, it would die. This was a type of wolf breed that disregards their own body when entering fierce battles. The fourth was the White Eyes Wolf. The eyes of the White Eyes Wolf were pure white. They had extremely good eyesight. Even during the night, their vision cannot be obstructed. In Treasure Yellow Heaven, there was 1 Blood Forest Wolf, 3 Sharkfin Wolves, 2 Frenzy Wolves, and 5 White Eyes Wolves on sale. They were all bought by Feng Yuan. At the same time, Far away in southern borders Shadow Sect Blessed Land, Old Man Yan Shi squinted his eyes as he stared at the connecting heaven goo in midair. Fang Yuan bought wolf groups in bulk, even wolf emperors and mutated wolves. It attracted the attention of this wisdom path goo immortal. This Fang Yuan, he suddenly bought so many wolves. What is he trying to do? This mysterious rank 7 wisdom path goo immortal who had always stayed in the background frowned. He tried using his goo to make a deduction, but the result was that Fang Yuan wanted to rear wolf groups for profit and business. This result did not satisfy him, who immortal Blessed Land's environment is most suited for growing fox groups. Although wolves are similar to foxes, they are different after all. Blessed Lands are blessed. They were the land of fortune, but every blessed land was different. They received different blessings. For example, Hu Immortal Blessed Land was most optimal for raising foxes. Foxes that lived in this area would grow better and breed faster. As for Langya Blessed Land, it was suited for refining goo. The environment was suitable for hairy men to live in. Shadow Sect Blessed Land benefited the cultivation of soul path goo masters. The instinct deep within his heart told Old Man Yan Shi that Fang Yuan's actions had much deeper meaning. But wisdom path was not all-knowing. It had its weaknesses. Otherwise, wisdom path would rule the goo world. There would not be a scene of variety where many paths flourished. Wisdom path needed evidence to make deductions. The more evidences they had, the more reliable their deductions would be. The wisdom path goo master would be guided towards making a more accurate answer. But for Old Man Yan Shi, although he was a wisdom path goo immortal, he would never have expected Fang Yuan to be from the future. Old Man Yan Shi had deduced that Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel goo to go to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. But he would never be able to guess that Fang Yuan went to Northern Plains. If Fang Yuan had sold divine travel goo in Treasure Yellow Heaven, he might have been able to make the connection. But Fang Yuan was vigilant. He sold divine travel goo to Langya Blessed Land. Old Man Yan Shi lacked the most critical piece of information, thus his deduction ended up being wrong. He tried for a few more times, but he still received the same result. Do I really have to use my vital goo for this? Old Man Yan Shi thought of this as his pores expanded, as traces of cloud smoke flowed out of him. The white cloud smoke rose up and gathered above his head, forming into a rumbling cloud. The cloud was misty. Once it appeared, a thick immortal goo aura burst out of it. But this rank 7 immortal goo had an indiscernible aura. It was like the stars in the night sky. There was no way to locate it. It was also like the scent of a lotus from 1,000 steps away. The presence was extremely faint. Every time the cloud rumbled, there were infinite changes undergoing inside. There was no way to understand it all. If outsiders forced themselves to comprehend it, they would receive ambiguous answers. This was Old Man Yan Shi's vital goo, Heavenly Secret. Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo. It could expose the secrets of heaven and earth. Even if the goo immortal did not have any evidences or clues, it could directly lead them to the truth. When Old Man Yan Shi found out that Killer Ghost Doctor was under the slavery goo, he used a Heavenly Secret goo to deduce that Fang Yuan would one day return to southern border. Thus, Old Man Yan Shi set up this trap and waited for Fang Yuan to come. Right now, Old Man Yan Shi was hesitating. He was wondering if he should use Heavenly Secret goo. Although Heavenly Secret goo was powerful, it had a weakness. Old Man Yan Shi would not succeed every time he used it. Out of 10 tries, at least 8 would fail. Once he fails, Old Man Yan Shi would face the backlash of an immortal goo. If this backlash was common injuries, so be it, but it was extremely powerful and caused anyone to feel fear. Old Man Yan Shi's soul and body would be intact. The Heavenly Secret goo's backlash only targeted his lifespan. Once he faces a backlash, Old Man Yan Shi would lose 10 to 70 years of his remaining lifespan. A goo master's cultivation to raise his rank did not have any effect on his lifespan. To extend their life, goo masters had one way that was the best. That was lifespan goo. Lifespan goo can be used to increase a goo master's lifespan without any consequences. Other than that, There were other unorthodox methods that could increase lifespan, but each of these methods had either weakness or flaws. My current body has around 80 years of lifespan left. Even the most severe backlash will only take 70 years of my life. I will still have 10 years left. It is enough to execute my heaven-defying plan, but these small matters would usually not give a huge backlash. Most likely, I will lose about 13 or 14 years. But is it worth it for me to use heavenly secret goo for this? This act of defying heaven will definitely be noticed by my enemies when I reach the crucial stage. In the future, I will still need to use heavenly secret goo to predict the future. But if I can get the fixed immortal travel goo that Feng Yuan has, it is a great help towards my plan. Just talk about now. If I had fixed immortal travel goo to attack Lenya Blessed Land, I will be able to attack or retreat at will. What can Lenya Land Spirit do to me? I will not have suffered such a huge loss this time. Old man Yanshi thought through it, and decided to give up. Although heavenly secret goo was powerful, it was a huge trap. The chances of success was simply too low. Furthermore, the consequences of failure was too severe. Old man Yanshi did not want to waste his lifespan for nothing. Back then, in order to deduce that Feng Yuan had fixed immortal travel goo, or where he went, he first spent 70 years and got a result that stunned him for a long time. He was in Central Continent. He was in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. How did he get there? What opportunity did he get, in order to get a visual image of Hu Immortal Blessed Land? Okay. Feng Yuan started hiding inside the Blessed Land and refused to come out. Old man Yanshi's plan to take fixed immortal travel goo flopped before it even began. But thankfully, he used heavenly secret goo and expended another 80 years of his lifespan to find the most possible opportunity to strike. In the future, on some day, Feng Yuan will return to southern border and join the Battle of Yitian Mountain. For this fixed immortal travel goo, Old man Yanshi spent 150 years of his life. Never mind, since I got the results already, I shall wait here for him. The matter of him raising wolves is not a concern. As a wisdom path goo immortal, how can a mere mortal escape from a scheme that I made myself? He. Old man Yanshi snickered as he opened his eyes. His eyes were like the white eyes wolf. There were no pupils, only white color. He stared at connecting heaven goo, his lips becoming more curled as he said, "You are a mere mortal, but you wasted 150 years of my life. In the future when you die from my plot, it will be your greatest honor. But now, don't think you will have a good time." Old man Yanshi worked for a while. Very quickly, Feng Yuan felt something amiss inside Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Oh no, someone is buying the materials for refining wolf enslavement goo in bulk. Feng Yuan wanted to buy these materials, but old man Yanshi was a step ahead of him. He quickly tried to buy them, but faced much obstruction. A number of goo immortal purposely raised the prices against him, causing him to spend a lot more, and the total amount of materials he procured was less than expected. Feng Yuan squinted, his gaze sharp like a needle. Someone is intentionally making problems for me. HMPH, it can't be Lenya Land Spirit, it does not have such influence. Then, other than Immortal Crane Sect, it can only be that mysterious old man Yanshi. He. Suddenly, Feng Yuan laughed. If it was before, he would be helpless against such a situation. But now, it was different. He had a large number of wolf enslavement goo recipes. These recipes ranged from rank 1 to 5, and at every rank, there were different types of wolf enslavement goo recipes. These materials that the goo immortals obstructed him from getting were merely materials in ordinary wolf enslavement goo recipes. Many goo recipes had innovative ideas and took different routes, especially Lenya Land Spirit's personal recipes. How could these goo immortals understand the use of these materials? Chapter 493, Surge in Battle Strength. A moment later, HMPH. Feng Yuan's gaze was cold as he memorized these goo immortals' names. Diao Su, Great Immortal Jushi, Dian Huang Tanmu. Old man Yanshi, so it was you. He finally understood who the people finding problems with him were, because most of these goo immortals were the ones who attacked Lenya Blessed Land back in his previous life. According to his memories, these Gu immortals mostly come from northern plains, but there are also some from southern borders, eastern sea, western desert, and central continent. If I count Old Man Yanxi as well, this hidden and mysterious Gu immortal organization is truly huge. Because of this uncommon clash, Feng Yuan learned about many secret details. He was secretly shocked. What kind of force was it? Who created it? In his previous life, he had absolutely no idea about it. He was kept in the dark. Such a huge force was hiding in the background. They were not a simple poisonous snake, but a ferocious tiger hidden behind the trees. What were they planning? What was their motive? In the future developments, during the Battle of the Five Regions, what influence did they have in all of these events? As for Old Man Yanxi, what was his role in this mysterious organization? Thinking back about their earlier strife, while it seemed like they were aggressively attacking, they did not use their full strength after all. They had perfect control over their actions. Outsiders would not have sensed anything. They would only think of this as an ordinary contest. Even himself, if not for his 500 years of memories, he would only think that he was unlucky and faced fierce competition when procuring materials. They struck secretly, interfering with him, and found that they could not stop him. Thus they stopped. The entire assault was like throwing a rock into the water. After several ripples, the water surface returned to normal. Feng Yuan was clear in his heart. He could escape from their assault this time because of Lang Yulan Spirit's recipes, but that was only a foundation. Most importantly, the other party did not want to expose themselves or attract any suspicions. Thus they did not go all out. Although Feng Yuan was a Gu immortal in his previous life, he was only a mortal now. Although he had one blessed land, he could not compete against the cooperation of two Gu immortals, as well as such a mysterious and powerful force. The reason why I attracted the attention of Old Man Yanxi is most likely due to fixed immortal travel Gu. Feng Yuan thought to himself. Back then, he used a mortal body to refine an immortal Gu in front of everyone. It was simply too glaring and attention-catching. Immortal Gu were something not many Gu immortals had. Not to mention fixed immortal travel Gu, such a top-tier rank 6 Gu. Naturally, it would attract the greed of Gu immortals. The problem was that high profile he had. But Feng Yuan had no choice. Back then, the situation forced him to do so. This also resulted in the best outcome. There was no better way out of it. After such a long time, I'm sure the news have spread already. Immortal Crane sect is definitely investigating this thoroughly, but that is a good thing. The clearer they investigate this, the more they would learn about me. I am only about 30 years old. I am a vagabond from a destroyed small mid-sized clan. I am a lone cultivator, or rather, I am a demonic Gu master. As such a person with low aptitude and lacking resources, I actually managed to learn about Hu Immortal Blessed Land's scenery and was able to refine an immortal Gu. How is that possible? This is like an ant becoming a giant and swallowing an elephant, or a pig that grew wings and flew even higher than eagles. Or using a phrase from Earth, this is scientifically impossible. This way, they will definitely deduce that there is an expert behind me. Someone of this level has to be a strong and mysterious Gu immortal. I am merely a chess piece that this person is using behind the scenes, and because of this, if they want to deal with me, they will have to consider the person behind me, or the organization backing me up. What if this background organization is a group of people, a super clan, or a super sect? Nobody knows. Any person would want to investigate the unknown, to use all means to learn about their enemies. Before they investigate clearly, as long as I hide inside Hu Immortal Blessed Land and do not do anything overbearing, they will only try to probe me but would not truly go all out. Feng Yuan's thoughts moved like waves, sparked like flint rocks as he evaluated his current situation. Of course, this is only temporary. Paper cannot cover up a fire. Once they find out the truth, or lose their patience, my trouble would come. The moment Immortal Crane sect attacks Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the best outcome for Feng Yuan is to self-detonate the Blessed Land and make both sides suffer a huge loss. Nobody will obtain Danghan Mountain in that case. After losing the protection of his Blessed Land, Feng Yuan would be hunted down by everyone. Thus, He was using the identity of Chang Shanyin as a future backup plan, to leave a way out for himself. A crafty rabbit makes three homes. As a demonic lord in his time, Feng Yuan understood this clearly. After collecting his thought, Feng Yuan sighed. He had to cultivate quickly. It would be best if he reached Gu Immortal stage once again before Immortal Crane sect and the mysterious force struck. But even so, it would still be a great danger. If he could not survive it, he would be smashed to bits, and end up in the pitiful state of eternal rest. The pressure is great. Even though Feng Yuan obtained the greatest benefits back at Three Kings Blessed Land, because of his actions, he lost the initiative. Spring-Autumn Cicada, Immortal Crane Sect, Danghun Mountain, Mysterious Force, Earthly Calamity of the Blessed Land. Even though he obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land and his strength soared because of it, he was in even greater danger now. All the intense and precarious situations are pressuring him step by step, like a whip or a scythe, driving him to move forward. If he slows down for even a moment, the outcome would be unthinkable. If it were others, they would have exhausted their mind and body, crushed into pulp by such despairing circumstances. Only Feng Yuan, by racking his brain and thinking out of the box, could manage to find a chance of survival amidst looming disaster. But even though he tried so hard, the situation was not taking a turn for the better. Like now, he was facing a new problem. Immortal Essence Stones were running out. He had first sold large numbers of Immortal Goo recipes and obtained 28 Immortal Essence Stones. But after some purchases, especially the current bulk purchase, his spending was too high and his funds were running out. Right now, Feng Yuan had 4 Immortal Essence Stones left. But there were too many areas he needed to invest in. Helpless, he had to stop investing in the wolf groups. But Feng Yuan's original plan was to dual cultivate strength and enslavement path. Now that he had a second aperture, this plan was taking form. 3 things dictated an enslavement path Gu Master's strength. Firstly, it was the size of the enslaved beast group. Secondly, it was the enslavement path Gu worms that the Gu Master had. The third was the enslavement path Gu Master's soul. The deeper the foundation of their soul, the more beasts they could enslave, and the stronger beast kings they could control. The time that they could manipulate beast groups to battle would lengthen as well. After my purchase, my wolf group's size is already second-rate in Northern Plains Mortal Plane. The first-rate enslavement masters are still the 3 of them, Ma Zun, Zhang Baoya, and Yang Po Ying. But my enslavement path Gu worms were all from Chang Shanyin. They are only rank 4. I have to get them to rank 5 so as to deal with the great battle in Northern Plains. Thankfully, despite Danghun Mountain's slow death, it can still be used. With Gut School, my expenditure is greatly reduced, but other than that, I still need large numbers of wolf soul Gu to improve my wolfman soul. Facing his cultivation requirements, the Immortal Essence Stones in Feng Yuan's possession seemed lacking. Bulking purchasing wolves only fulfilled one of the 3 aspects in Feng Yuan's enslavement cultivation. Next, he bought a few more Gu recipes in Treasure Yellow Heaven, as well as many refinement materials and the rank 5 wolf soul Gu that he desperately needed, getting a total of 18. This way, he spent another Immortal Essence Stone. He only had 3 left. Feng Yuan placed his sights on Relic Gu next. His second aperture Gu was just formed. It is only rank 1 initial stage. It had to cultivate from the beginning. But where would Feng Yuan get the time to cultivate? By using Relic Gu to boost the cultivation level, he could bring out this second aperture's usefulness in the short run. Even though he had such intentions, the Immortal Essence Stones were almost used up already. Feng Yuan could only buy the green copper, red steel, white silver, and yellow gold Relic Gu. Next, he chose the body modification Gu worm. The body is like a sack. It holds the soul. When the soul is strong, while the body is unable to hold it, it would form a bottleneck, and the soul's growth would be halted. Similarly, if the body was not strong enough, the one had to be careful when using strength path Gu worms. If they overexerted themselves, they might break their own bones and tear their flesh before even hitting the enemy. After Feng Yuan finished his transaction, He had only 2 immortal essence stones left. These 2 stones were kept to deal with emergency situations. For the next 2 days, Feng Yuan did not leave Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He cultivated on Danghan Mountain. This is the final Guts Gu. On a cliff, Feng Yuan grabbed this Gu. Splat! With a crisp sound, yellow-brown mud flowed out. This was a rotten Gu. Its body was corroded by the gruel mud. Immortal Gu. It lost the ability to enhance souls. Danghan Mountain's vitality is falling. The number of intact Guts Gu is dropping as well. But, after these few days of strengthening, due to the huge number, my soul still managed to reach 1,000-man soul. Feng Yuan closed his eyes, feeling the soul in his body. This 1,000-man soul was much more solid than before. It gave off a dense feeling, almost as if it was stuffed inside Feng Yuan's body. It gave a feeling of almost bursting out. 1,000-man soul was the signature trademark of an enslavement expert. Back then, Chang Shanyin had 1,000-man soul. Feng Yuan opened his eyes. With a thought, he called Little Hu Immortal, and teleported himself into Danghan Palace. Sitting on his cushion, he took out a white silver relic Gu. Through his earlier tests, there was no problems with this relic Gu. Thus Feng Yuan injected his primeval essence into it. A moment later, he opened his eyes. After inspecting the second aperture, he nodded in satisfaction. Second aperture has reached rank 3 peak stage 2. This way, Feng Yuan's first aperture was rank 5 peak stage, having crystal purple primeval essence. Second aperture was rank 3 peak stage, having snow silver primeval essence. Although snow silver primeval essence could not compare to crystal purple primeval essence, it could still provide some help to Feng Yuan. After all, in the Northern Plains contest for the Imperial Court, rank 3 Gu Masters were the absolute vital force. After I use the yellow gold relic Gu, I will reach rank 4 peak stage. That would be the best. Of course, the happiest thing is that the second aperture gives me the option for another vital Gu. This way, I alone can have 2 vital Gu. Chibi General, when you guys play Pokemon, do you use up the rare candies or save them? I prefer hoarding. PS, 2 chapters for Frisson, same timing as before. We'll see about Monday. Chapter 494, all of you, get lost. Throwing aside expendable Gu, a Gu Master's first choice of a Gu Worm would become their vital Gu. The relation between vital Gu and a Gu Master were very close. One could even say their lives were connected. No matter which side was injured, the other side would also be implicated. Vital Gu had one advantage which other Gu did not have. That was no matter how severe the backlash was after Gu refinement failure, the vital Gu would still preserved. Thus, most Gu Masters would regard the vital Gu as their core Gu. Generally, the Gu Master's strongest Gu Worm is their vital Gu. Once a vital Gu forms, it would be difficult to change it. But that was not absolute. If the Gu Master found an extremely good Gu Worm and wanted to cultivate it as their vital Gu, they could destroy their original vital Gu. But this type of action was extremely dangerous. Once the vital Gu was destroyed, the Gu Master would suffer enormous backlash. At the least, they would suffer heavy injuries, and the worst outcome meant death. After rebirth, Feng Yuan's vital Gu, a spring autumn cicada which had been hibernating in the center of his first aperture with no movement. Now, he had a second aperture and had a chance to choose a second vital Gu. He had been able to guess this from the Gu recipe, but Feng Yuan was still happy after truly finding that it gave him this chance to choose. Which Gu should I choose as my second vital Gu? Immortal Gu could be taken out of the equation. Feng Yuan's second aperture was only a rank 3 mortal aperture, unable to store immortal Gu. Spring Autumn Cicada was a special situation. Besides Spring Autumn Cicada, Feng Yuan also had 2 other immortal Gu, Fixed Immortal Travel and Gruel Mud. But Immortal Gu Gruel Mud was an expendable Gu. If he made it his vital Gu, after it is used up, Feng Yuan will suffer heavy backlash. Feng Yuan naturally would not do such a stupid thing. As for Fixed Immortal Travel, it was far away at the poisonous grasslands, so there was no need to mention it. Without much hesitation, Fang Yuan made his decision. It was rank 3 all-out effort Gu. He was cultivating strength path and enslavement path. All-out effort Gu was a must and was also the most ideal core of the strength path. Previously, Fang Yuan intended to use undefeated 100 battles Gu to ensure the safety of the all-out effort Gu during Gu refinement. But due to many reasons and because of the situation, Fang Yuan had no choice but to use undefeated 100 battles Gu to refine immortal Gu fixed immortal travel. As long as all-out effort Gu became his second vital Gu, Fang Yuan would no longer need to worry losing this precious Gu worm after Gu refinement failure. 2 days passed in an instant. Fang Yuan returned to the northern plains through Stargate Gu. The time flow in Hu Immortal Blessed Land was 5 times faster than the outside world. Fang Yuan had spent 2 days in the Blessed Land, but only a night had passed in northern plains. It was crack of dawn. From the edge of the sky, gentle purple and white colors started to appear. As the sun started to rise, the grass started to gradually look glossy green from the previously dark color. The crescent lake reflected the dazzling sunlight and sparkled. The light of dawn shone upon Fang Yuan's face. He smiled and looked at the side. The sparse wolf group was once again replenished with many white wolf figures. These were water wolves with a size that crossed 10,000. A water wolf myriad beast king led them along with 6,000 wolf kings under it. As for the vermilion flame wolf group, night wolf group, mutated beasts and so on, Fang Yuan did not bring them. It would be too abrupt and conspicuous if he brought them all out at once. Fang Yuan was disguising as Chang Shanyan and wanted to properly manage this identity. Thus he had to avoid such exposing actions. Water wolves were different. This action was proclaiming he was taking in wild water wolves. The water wolves' appearance was easily explained. But if Night Wolf Beast Emperor or those mutated wolves appeared, it would make no sense. I will have to continue taking in the wild water wolf groups. Fang Yuan rode on the hump wolf, and with a thought, the whole wolf group again moved out majestically towards the next destination. 3 days later, on a certain area beside the Crescent Lake, Gu masters from 2 tribes were furiously looking at each other. Zong Fu, your Zong tribe is too much of a bully. These 5 black skin fat beetles are clearly our tribe's goods, but you actually dare to seize it out in the open. One tribe's tribe leader Chai Zhang shouted. Bullshit. We have already agreed to our territories with this water wolf nest as the boundary, and this is our Chai tribe's territory. As these 5 black skin fat beetles have come to our Zong tribe's territory, they naturally become ours. Zong tribe leader Zong Fu sneered. Chai tribe's Gu masters were furious at such words. Chai Zhang's face even flushed with anger as he lashed out. Shameless. Our Chai tribe is moving out our camp to hurry to the heroes' assembly, and naturally we need to pass through this place. Zong Fu's eyes shone with a chilly light as he grinned. So this is your Chai tribe's mistake. You could have detoured this place. Why would you walk into my tribe's campground? Chai tribe's Gu masters were raging. Zong tribe camp was placed at a tricky position, occupying the main road. It would be even more troublesome if Chai tribe was to take a detour. The way around had at least 3 myriad beast groups. Zong tribe's action was intentionally extorting them. Zong Fu, aren't your actions too unsightly? Chai Zhang gnashed his teeth. Zong Fu shrugged his shoulders without concern, laughing coldly. If your Chai tribe doesn't accept it, we can fight it out. Chai tribe's Gu master's momentum slowed down. Chai tribe was a small-scale tribe while Zong tribe had expanded into a mid-scale tribe 2 years ago. Zong tribe was strong. If they fought, Chai tribe would definitely suffer. As the Chai tribe's leader, Chai Zhang was naturally clear of this. He had thought of retreating, but 3 of these black-skin fat beetles were holding their tribe's most precious goods. These goods had been meticulously gathered and were what the Chai tribe wanted to use to side with Liu Wenwu. If he had to give them up, Chai Zhang was of course very unwilling. In the end, should he fight or retreat? Just as the 2 sides were in a stalemate and Chai Zhang was hesitating, from far away wolf howls resounded. Howl, howl. Wolf howls came one after another, endlessly. At the same time, The sounds of a large number of beasts rushing forward were also transmitted to everyone. This lineup, Wolf Group, it is noon right now and the water wolf's nest is nearby. How could a wild wolf group come here? Zong tribe and Chai tribe's people shifted their gaze towards the location of the sound, as if they were facing a great enemy. They soon saw the majestic wolf army rushing towards them like a river, through the sparse jungle. In this wolf group, there were strong night wolves, the defensive turtleback wolves, outstanding wind wolves and the white fur water wolves, which were the majority. Different from other wolf groups, they were moving harmoniously like an army. There was only one reason for this. Chai Zhang's heart thumped as he immediately thought of a person, Chang Shanyin. Zong Fu's expression became extremely unsightly. Their Zong tribe also wanted to side with Lord Liu and Wu, thus they were coveting after these goods of Chai tribe, but they had never thought someone would upset the whole situation at the crucial moment. As the wolf group approached closer, the Gu masters of the two tribes became restless. Such a large wolf group. Someone could not help exclaiming in shock. Gasp. This scale, there are at least 28,000 turtleback wolves, 15,000 night wolves, and the wind wolves are even more than the night wolves. The water wolves are the largest with about 32,000. Someone drew in a cold breath and calculated the numbers with his rich experience. The wolf group's size was really too big. They spread open grandly, forming a half-moon-shaped formation and covering the two tribes. Zong tribe and Chai tribe's Gu masters were instantly surrounded, and with the crescent lake behind them, they were in an unfavorable situation. Didn't they say Chang Shanyin suffered huge losses after attacking Pei, Bunsheng tribes? Why does he still have so many wolves left? Chai Zhang's lips turned dry. The dense wolf group not only covered them, there were still many of them left who were hiding in the forest, their figures indistinct. Zong Fu could not keep up his relaxed attitude from before. He looked at the large numbers of thousand beast kings and myriad beast kings among the wolf group, his heart stuck in his throat. Enslavement path was different from other paths. They could change the situation with just a lone force. Normal enslavement path Gu masters were already people who should not be underestimated, let alone Chang Shanyin. Zong Fu understood clearly that these wolf groups were enough to annihilate their Zong tribe 2-3 times over and still have enough strength left. Simply because they were in the wild with no obstacles to rely on. They did not have the walls of their camp, they were not in formation. They did not have time to rest and also no time to recover their primeval essence. One hump wolf carrying Fang Yuan on its back leisurely walked out of the thin forest. Chang Shanyin. Zong Fu and Chai Zhang similarly called out. In an instant, countless eyes gathered on Fang Yuan's face. Fang Yuan expressionlessly rode on the hump wolf with his back upright just like Chang Shanyin's habit. His sharp gaze swept through everyone. He did not speak, but his closed lips was sufficient to display Chang Shanyin's proud and aloof aura vividly. Zong tribe and Chai tribe's Gu masters were silent. They only felt an enormous rock pressing down on their heart. The atmosphere seemed to freeze and made it difficult for them to breathe, especially when they thought of the Wolf King Chang Shanyin challenging 3 tribes in one night. Many started to shiver. Pei, Bunsheng tribe had been mid-scale tribe for a long time, while Chai tribe was only a small-scale tribe and Zong tribe had only advanced to mid-scale tribe not long ago. Zong Fu and Chai Zhang glanced at each other, seeing the graveness and the intent to cooperate in each other's eyes. The two were similarly agonized. Just now, they were both about to fight, and now they had the hearts to ally. This play of fate really made one not know whether to cry or laugh. Lord Chang Shanyin, your fame is well known to me, Zong Fu. Zong Fu gritted his teeth and bowed deeply towards Fang Yuan. No one felt that the Grand Tribe leader Zong Fu's action was inappropriate. The other was Chang Shanyin. But Zong Fu had yet to finish speaking when Fang Yuan waved his hand and indifferently said, "All of you get lost. Don't block me." Zong Fu's eyes widened, his eyes showing an unconcealable humiliation. But he did not retort and instead lowered his head, bowing towards Fang Yuan again before turning around to his Zong tribesmen. retreat. Chaijiang discerned the situation and also immediately shouted, "We are also retreating." Immediately, both the tribes started retreating far away. Soon, the crowded lakeside only had the wolf groups and Fang Yuan, one person. Of course, there were also those 3 slow-moving black-skin fat beetles. Fang Yuan glanced at these 3 black-skin fat beetles without interest. The things the 2 tribes were fighting for did not have enough attractive force towards him. He waved his hand and the water wolf group immediately rushed into the water, circling and attacking the water wolf nest here. Chapter 495, Grey-White Stone Slab. The water wolf den here had 4,000 water wolves. It was a 1,000 beast group. Although water wolves rarely stepped foot on land, when their homes were invaded, that would be another issue. After sensing Fang Yuan's wolf group approaching, this group of wild water wolves attacked together, engaging with Fang Yuan's wolves. Facing obstruction, Fang Yuan's wolf group stopped their movement. But he snorted, activating Wolf Howl Gu, sending 3 groups of reinforcements to help. The wild water wolves only managed to hold on for a moment before being unable to hold the pressure, immediately overwhelmed as they lost completely. Far away. Tribe leader, our things are still there. A Chai tribe elder looked indignantly. Chai tribe leader sighed deeply. Never mind, let it be. It is better than losing our lives. Shouldn't we stay and watch? A person like Chang Shanyin, he might not be interested in these 3 black-skin fat armor worms. Another Chai tribe elder was still hopeful. But Chaijiang understood the truth. He snorted, if you are not worried about offending Chang Shanyin and attracting his slaughter, then stay. This Chai tribe elder's face froze. HMPH, this idea. Do you think Zong tribe can't think of it? Even if Chang Shanyin doesn't want them, we will not be able to take these resources. Sigh, with such an expert like Chang Shanyin here, we can't stay in Crescent Lake any longer. We should set off now, and leave quickly. Chaijiang waved his hand, his tone filled with helplessness, but also anger and weakness. Chai tribe was only a small-sized tribe. They were weak, especially with the 10-year blizzard approaching, as well as the fight for the imperial court. It will be an era of turmoil where Northern Plains is engulfed in battles and chaos. A tribe like Chai tribe was like a tiny boat amidst the chaos, being blown by the winds and waves. They can only ride on weakly. Only by clinging onto a stronger force can they increase their chance of survival. Chai tribe left after packing up, without a bit of delay. A moment later, Zong tribe's investigative Gu master reported to Zong Fu with some afterfear. Lord, Wolf King was victorious. With just a wave of his hand, he exterminated that wolf den. Out of the 4,000 water wolves, he recruited 3,000, yet he only lost 300. Zong Fu and the Zong tribe higher-ups shuddered upon hearing this. Such loss-to-gain ratio was terrifying. No wonder this Wolf King's wolf group could be replenished so quickly. Lord Tribe Leader, you did not see personally, Chang Shanyin's manipulation was otherworldly. He is truly skilled. Investigative Gu Master wiped the sweat off his forehead as he added. Zong Fu snorted, refusing to put his own tribe down, shamelessly saying, Chang Shanyin has a water wolf myriad beast king. The leader of this group of wild wolves is only 1,000 beast king. Once they battle, the water wolf group would face great suppression. Their battle strength would be weakened. It is easy to recruit them because of them. What about those 3 black-skin fat armor beetles? The investigative Gu Master answered. They were all taken by Chang Shanyin. Zong Fu's expression turned ugly. He tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it one. Not only did he fail to get the resources, he even made an enemy out of Chai tribe. Speaking of which, Chai tribe and Zong tribe were in-laws. They had a close relationship. Otherwise, they would not have moved together, and when they set up camp, they chose to live closely to each other, to look out for one another. But, the world is cruel. Right now, the imperial court competition was not just about benefits for Zong tribe and Chai tribe, it was about their survival. Their relationship was only a method to defend their interests. When it was time to abandon the other, they would do so without hesitation. In the main tent, There was a pressurizing silence. Long after, Zhang Fu sighed, "A person like Chang Shanyin, even if we gather all our strength, we cannot compete against him." But Northern Plains is not his alone. There are 3 enslavement masters stronger than him. We will note down this battle, and after we go to Lord Liu and Wu, one day, we will take revenge. Zhang tribe elders nodded in agreement. Not long after, Zhang tribe set off as well. Using a total of 9 days, Feng Yuan led the wolf group that had expanded drastically in size back to tribe camp. Zhuang led the tribe higher-ups as he went out to welcome Feng Yuan back. "Lord Supreme Elder, your cultivation recovered?" When Zhuang felt Feng Yuan's rank 4 peak stage aura, he was shocked and delighted. Feng Yuan nodded, replying plainly, "It recovered. It was about time anyway." Back then, Chang Shanyin's cultivation was rank 4 peak stage. Later, he fought a grand battle with Hatu Gu and was injured to the point of nearing death, going into hibernation. But now, Feng Yuan's first aperture had reached rank 5 peak stage. Even with Northern Plains suppression, he still had rank 5 initial stage aura. His current rank 4 peak stage aura was only due to the effect of breath concealment Gu. As for his second aperture, because it first appeared in Northern Plains, there was no suppression and it was still rank 3 peak stage. Keeping it secret for now, and then slowly releasing the aura, not only could he keep it as a trump card, he could even allow others to gradually accept his improvement without suspicion. Feng Yuan followed the tribe higher-ups back to camp. Tribe camp was expanding. Along the way, construction could be seen everywhere. Large numbers of mortal slaves or even Gu master slaves were being mercilessly utilized. Winner takes all. This was the cruelty of war, and also the beauty of it. Tribe higher-ups were cheerful and joyous. After tribe took down tribe and Shang tribe, they expanded greatly. As they tried to digest this newfound force, the entire tribe's strength had increased greatly. The biggest problem now is the lack of slavery Gu. If we had large numbers of slavery Gu, we could send these slave Gu masters into battle. This will greatly increase our battle strength. Zhuang exclaimed. Slavery Gu was a Gu worm that could control people. But man is the spirit of all being. They were much harder to manipulate than beasts. The burden on the soul was greater, especially when enslaving Gu masters with strong soul. Thus, in general, a Gu master rarely controlled more than 5 slaves. As for slave Gu masters, the numbers were fewer. Normally, a Gu master could only control 1 slave Gu master. Any more and the burden on their soul would be too much. As for those slave Gu masters with strong souls, to control them, 1 soul had to be even stronger. Feng Yuan naturally had the ability to get lots of slavery Gu, but if he did so, he would expose many things. The tribe was only a chess piece in his plans. He did not need to worry for them to that extent. Next, I need to continue cultivating in seclusion. You will help me feed this wolf group. Feng Yuan spoke. Yes. Zhuang quickly replied, but his heart was crying out. Now that tribe was expanding, they were facing a huge lack of manpower. The wolf group was too huge. The burden of feeding them would be great. This would expend a lot of labor for tribe. But Feng Yuan's next sentence made this young tribe leader joyous. I brought a lot of resources back this time. They were obtained when I was hunting wolves. Use them as you wish. But remember, the things on those 3 black skin fat armor beetles are mine. Safeguard them for me properly. Yes, Lord Supreme Elder. For the next few days, Feng Yuan stayed inside tribe camp, cultivating bitterly in seclusion. His second aperture's cultivation level needed to increase. Although he had 1,000-man soul, he still needed wolf soul Gu to strengthen himself, becoming a 1,000-man soul level wolf man soul. At the same time, his strength path also needed improvement. He needed to continue using June strength Gu. When he needed to relax, he would take out the items on those 3 black skin fat armor beetles and inspect them. These resources that Chai tribe painstakingly gathered were very strange. They were all gray-white stone slabs, but the surface of these stone slabs were filled with black ink lines. Some were straight while others were curled. There were thin and thick lines. The lines were drawn over one another, Some looked like letters while others looked like drawings of scenery. If these stone slabs were real, that would be a huge deal. Tracing their source, they were from the immemorial era. Renzu's ninth daughter, Carefree Wisdom Heart, states that in order to save Wisdom Goo, Carefree Wisdom Heart came to the Keon Kun crystal wall. Keon Kun crystal wall was straight from top to bottom. It floated in midair like a giant mirror. In the mirror, there was a book mountain. On the book mountain, there was a ink waterfall, landing on the mountain rocks to form a literature spring. The ink waterfall continued to flow. As it landed on the literature spring, water splashed about. These black color splashes flew in the air as the water droplets formed into words. This was the origin of the 100 clan writing system in the Goo Master world. After Keon Kun crystal wall was broken, it turned into numerous gray-white stone slabs. Legends say that if one gathered all of the stone slabs, they could piece back Keon Kun crystal wall and the Goo Master would be able to enter Book Mountain again. If one looked at the history of humanity, they would find that generations of Goo Masters, Goo Immortals, or even Immortal and Demon Venerables collected these stone slabs before. Precisely so. Large numbers of counterfeit stone slabs appeared quickly. These fake stone slabs were indistinguishable to real stone slabs, unless the Goo Master was an experienced appraiser. In history, the most authoritative and accomplished appraiser Goo Immortal was Treasure Yellow Heaven's owner, Taoist Countless Treasure who owned Treasure Light Goo. But even he could only identify them with an accuracy of 70 to 80%. There were simply too many fake stone slabs. Too many Goo Masters tried making fakes, even Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable himself. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable purposely created many fakes and scammed many Goo Immortals. The fakes that he made were very convincing. They could even surpass the real deal. Fang Yuan had never thought of collecting all the stone slabs and restoring Book Mountain. Even a rank 9 Goo Venerable did not succeed. Fang Yuan had no such drive to waste his effort. He was only resting now, and tried appraising these stone slabs. In his previous life, he had trained his eyes to be discerning. He had also once sold and created these fake stone slabs. Right now, he tried appraising these stone slabs, removing the fakes. It was a form of relaxation. But unexpectedly, just when he was playing with one of the stone slabs, something happened. This stone slab that he had evaluated to be a fake, after Fang Yuan injected his primeval essence, the ink line started to move mystically. Chibi General Chinese proverbs are really funny when translated literally, so I like to keep it that way. The ending of this chapter sounds pretty cliché. Or is it? Chapter 496, the Caillou Inheritance. The ink lines changed and morphed randomly. After a long while, it settled and formed a terrain map. At the center of the map, there was a heightened land. There were no cliffs as the slope was very gentle. There was an opening that resembled a tunnel. On this place, 2 words were indicated: Dikayu. All around Dikayu, there were swamps and forests. At the southwest corner, there was a river. At the lower area of the map, there were 4 lines: light in the soil, shine up to 100,000 feet high, swimming in the sky for 100 li, praising plum fragrant snow. Fang Yuan muttered it silently, but after a long time, he had no idea what it was saying. These 4 lines were like poems, or not. They sounded like Goo recipes, but unlikely. But Fang Yuan was sure about one thing: these 4 riddle-like lines were definitely clues left behind on purpose. More amazingly, after the map formed for a while, it faded from the gray-white stone slab. Soon, this stone slab in Fang Yuan's hands turned white. There was nothing left on it. But when Fang Yuan closed his eyes, he could easily recall every detail on this map, at an extreme clarity. This was not his outstanding memory. Instead, painting idea goo. A painting idea goo was once used on this stone slab. This goo can turn into scenery images and etch itself into a Goo Master's memory, so that they will never forget it. Light of comprehension flashed across Fang Yuan's eyes. Evidently, this was an inheritance that a Goo Master left behind. In order to appraise these stone slabs, Fang Yuan had taken many crystal clear goo, Sunshine Goo, Moonshine Goo etc. from tribe's inventory. Just earlier, he had used these goo worms and injected his primeval essence skillfully to test them. These methods were unique ways to appraise gray-white stone slabs. In the end, these methods became the key to activating the secret of this stone slab. The goo master who created this stone slab counterfeit not only used painting idea goo, he also used other goo worms to form this effect. This is an inheritance from a goo master. In order to find the inheritor, he spent quite a bit of effort. Fang Yuan smiled, to think that under such a situation, he obtained the clues to a goo master's inheritance. Inheritance was one of the cultural identity of this world. Be it righteous or demonic goo masters, they would choose to create an inheritance, to leave behind an imprint unique to them in this world. Although he was lucky to receive clues about this inheritance, Fang Yuan did not show much joy. In his previous 500 years, he had encountered many of such situations. He was used to it. Most goo masters would leave their inheritances behind. Therefore, inheritances were always in ample numbers. There were goo immortal inheritances, rank 4 or rank 5 goo master inheritances. These were the truly valuable ones. But there were also many rank 2 or 3 inheritances, even those made by rank 1 goo masters. With the passing of time and natural or man-made disasters, many goo masters often leave disappointed when exploring an inheritance. Some inheritances were destroyed long ago. Others were already taken by the time someone found it. For some inheritances, they were demonic inheritances, traps created by someone meticulously. Those mentally twisted goo masters who wanted to take revenge on the world before dying. I am too busy right now. I cannot abandon my plans for such a vague inheritance. Moreover, with just this map, where am I going to find that Dikayu place anyway? Getting Dikayu inheritance map was only a tiny accident. Fang Yuan quickly forgot about it. In the following days, he continued cultivating while refining goo. From what he gained from the two tribes, he saw an improved recipe and found it interesting. Taking out a few goo worms from tribe's warehouse, he spent a few days, and after failing twice, he refined the rank 3 eagle wings to the rank 4 eagle rise goo. Speaking of which, this eagle wings goo was nearly unused in his hands. After Fang Yuan left Poison Grassland, he came to Hongyan Valley and reached tribe camp. When he walked around the few markets that were set up during his stay, he bought it. Wolf King Chang Shanyin was not a flying expert. Fang Yuan would not use this master-level technique easily. This was a trump card. Once he used it, it would shock the world. Chang Shanyin went missing for more than 10 years. It was easy to make an excuse. Who knows what opportunities and inheritances he came across during the years. Why couldn't he become a flying expert? A few days after refining Eagle Rise Goo, Zhuguang visited Fang Yuan personally and brought the latest news with him. Ma tribe had completely absorbed F tribe, and became Tianchuan Heroes Assembly's main character. At Mengkayu Heroes Assembly, Nuer tribe's representative is a rank 5 Goo Master Nuer 2. Kaofu's Zhao tribe, that Zhao Yanyan, Ma Hongyan's wife, the wondrous woman who became a wisdom path Goo immortal in the future, is only a young innocent girl now. No matter what, Ma tribe gained so much attention now, they definitely planning something big, to fight for the coveted throne of the Lord of the Imperial Court. This is the same as in my previous life's memories. But will Ma Hongyan appear? Fang Yuan thought about it as he recalled. He could vaguely remember that during this contest, Ma tribe showed outstanding strength, especially during the start. They had strong troops and high morale, they defeated many strong foes. But a tall tree is the first to face destruction. Soil that is nearest to the water will be the first to be swept away by the currents. Ma tribe gained too much attention. They were targeted by experienced tribes of the Huangjin family. After several tough battles, although they won, they had great losses and were weakened. Eventually, Ma tribe was forced by Hailulan, facing encirclement. Hai tribe had a great number of people, but Ma tribe had fortified defense. They were able to protect themselves. Hailulan brought his troops personally but was unable to gain victory. Seeing the approaching blizzard, he had to relent. After Ma tribe submitted to Hai tribe, They gained the rights to enter the imperial court. Ma Hongyun, with his absurd luck, also managed to get in. Precisely because he used this opportunity, he obtained the partial inheritance of an immortal venerable inside the 88-edge treasure building, which became the foundation for his rise in the future. At this moment, Zhiguang spoke, asking Feng Yuan, Lord Supreme Elder, most of the Heroes' Assembly are taking place fervently now. Our Yutian Heroes' Assembly also has many experts and competitors, engaging in fierce competition. Among them, Liu and Wu and Hai Lulan are the two tribes with the greatest strength. The other forces cannot compete with them. Right now, only our tribe is still left in Crescent Lake. Even the large-sized tribes have set off for Yutian to attend the Heroes' Assembly. After these days of recuperating, we have already digested most of our battle spoils, and stabilized the situation. If we don't set off now, we might not make it in time. Feng Yuan nodded. The Heroes' Assembly was a place where forces probed each other and created powerful alliances. Although the tribe gained strength quickly, they were only a mid-sized tribe. If they did not attend the Heroes' Assembly, and detached themselves from the rules of the game, they would be ostracized. That had a huge impact on them. Although tribe leader was Zhiguang, ever since Feng Yuan took the role of Supreme Elder, his decision was already the #1 priority of tribe. During these days, Zhiguang and the other higher-ups were starting to get anxious. They did not have Feng Yuan's memories. They did not know that during this Yutian Heroes' Assembly, there would be a huge contest, and thus it ended the latest. Feng Yuan had made his arrangements in light of this. He waved his hand, saying to Zhiguang, although the tribe has stabilized, that is only on the surface. In the dark, there are still many people whose hearts are not with us. If we really went to battle, even with a mid-sized tribe's scale, we would not be able to unleash the corresponding strength. Zhiguang lowered his head, listening to Feng Yuan's teachings patiently. Feng Yuan continued. Yutian Heroes' Assembly's contest has just entered the climax. We are in no rush to get there. For now, we are going to Onion Valley. Onion Valley? Zhiguang showed some confusion. Onion Valley was a place like Crescent Lake. It was a wide valley overgrown with green onions. It was a unique habitat. There, large numbers of beast groups lived, at a larger scale than Crescent Lake. Of course, there were countless wild goo worms. Among them, there was the extremely famous Rank 2 goo, Onion Explosion goo. This goo looked like an onion, but it was not green or white, instead it was red like fire. Once activated, it would emit an intense odor. When wild beasts smell it, they would turn irascible, showing their wild nature. They would be more likely to attack people. Thus, Onion Valley was much more dangerous than Crescent Lake. Why did he want to go to such a dangerous place instead of attending the Heroes' Assembly? But soon, Feng Yuan said his reason. Very long ago, I bred some wolves in Onion Valley. After these years of growing, they should have matured and expanded. So that's it. Zhiguang's eyes shone. It was very resource-expending to nurture an enslavement path goo master. Just the food needed to feed their wild beasts daily was an astronomical figure. These days, in order to take care of Feng Yuan's wolves, the tribe had expended a lot of their resources, causing Zhiguang to wince in pain and have a clear understanding of this. Thus, many enslavement path goo master would choose to let beast groups grow on their own. They would choose some appropriate locations and leave some beasts behind as the seeds. Once in a while, they would go to check their growth. If the beast group expanded, they would have profited. Of course, the chances of having gains was low. In most situations, the beast groups would shrivel, or even get exterminated. But even so, most enslavement path goo masters would choose to do so. After all, enslavement path was a huge burden on resources. How many moral goo master could be like Feng Yuan, sending their beast groups into the blessed land? After Feng Yuan said that, Zhiguang immediately understood. After so many years, the Wolf King is still around, but I do not know how many wolves there are left. But this time when we attend the Heroes' Assembly, the more wolves there are, the better it is for us. We will have greater authority and voice if our wolf group is larger. Hearing Feng Yuan's words, Zhiguang nodded. agreeing, Lord Supreme Elder is right. Then when do we set off? Today. Fang Yuan said. Chapter 497, Moshi Kuang. The sky was pure and azure, and the ground was like a sea of jade. The soil here was especially fertile with water plants growing lushly, reaching up to a man's knee. This was the famous Yutian of northern plains, reputed as one of the most abundant pasture lands. Now, people were gathering here with their banners fluttering in the wind. Yutian's Heroes' Assembly had already lasted for half a month. In the first week, every tribe was shouting their own slogans, causing clamor and disturbance. But gradually, all the forces began to join up through alliances. And now, the two strongest forces remained. One side was Liu tribe's Liu and Wu and another was Hai tribe's Hai Lulan. At this moment, the two sides were valiantly confronting each other. In the center of the people was built a spacious battle stage. In the battle stage, two northern plains Gu masters were having an intense battle, both of them with rank 4 cultivation. Outside the stage, everyone was looking at the battle intensely. Battles at tribe leader levels were not something they normally had a chance to observe, especially the two people on the stage, one righteous and another demonic. Both were famous characters and had deep hatred against each other. Water Demon, hand over your life. The middle-aged Gu master in the battle stage shouted and stamped his foot, jumping into the air. In the air, he took a deep breath, then breathed out a basket-sized dark flame towards his opponent. Water Demon Hao Jielyu's heart gave warning signs. His eyes flashed with blue light as he crazily poured his yellow-gold primeval essence into Water Wall Gu. Rise! He raised his two palms from bottom to top. His movement looked heavy as if he was lifting a weight of 10,000 caddies. Following his movement, boundless water vapor formed into a blue waterfall that rose up from the ground. The waterfall charged up in reverse and then came down, forming an arch of thick water wall. The dark flame slowly fell onto the water wall and was immediately extinguished. Huh? The spectators were stunned. They were just about to ridicule Water Demon for making a big fuss over nothing, when suddenly the spark with only a bit of light left in it suddenly exploded. Boom! The deafening explosion was like the crackling of the thunder. Great amounts of flames rushed forth and evaporated the thick water wall into water vapor. The strong impact created a frantic wind that rapidly spread everywhere. But the storm could not get out of the stage. There were Gu masters standing around the battle stage, activating their defensive Gu to form a round barrier that firmly guarded the stage. Such terrifying skill, such intense explosion has already neared the effect of a rank 5 Gu. This killer move has all along been concealed by Fire Prodigal Chai Ming. Although Water Demon detected it, he still underestimated Lord Chai Ming's attack. As the shocks from the explosion started to dull down, everyone started discussing and making a din with their gaze concentrating on the battle stage. Even Hai Lulan and Liu Wenwu were unable to take their eyes off. But within the round light barrier, water vapor caused the stage to become a scene of white, making people unable to see clearly. Everyone patiently waited, and when the water vapor dispersed, Chai Ming was still standing tall on the stage while gasping and looking at the body under his foot. Water Demon, did you think a day like this would come when you killed my father that year? Water Demon Hao Jielyu spurted out mouthfuls of blood, showing a pained expression under Chai Ming's step. Ha ha ha, it is our win. Lord Chai Ming is mighty. The spectators were dazed for a while before the side belonging to Liu Wenwu burst out with extremely loud cheers. On the other hand, on Hai Lulan's side, some onlookers were silent, while others had twitching mouths. Brother Lulan, you let me win one. Liu Wenwu stood up from his seat and cupped his fists towards Hai Lulan with a smile, showing an elegant demeanor. Hai Lulan looked like he had not expected this result as he coldly snorted. Just as he was about to say few words to keep up with the formalities, whoosh, a soft sound sounded out, and Chai Ming looked towards his chest in shock. A sharp water blade protruded out of his heart. He looked back slowly to see his enemy Hao Jielyu malevolently smiling towards him with his face full of blisters from the fire. This is the real body, then under my foot is. Chai Ming was full of doubts. Bang! Coincidentally at this time, The Hao Jiu under his feet turned into a pool of water and dispersed. "It is water image goo," someone exclaimed. Water image goo is a rare rank 4 goo, but Water Demon clearly used many other methods to make his water image look so lifelike. The sounds beside his ears allowed Chai Ming to understand the reason for his defeat. "Despicable." He said the last word of his life and died with an extremely indignant heart. Lord Chai Ming. Many people cried out in sorrow. "Brother." Chai tribe leader cried out with tears rapidly flowing down his eyes. "Ha ha ha." Hai Lu Lan threw his head back and laughed loudly without concealing his joy in the slightest. He raised his thumb towards the Water Demon. "Hao Jiu, you did great. Come, drink this wine." "Many thanks for Lord's reward." Water Demon walked off the stage while grimacing in pain from the burns that were all over his body, but still accepted the cup of wine and drank it in one shot. "Great wine." He gave a flattering smile and returned the wine cup to Hai Lu Lan. Although everyone disdained his shamelessness, his strength was displayed in front of them, and with adding in his evil reputation, no one ridiculed or mocked him. Hai Lu Lan waved his hand and spoke with his coarse and boorish voice. "Take this cup as a reward too." "Yan Kui come, bring me a new cup and pour me the best wine." Following his beckoning, a beautiful young girl in gorgeous attire obediently walked forward and places several wine cups in the table in front of Hai Lu Lan, then gracefully poured wine. She was the eldest daughter of Yin tribe, Liu Wenwu's fiancée, kidnapped by Water Demon Hao Jiu. She was offered to Hai Lu Lan as a meeting gift. Hai Lu Lan hurriedly brought Yan Kui with him to the Heroes' Assembly as an attack against Liu Wenwu. "Young Master Liu, you can't win against me. Why not admit defeat and I shall return your fiancé to you?" Hai Lu Lan drank the wine in one shot and boorishly wiped off the wine that dropped to his beard. He. Why does a man have to worry about having no wife? This girl is beautiful, but how could she replace the ambition inside my heart? Brother Lu Lan, haven't you heard of the old saying that women are like clothes while brothers are like our hands and feet? Since Brother Lu Lan likes her, feel free to have her. Liu Wenwu chuckled, showing not even a bit of anger. Young Master Liu is really ambitious. Young Master Liu Wenwu is a true man of our northern plains, right? Only such a person is worthy for us to follow. Liu tribe's side spoke one after another in support of Liu Wenwu. Since it was a woman, they were not moved and did not have any thoughts of retorting. This was the tradition of northern plains, regarding men as superior to women. Men are like clothes and brothers are like hands and feet. This saying was said by none other than Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. The bloodlines that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had passed on was collectively called as Huangjin family. Huangjin family held the supreme authority in northern plains and also followed the old ancestors' tradition. Since Liu Wenwu could compete with Hai Lu Lan on equal terms, he was naturally not somebody easy to deal with. His words were instead secretly ridiculing Hai Lu Lan's lustful and unambitious nature, giving him an appearance that he was not infatuated with the mortal affairs. Hai Lu Lan furiously snorted, "Your Liu tribe has always been able to talk well, but so what? Come, we will send our people on the stage and have a match." Liu Wenwu's expression immediately changed a little. Rather than Yan Kui, this was his greatest weak spot. In the previous 9 matches, he only won 3 matches and lost many experts. In the battle just before, he even lost the rank 4 expert fire prodigal Chai Ming. Now, Hai Lu Lan was inviting him for battle again, and he had no choice but to accept. If he did not accept, it would show his cowardice. The men of the northern plains despised a cowardly master the most. But if he accepted, he was sure to lose more than win. Damn it. This bastard is intentionally challenging me to weaken my elite battle forces. But I cannot show weakness in the Heroes' Assembly. Who should I send this time? Liu Wenwu inwardly gritted his teeth, his gaze sweeping beside him. There were people from both righteous and demonic path who had sided with him, with no lack of famous characters. But at this moment, they did not dare to meet Liu Wenwu's gaze and either lowered their head or gazed far away. Right as Liu Wenwu's subordinates were feeling awkward, a loud voice came from a distance. "Big brother, no need to worry. Send me, third brother has come. Liu Wenwu was very happy at the voice. The crowd parted and created a passage. The person who walked through the path caused everyone to be surprised. This person was tall with a beefed-up body, a fierce mouth and wide nose, skin as dark as ink, with snowy white lush hair and beard that seemed to blend together like a lion's mane. The white hair and black skin was such an unusual appearance that caused the crowd to be dazed for a while before someone exclaimed, revealing this person's identity: "This person is an Inkman." Rockman, Eggman, Hairyman and Inkman were not Renzu's descendants but variant men. Inkman was also recorded in the legends of Renzu. Their homeland was the Book Mountain. The Book Mountain had an ink waterfall which would crash down on the literature spring, and the raging ink would fall on the rocks, forming Inkman. Big brother, little brother is late. This Inkman walked to the center of the site and bowed deeply towards Liu Wenwu. Not late, not late. You came at a good time. Liu Wenwu patted the Inkman's shoulder and introduced him to everyone. Everyone, this is Moshi Kuang, whom I have sworn brotherhood to at my early years. Moshi Kuang. Young Master Liu really has good vision, fooling around with an insignificant variant man. Alright. Let my Viper Prince exchange moves with your brother. From Hai Lu Lan's side, a male Gu master with triangular eyes walked out. Come. Viper Prince walked to the battle stage and beckoned Moshi Kuang with his finger. Moshi Kuang was provoked by this action and immediately jumped to the stage in fury. Die. He clapped his two palms. Boom. An invisible force swept everything, crushing towards Viper Prince without any obstacle. What? Chi path? Rank 4 peak stage. Shit. Viper Prince could not even finish speaking before he was crushed into minced meat which then splattered everywhere. The result was decided with one move. Gasp. The sounds of sucking and cold breath resounded in the air. Chapter 498. Wolf Howl. Hai Lu Lan looked at Moshi Kuang with a gloomy face. He had a bad premonition when Moshi Kuang stepped on the stage, but when Moshi Kuang smashed Viper Prince into minced meat with one move, Hai Lu Lan's heart turned heavy. Moshi Kuang was a rank 4 peak stage expert and cultivated Chi path. Humans were the spirit of all living beings and could awaken their aperture through Hope Gu. Since variant men had the man word on them, they naturally had higher spirituality than beasts. But this spirituality was much less than humans. Thus, only few variant men could achieve such accomplishments in cultivating. The absolute majority of the variant men would never awaken their aperture in their whole life. Only a few fortunate ones could. Only the fortunate among these fortunate ones could achieve success in cultivation. This Moshi Kuang was one such special case. No wonder Liu Wenwu made friends with Moshi Kuang. If it were me, I will also be willing to make friends with such a rank 4 peak stage expert. Realization dawned upon many people. Hey, the black-skinned fatty over there, is it you who wants to oppose my big brother? Come come. Send your experts, let me slap your lackeys flat. Moshi Kuang patted his chest and shouted loudly, a heroic aura showed in his boorish manner. Black-skinned fatty. Hai Lu Lan's eyelids twitched and was extremely angry. Although I am fat, am I as black as you? This black boar is really hateful. Hai Ziyu Yi. Hai Lu Lan lightly called, his calm voice holding within a burning rage. Here. A thin man immediately responded. Go teach this guy a lesson. Yes, Lord Tribe Leader. Hai Ziyu Yi agreed expressionlessly and unhurriedly walked. His gaze was as indifferent as ice. As he walked, a black light blossomed over his whole light. The black light condensed and formed an armor that firmly covered him. Next, a dim green halo flew over his head. 56 flying bone shields flew out and hovered beside him, completely shielding him. Similarly, 9 grayish-blue ghost faces whimpered and hovered around him. By the time he stepped on the stage, he was completely armed and protected. The crowd was in a clamor. Hai Lu Lan's words were very imposing, but he actually sent a defensive Gu master to bring out Moshi Kuang's trump cards. Ha. Moshi Kuang was instead very happy. You're a guy asking for a beating, come. Eat my punch. The moment he finished speaking, his right hand clenched into a fist and fiercely punched at Hai Ziyu Yi. Instantly, his fist strength condensed into a thick fist chi which fiercely slammed at Hai Ziyu Yi, who was dozen of steps away. If it was someone else, just this punch would leave them handicapped if not dead. But Hai Ziyu Yi forcibly took on this punch. His upper body shook a bit, but his lower body did not move in the slightest. Good. Mo Shikuang was very happy at this. He was different from ordinary Inkman, and was extremely addicted to fighting. He became thrilled at this moment and shouted, again. He slowly took off to the air, his snow-white hair swaying loosely with the air. After pulling open a distance from Hai Ziyu Yi, he started to punch rapidly. The punch shadows rained down like a torrential rain, the translucent fist chi shooting towards Hai Ziyu Yi. Aura aura aura! The fist chi exploded on Hai Ziyu Yi's armor, producing a sound like that of thunder crackling. But Hai Ziyu Yi was like a giant reef that would stand tall no matter how many sea waves struck it. The 56 flying bone shields dispelled most of the force on him. Some bits and pieces of fist chi struck at his black iron-like armor, but it was of no use. The scattered chi flow was absorbed completely by the 9 ghost faces. When Mo Shikuang's crazed attacks stopped, the halo above Hai Ziyu Yi let out a dim green light and shone down upon the flying bone shield, completely repairing the cracks in the shields. Let me return this to you. Hai Ziyu Yi sneered. The 9 ghost faces opened their mouths together and spurted out dozens of fist chi. Shockingly, Mo Shikuang's attack was returned back to him in full. Mo Shikuang was dazed at the dozens of fist chi. The fist chi exploded on him one after another and he crashed down to the ground. Ha ha ha, rank 4 peak stage is nothing outstanding. Immediately, someone shouted outside the stage, "Young master." A person beside Liu Wenwu nervously shouted, Hai Ziyu Yi is one of the 3 commanders of the Black Banner troops, a rank 4 upper stage Gu master specialized in defense. Should we call Mo Shikuang back? Don't worry. Liu Wenwu was not worried and instead had a joyful smile as he looked at Hai Lulan then at Hai Ziyu Yi at the stage. My third brother is extremely addicted to fighting. The stronger the opponent is, the more excited he becomes. Hee hee, watch the show unfold now, ha ha ha. Refreshing, so refreshing. Mo Shikuang suddenly let out a crazed laughter and jumped up from the ground. His eyes turned as red as fire and he looked at Hai Ziyu Yi with a burning gaze. You are somewhat interesting, worthy of me using half my strength. Mo Shikuang said earnestly. Hai Ziyu Yi was naturally not happy. HMPH, boastful guy, give me all you've got. Ha. Mo Shikuang's body shook. An intense inhuman aura like that of lions or bears erupted from his body, oppressing everyone's hearts. Whoosh! He rushed to the sky with overflowing might like that of a demon god, and lifted his right leg. Here it comes! He excitedly shouted and kicked his right leg towards Hai Ziyu Yi. Whoosh! The sound of the wind suddenly whirled and boundless air condensed into an enormous foot. This foot was nearly transparent and was as big as a small hill. It crashed down rapidly with an incomparably violent momentum. Such an attack! For a moment, not only Hai Ziyu Yi, but Hai Lulan and others all stared with their eyes wide open. Defend, use all your strength. The several rank 3 Gu masters who were in charge of defending the site, shouted one after another. The enormous foot stamped down. Hai Ziyu Yi gritted his teeth and immediately sent his 56 flying bone shields to take it on. But the flying bone shields could not last for even a second and were smashed by the foot. Next, the enormous foot smashed down like a mountain. The green halo was instantly broken. The 9 ghost faces did their best to absorb the force but could only weaken 1/10 of it before dispersing. The chaotic airflow could not even scatter before it was suppressed by the enormous foot. Hai Ziyu Yi felt an irresistible force heavily pressing down on his spine. He wanted to resist, but was powerless and within a few breaths of time, was pressed down to the ground. The black iron armor which had made him famous was crushed to pieces by the huge force. Crack! The sounds of his bones breaking continuously entered his ears, and large amounts of blood flowed out of his 7 facial orifices. The huge force was still spreading towards the surroundings. Several defensive Gu masters had to sacrifice their lives to maintain the light barrier and not let it collapse. After the dust dispersed, Hai Xiu Yi was lying on the ground like a dead dog, motionless, and at his last breath, Hai Lu Lan's expression paled as he stood up immediately. Hai Xiu Yi was part of his direct family line and was one of the 3 commanders of the Black Banner troops. Without him, Black Banner troops' battle strength would fall by at least 20%. At the same time, Hai Xiu Yi was Hai Tribe's Supreme Elder's grandnephew's son, so this was a matter of utmost concern. Hai Lu Lan had never expected Mo Shi Kuang to be so strong. His strike could almost jump realms and challenge rank 5 Gu masters. Hai Xiu Yi could not be lost. Hai Lu Lan immediately sent orders, "Bring back Hai Xiu Yi." Immediately, 2 rank 3 Gu masters rushed forward. The defensive Gu masters hesitated, but not wanting to offend Hai Lu Lan, they did not block the way, instead loosening up the barrier. "Lord, this Hai Lu Lan is extremely shameless, actually is trying to break the rules. Let me go too." A Liu tribe elder shouted in indignation. Liu Wenwu, however, just chuckled, "Nothing to worry. Let them experience the power of my sworn brother." "A group of scoundrels!" Mo Shi Kuang shouted in fury before waving forward with his right fist. He seemed to be dragging 1,000 jun of weight as he moved his hand, giving a feeling of slow exertion of power. An enormous arm made of qi, 50 feet in length and 10 feet wide, rapidly formed under everyone's dumbstruck gaze. Whoosh! The qi arm produced a sound like that of a roaring dragon or tiger, and also seemed like a hurricane that would blow away everything. The enormous qi arm fiercely swept across in a wild and unrestrained manner. If it came across mountains, it would break them, and if it came across seas, it would split them. The 2 rank 3 Gu masters that came to rescue Hai Xiu Yi were like flies as they were swept flying by the enormous qi arm. The qi arm then swept outside the stage, causing sounds of shocks and screams to resound. Many spectating Gu masters who were not able to dodge in time were smashed into minced meat by the qi arm. Hai Lu Lan and his group hurriedly retreated to avoid the brunt of the attack. "Courting death. Kill him. He actually attacked us. Let's attack him together." Hai Lu Lan and his group, who avoided the brunt of the attack, made their moves one after another and immediately shattered the qi arm. "Ha ha ha, more." Mo Shi Kuang did not show a hint of fear in facing so many Gu masters, and instead became even more happy, his battle intent burning high. He advanced instead of retreating like a tiger that had come out of the mountain, his beard fluttering as he charged towards Hai Lu Lan and the group. "Not good, third brother has gone berserk again." Liu Wenwu could not remain calm anymore. He waved his hand, "Everyone, follow me to reinforce third brother." Liu tribe's side also entered the battle. Heroes' assembly immediately turned into a chaotic mess. An unprecedented large chaotic battle suddenly unfolded. Mo Shi Kuang rampaged here and there in the battlefield, and Hai Lu Lan along with his group smoothly grabbed Hai Xiu Yi and retreated. Chai tribe's Gu masters charged towards water demon Hao Jielu, and the heavily injured Hao Jielu could only flee here and there. It was chaos. "Shit, this is only the heroes' assembly. We absolutely cannot have such a battle and suffer huge losses. If so, how will we vie for the imperial court? What to do? Even if our side wins, it will be a miserable victory." Liu Wenwu and Hai Lu Lan felt the situation was far from good. They tried to stop it, but it was in vain. Howl! Right at this moment, an intensely desolate wolf howl spread from far away, manifesting the presence of a beast emperor. Howl! Countless wolf howls followed soon after. The howling merged into a grand and majestic howl that resounded all over heaven and earth. 499 Turtle Jade Wolf Skin Gu. What happened? Is there a wolf tide coming? So many wolves. There are night wolves, wind wolves, turtleback wolves. Wait, there are water wolves and vermilion flame wolves. The shocked voices called out as the people stopped fighting, turning around and focusing their attention on the wolves. But what they saw was a grand wolf army approaching from all directions. All sorts of northern plains wolves gathered together, and charged over collectively. The black and nimble night wolves, the elegant wind wolves, the defensive turtleback wolves, the pure as snow water wolves, and the ones coated in blazing flames, vermilion flame wolves. These wolf groups came together. Each had at least several tens of thousands in number. At once, the grand wolf army filled everyone's field of vision, causing people to feel suffocated as a chill grew in their hearts. A group of people moved slowly under the protection of the wolf groups. Large numbers of farm slug goo, black-skinned fat armor beetles carried huge amounts of resources, while lizard house goo moved their forelimbs forward. There was a grand tribe flag carried by one of them, symbolizing the main tent's location. On the blue flag, there was a huge word written as J. It's J tribe. That means, this is Chang Shanyan's wolf army. Didn't Chang Shanyan battle 3 tribes consecutively? How did his wolf groups expand by so much? Suspicion and questions filled everyone's hearts. According to our intel, the Wolf King has night wolves, wind wolves, and turtleback wolves. But where did he get all these water wolves and vermilion flame wolves? Liu Wenwu's face was grim. Big brother. Mo Shikuang returned to Liu Wenwu's side. The huge wolf groups caused his heart to jump secretly. The water wolves can be explained. After all, tribe stayed in Crescent Lake for such a long time, and water wolves are most common there. But can anyone tell me where these 80,000 vermilion flame wolves came from? Vermilion flame wolves are much rarer than wind wolves, water wolves, and night wolves. They have the strongest attack power among wild wolves. We have to check clearly. Where did Chang Shanyan get such a powerful force suddenly? Can anyone tell me? At once, countless tribe leaders and elders cursed the intel-gathering goo masters in their tribes. Forget the vermilion flame wolves. Look at that largest night wolf. Is it a wolf emperor? Zhang Fu pointed as he shouted. The truth is, once the night wolf emperor appeared, numerous gazes were already assessing it. It truly is a night wolf emperor. The authority of a wolf emperor was absolute. After Cao Chuan clarified it, he said dryly. Everyone gasped. Wolf Emperor. This was equivalent to the strength of a rank 5 goo master. Chang Shanyan was only a rank 4 goo master. He actually had control of a Wolf Emperor, as expected of an established character, the hero of Northern Plains, the one who had once single-handedly taken down Hatu Gu and his band of bandits. This legend. Damn it. How did his strength rise so much? With the Wolf Emperor, he is already on par with Ma Zun, Zhang Baoya, and Yang Potian. Pei Yanfu wanted to take revenge, clenched his fists. The Grand Wolf Army made him feel a strong sense of helplessness and defeat. Seeing the Wolf Army approaching them, everyone showed a grim and fearful expression. The chaotic battle had stopped. Everyone was gathering around Liu Wenwu and Hai Lulan's side, getting into their formations. Soon after, under everyone's gaze, Feng Yuan rode the white-eyed wolf as he followed Zhuang and the rest and came to Hai Lulan. Wolf King Chang Shanyan, I've long heard of your name. Hai Lulan first greeted him. Hai Lulan's body was bulky like an angry bear. His uneven shiny white teeth were like daggers, giving people a ruthless feeling. His triangular eyes shone with threatening brilliance. This person was extremely lecherous. It was a well-known fact in Northern Plains. Feng Yuan laughed lightly as he turned to look at Liu Wenwu. Liu Wenwu wore white clothes, having a scholarly aura, looking like a perfect young master. His eyes were mild and his face was like jade. Beside him, there was a 9-feet-tall ink man. His body was black and he had white hair, standing like a guardian. He was the #1 fierce general in this imperial court competition, Mo Shikuang. Liu Wenwu's heart jumped. Feng Yuan's deep gaze made him feel amiss. Chang Shanyan and Chang tribe's enmity had already been spread to the world by Zh tribe during the battle in Crescent Lake. Right now, Chang tribe had already submitted to Liu Wenwu. If Chang Shanyan wants revenge on Chang tribe, he would first have to deal with Liu Wenwu. Feng Yuan retracted his gaze, looking at Hai Lulan. he said with a plain tone, but his voice resounded in everyone's ears. The reason why I have returned is to exact revenge. Coincidentally, the competition for the Imperial Court was undergoing. This will also allow me to meet all the grand heroes in Northern Plains. Brother Lu Lan, why don't we team up? Hai Lu Lan's pupils shrunk, as he happily stood up, walking towards Feng Yuan, grabbing his shoulders as he laughed. Gaining Wolf King's help, it would be my greatest honor. At Hai Tribe, the people suddenly exploded as they cheered loudly. Your defeated opponent, Hao Jiu, pays respect to Lord Wolf King. Water Demon paid respects to Feng Yuan with trepidation. Hai Lu Lan frowned, immediately turning around. Although Hao Jiu had gained some merits, if he offended Chang Shanyin, Hai Lu Lan would have to kill him to express goodwill towards Chang Shanyin. But Feng Yuan nodded at Hao Jiu. No matter, just to your best from now on. Hao Jiu breathed a huge sigh of relief. Ha ha ha, the Wolf King truly has a big heart. Such magnanimity, I am in awe. Hai Lu Lan's laughter became louder. Hao Jiu was a rank 4 upper stage Guaster, an absolute expert. Now that he got the best of both worlds, he was overjoyed. While Hai Tribe rejoiced, Liu Tribe sank into solemnness. Although Liu Wenwu had predicted this, his mood still turned terrible. If I had known this, I would not have agreed to Chang Tribe's request. How can a Chang Tribe compare to Chang Shanyin? Sigh. But now that the deed has been done, I cannot salvage it further. He sighed in his heart. Yan Kui'er was his wife-to-be, but he could discard her. Not just because of the patriarchal traditions, but also because Yan Tribe had been exterminated. But Chang Tribe's strength was still intact. If he really gave up on Chang Tribe, it would make all the tribes that subdued to him feel disheartened and fearful. He, Liu Wenwu, could not do such a thing. Hai Tribe leader, my Wang Tribe would like to join you. What do you think? Hai Lu Lan, my Fang Tribe will be betting on you this time. Yi Tribe is willing to submit to Hai Tribe. At once, several of the undecided large tribes immediately chose to side with Hai Lu Lan. Although Liu Wenwu had fierce generals like Mo Shi Kuang, Wolf King Chang Shanyin had allied with Hai Lu Lan. With such a huge wolf group as the vanguard, who knows how many people's lives would be saved in the future. This way, all of the tribes at Yutian Heroes Assembly made their choices. A large portion joined Hai Lu Lan, while the rest went to Liu Wenwu. Ha ha ha, Liu Tribe's lad, we will meet on the battlefield next time. Brother Lu Lan, till we meet again. Now was not the time to fight. There were still several powerful forces outside of Yutian. The two groups were vigilant as they moved away from each other, towards their main camp. On the way back, Liu Wenwu called the Intel tribe elder and chided him in public. Where did Chang Shanyin's wolves come from? Investigate it clearly. Yes, young master, I will definitely make up for my mistake. The tribe elder left with a forehead full of sweat. Brother, don't worry. Regardless of how many wolves he has, I can directly attack and kill the Chang Shanyin. Mo Shi Kuang consoled him with a fearless tone. But Liu Wenwu was deep in thoughts. Against an enslavement path master, one would definitely choose the beheading leader tactic. But now that Chang Shanyin has gone to Hai Lu Lan, when they meet in battle again, Hai Tribe would definitely keep him protected. By then, it would be extremely difficult to kill him. But he could not ignore the concern of his sworn brother. Liu Wenwu smiled lightly, patting Mo Shi Kuang's shoulder. He, third brother, you are an unparalleled warrior that can easily take the enemy's head. Of course I trust you. Big brother, you forgot about second brother. As long as he comes out of his closed cultivation, us three brothers would be able to work together. What's there to fear in the entire northern plains? Mo Shi Kuang laughed. Second brother? Liu Wenwu's eyes shone, the pressure lifting in his heart. That's right, when second brother comes out, Chang Shanyin is not our match when we work together. But now, we should not bother with Hai Tribe. This is a troublesome tribe. We should take down the west area and gather our strength, and strengthen ourselves. Just do what you want, brother. I will follow behind you. At the same time, at another group, Hai Lu Lan laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, after today, Yutian Heroes Assembly's news will spread. All the forces around here will feel a great headache. Brother Shan Yin, your wolf army will definitely make them suspicious and scared. Fang Yuan had great strength. Hai Lu Lan had paid attention to him long ago. Now that he joined him willingly, this high tribe leader definitely had to build a relationship with him. Not only did he treat Chang Shan Yin as an equal, when they talked, he even started calling him brother. Fang Yuan heard Hai Lu Lan's words and knew this was a secretive inquisition, thus he laughed plainly. To speak the truth, I did not expect such gains. Back then at Onion Valley, I left some wolves behind. To think that after these years, they would expand to this extent. Zhuguang beside him also said, that's right, when Lord Supreme Elder came out of Onion Valley, the endless number of wolves stunned us all. The truth was, after Fang Yuan went into Onion Valley alone, he opened the Stargate and connected it to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, bringing out most of the wolves inside. When he led the wolf group back to tribe, almost everyone was speechless. This way, the entire tribe was his witness. At the same time, he covered up his tracks on Onion Valley. Right now, the evidences were solid as a mountain. Ha ha ha. Brother Shan Yin's luck is truly admirable. Letting the wolf groups develop on their own is a helpless measure. One rarely gained anything. Brother managed to get some gains. You truly are a fated individual. Even heaven wants you to come out of seclusion once more. To speak the truth, after you disappeared, the entire northern plain went silent. Heaven did not want to see this. It did not want a grand character like brother to end up being secluded in the mountains. Hai Lu Lan's words were all flattery. It sounded like the entire northern plains only had Chang Shan Yin. But Fang Yuan gave a mild smile purposely, laughing arrogantly. This time, I want to exact revenge, but I also want to spar with Ma Zun, Yang Po Ying, and Zhang Baoya. Finally, I want to make use of Imperial Court Blessed Land and improve my cultivation further. Saying so, he acted as if the entire Imperial Court was his own. Hearing such arrogant words, even Water Demon Hao Jielu bit his tongue. Good, this is the aspiration of a true Northern Plains man. Hai Lu Lan praised, giving a thumbs up to Fang Yuan, taking out a goo worm as he handed it to him. Good goo belongs to heroes. Since Brother Shan Yin came to me, that is my honor. This rank 5 goo is our meeting gift, please accept it. Fang Yuan took a look. This was a turtle jade wolf skin goo. It had great defense. Fang Yuan had heard of this goo's recipe back in his previous life. The rank 5 turtle jade wolf skin goo was made using a living turtleback wolf emperor. If there really was a turtleback wolf emperor, Fang Yuan would rather it be part of his force then sacrifice it and turn it into a goo. Although Fang Yuan could use Treasure Yellow Heaven to get rank 5 goo as well, this turtle jade wolf skin goo suited his enslavement path. It would take him a lot of time, effort, and most importantly, immortal essence stones, to get such a goo. After all, Fang Yuan only had 2 immortal essence stones left. Now that this goo was given to him for free, that would be the best. Alright then, I will happily receive it. Fang Yuan said, as he really grabbed this goo without hesitation. Chapter 500, Trapped Inside and Outside, Slashing Thorns and Vines. 12 days later, in the secret room, Fang Yuan was seated above a cushion with both eyes closed. His whole body was tense, and his mind was in placid tranquility. His attention was solely focused on the turtle jade wolf skin goo that was within his aperture. Currently, the goo floated atop his primeval sea within his first aperture. Primeval essence was continuously poured onto it, which caused the goo to emit a jade-colored light. The light radiated from his aperture, and illuminated Fang Yuan's entire body. Gradually, the rays of light dimmed. The entire turtle jade wolf skin goo dissipated into tiny fluorescent particles, thoroughly destroyed. Fang Yuan was already mentally prepared. Turtle jade wolf skin goo needed to be consumed, and would leave imprints on the goo master's body, similar to the bronze skin goo and iron bone goo. These past few days I've been in constant seclusion. My body has finally been refined to turtle jade wolf skin. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes, and pulled back the cuffs of his sleeves to examine the skin on his arms. His skin still retained the natural color of flesh, but when Feng Yuan took out a dagger and ruthlessly slashed at his arm, immediately, the effects of the turtle jade wolf skin goo activated. When the dagger made contact with his skin, the skin immediately turned to a jadish green, while the faint lines of turtle shells pulsated outwards. Cutting the skin was similar to a collision with iron, or possibly jade, but the skin still retained a degree of flexibility. Feng Yuan gave a satisfied nod. The turtle jade wolf skin goo is rank 5, its defensive power is truly remarkable. Most importantly, it does not require active use. As long as one is attacked, the defensive properties would activate. It is extremely practical as no primeval essence is expended in the process. It wasn't difficult for a goo immortal to acquire rank 5 goo, though for mortal goo masters, they were quite rare. For a large number of rank 5 goo masters, they only possess one rank 5 goo. Some do not even possess rank 5 goo, but instead resorted to rank 4 goo as substitute. Upon meeting Feng Yuan, Hai Lu Lan immediately used turtle jade wolf skin goo to entice him, which, in the eyes of bystanders, was a huge investment. In the eyes of Feng Yuan, a rank 5 goo wasn't much, but it allowed him to sense the sincerity from Hai Lu Lan. Turtle jade wolf skin's modification is done. The next step is to improve my strength. Feng Yuan sat still upon his cushion, seizing the most of every minute, diligently improving his strength. He sent out a strength of 10 Jun goo. This goo was like an iron weight. After being infused with primeval essence, it suspended itself above Feng Yuan's head, and afterwards blossomed with a glorifying radiance, covering his entire body while engraving a particular strength path Dalmork onto his body. As time passed, the strength of Feng Yuan slowly and steadily grew. For quite some time, he cultivated his strength non-stop. He had already used up the 5 strength of 10 Jun goo he purchased earlier. Now, he would have to use High Tribe's inventory to acquire more strength of 10 Jun goo. By now, Feng Yuan's body contained the strength of 60 Jun, stored in the very depths of his body. 10 Jun was the strength of 300 Jin, 60 Jun was equal to 1,800 Jin of strength. On Earth, Green Dragon Crescent Blade 1 weighed merely 82 Jin. I have already refined this body with turtle jade wolf skin, thus, it can hold about 100 Jun of strength. 100 Jun of strength or more would be within the range of rank 5 realm. Jin strength goo and Jun strength goo's recipes were the invention of a rank 7 goo immortal. Compared to traditional beast strength goo, they were easier to refine, while simultaneously costing less, and thus were widespread in the north. Feng Yuan abandoned his beast phantom goo, and picked up the Jun strength goo, not only to keep up with current developments, but also to make his path more convenient, allowing him to disguise his own identity. However, Jun strength goo could not solve the fundamental problem of strength path. Feng Yuan had 60 Jun of strength within him, but in practice could only exert a small portion of it. To solve the problem, he would have to rely on all-out effort goo. All-out effort goo could allow a goo master to make use of their whole body's strength, allowing them complete liberty to exert strength. It was truly the core goo of strength path. Therefore, Feng Yuan decided it would be his second aperture's vital goo. But this all-out effort goo was a mere rank 3 goo, and being in a foreign land resulted in it being suppressed to rank 2. Feng Yuan had the recipe for rank 4 all-out effort goo, thus, so long as he is in northern plains when he refines the goo to rank 4, it will not be affected by the suppression. But it would be hard to continue accumulating. Turtle jade wolf skin helps in bearing the weight of my strength, but does not benefit enslavement path. Although I have 2 apertures, I merely have one body. In this world, there were few things that could satisfy all of one's needs. While advancing strength path, he could not simultaneously advance enslavement path. If he wanted to advance enslavement path, Feng Yuan should not have employed turtle jade wolf skin goo, but rather a different rank 5 goo, known as wolf totem goo. This goo could be used to store wolf packs. They would be stored in his skin, and for every wild wolf he keeps, A wolf tattoo would also form on Feng Yuan's skin. Many enslavement path Gu masters would choose their corresponding totem Gu, and keep their elite troops in their own bodies. In critical moments, Gu masters would reveal the power of their elites, summoning them and making them fight. Like before, Feng Yuan used rank 4 Impermanence Bone Gu, which allowed him to further strengthen his soul. But Impermanence Bone Gu did not benefit Strength Path. Feng Yuan may be a Gu master of both the Strength and Enslavement Path, but it was not simple. It was easy to cause a disaster for both paths. Feng Yuan's problems were far from just this. Spring-Autumn Cicada was gradually recovering, once again putting him under the pressure of death. His frequent entering and exiting of Hu Immortal Blessed Land caused his supply of Starlight Firefly Gu to dwindle. Immortal Crane Sek's great desire towards Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the mysterious force's attention due to the fixed Immortal Travel Gu, the problem of recovering fixed Immortal Travel and Gruel Mud Immortal Gu, Hu Immortal Blessed Land's earthly calamity, the crisis concerning the death of Danghun Mountain, and constantly pretending to be Chang Shan Yin, and the mental pressure of making sure I do not show any weakness or flaws. His situation was terrible. It could even be said that he was beset on all sides. But because of the crisis, I can look forward to the moment when I cut through the thistles and thorns and break free of worries. Feng Yuan let out a cold laugh, organizing his state of mind, and left his secret room. Outside the secret room stood 2 rank 3 Gu masters, standing like guardians. The Wolf King's identity was the main reason for this situation. After arriving at High Tribe camp, they immediately decided to strictly protect him. Greetings, Lord Wolf King. When the 2 Gu masters saw Feng Yuan come out, they immediately saluted and reported to him. Lord Hai Lu Lan invited the other lords to attend the banquet to conduct important business. After returning to High Tribe's compound, Hai Lu Lan won large feast for almost 3 days, and spent 5 days at a smaller feast. Several invitations were sent to Feng Yuan, but he was busy cultivating. Every sent invitation was completely rejected by him. Feng Yuan was in a race against time to increase his strength, which was also in accordance with Chang Shan Yin's hot and lofty disposition. Though this time, the banquet was extraordinary. There are important matters to discuss. Feng Yuan's footsteps halted, and he changed his usual attitude towards banquets. Let's go. The secret room was built underground. Feng Yuan exited his secret room and arrived above the ground. The curtain of night already enveloped the sky, stars scattered about. Rushing to the banquet, as he had expected, it was the matter of the blood oath. These days, the banquet did not have Hai Lu Lan's usual decadence. Rather, it focused on talks between leaders negotiating the contracts of an alliance. This Heroes' Assembly was only the preliminary stage to establishing the genuine union, which would unite the forces of all parties into one alliance. The contract of the alliance already agreed on various things, and the leaders were now working on their individual tribes' interests. Feng Yuan looked at the contents and saw no issues, so along with everyone else, he used the Poison Vow Gu. Poison Vow Gu had the power to restriction, and was also the foundation of building mutual trust. But Feng Yuan was the exception. He possessed Eating One's Words Gu. In 200 years, this Gu would be developed by a Western Desert chief. When he was in Shaiklan City, he used it to break his poison vow with Bei Ningbing. And now that he could link with Treasure Yellow Heaven, if he wanted to remove the poison vow, he would merely have to refine it again. The main tent was brightly lit, with each tribe having their own seat. Hai Lu Lan held the central seat, and the first to his left was Feng Yuan, with Chuang standing behind him. It was difficult for the young tribe leader to hide his happy expression. Holding second seat in the alliance was a result of clinging to Feng Yuan. Their benefits surpassed that of any ordinary medium-sized tribe. Sitting after Feng Yuan were the leaders of the large tribes, Wang Tribe, Feng Tribe, and Yi Tribe, while down the line were the leaders of the medium-sized tribes, and finally the small-scale tribe leaders, as well as the rank 4 demonic path experts. Now, the alliance began its preliminary aggregation. Before they were merely like loose sand. Ha ha ha, now everyone is family. According to conventional tradition, After having established our alliance, we need to hold a large feast. But these traditions and conventions are total bullshit. I've already thought of something better. Rather than annexing those weaker powers, we should instead collect wild wolves. Hai Lu Lan began his speech. Soon, all eyes concentrated on Fang Yuan's face. Fang Yuan's complexion was indifferent. His eyes darted across the room. Within his heart he understood that by joining in, he had already altered history. He vaguely remembered, 500 years ago in his previous life, after Hai Lu Lan's alliance was formed, he immediately assaulted the east, launching a bloody war with the Dongfang tribe. But this is good. Although Hai Lu Lan prevailed over Dongfang tribe, he suffered huge losses in the process. Hai Lu Lan is obviously taking consideration of my Night Wolf Emperor, which was expected. With the Night Wolf Emperor, he could incorporate myriad beast groups into his army. The expansion of the wolf group will be a great thing for me. Fang Yuan thought about it for a moment, and gave everyone a nod. Since this is the case, I will do my part. No one in the camp gave an objection. The larger the number of wolves, the more they would benefit, while suffering fewer casualties, preserving the strength of their tribes as much as possible. Hai Lu Lan was relying heavily on Chang Shanyin. Everyone understood and agreed. It would be a shame to have such a great master of the enslavement path and not put him to use. As for the sharp rise in strength of the Wolf King, they did not have to be too concerned. They were not aware of the Eating One's words Gu, and had complete trust in the poison vow Gu. Since the covenant had already been formed, they did not have to worry that the Wolf King would take advantage of their interests. Soon after their discussion, the entire Hai tribe alliance began to work actively. Gu masters from tribes both large and small dedicated themselves to expanding Fang Yuan's wolf pack.